In the very beginning, we are introduced to a legendary clan of overpowered swordsmen who basically own half the damn world. They are the Runkendell family, and people born into this famous bloodline are built different, blessed with ridiculously powerful bodies and god-tier martial talents. They rule the globe through sheer dominance, leaving a trail of epic battles, ruthless pillaging, and total conquest in their wake. It is a brutal world of survival of the fittest, and that perfectly justifies their aggressive lifestyle. This is the exact hardcore clan where our main character, Jin Runkendell, is born as the youngest son. During the traditional selection ritual, a massive event that supposedly predicts a child's future, little Jin actually grabs the patriarch's legendary sword, Barasada. This iconic move marks him as the chosen kid destined to inherit the big boss title. His father sees him pick up the mythical blade and smirks, thinking things are about to get really interesting. Jin himself fully believes he is set for a life of pure success, absolute glory, and main character energy. But reality hits like a massive truck. Things do not go the way he imagined, and he is left totally baffled, wondering how his life turned into such a joke. As it turns out, the kid has absolutely zero talent with a sword. The people around him are absolutely losing their minds in disbelief. After all, a pure-blooded Runkendell descendant just cannot be this tragically bad at swinging a blade. Thanks to his non-existent skills, he quickly earns the brutal nickname as the ultimate disgrace of the Runkendell family. Ranking rock bottom in his entire twisted family tree, he is officially known as the least talented Runkendell in history. To make matters worse, his toxic older brothers absolutely love to rub it in. They strut over and mockingly ask if he is still swinging his pathetic little practice sword for no reason. One brother sarcastically tells the others to leave the poor baby alone, joking that maybe Jin refuses to wield anything unless it is a super special weapon. The white-haired bully straight up asks Jin where he hid his legendary sword, mocking his flimsy wooden stick instead. The bullies immediately step up to the poor boy, completely getting in his face and demanding an answer. Before Jin can even react, the older brother aggressively kicks him with some serious force, sending our helpless protagonist crashing into the dirt in pure agony. As Jin lies there helplessly staring at his pathetic wooden practice sword, his ruthless brother demands to know why he keeps holding onto that garbage when there is literally no point. To add insult to injury, the bully violently stomps right on the boy's hand. Suddenly, the older brothers spot Jin's personal notebook and realize he has been furiously studying the absolute most basic theories of swordsmanship. They immediately burst into laughter, asking if he actually thinks reading a stupid book will take him anywhere in this cutthroat family. The brother boldly declares that losers who prove they are useless do not deserve a single second chance. Jin desperately begs them to hand his notes back, completely sweating bullets over his precious paper. But while he is distracted, another brother ruthlessly snaps his wooden sword in half, claiming that giving chances to people who do not know their place only feeds them useless hope. Jin desperately tries to talk back, but the absolute menace grabs him tightly by the hair. The brother claims they are doing this for his own good, and that he should be totally grateful, maliciously asking if this is the garbage education his beloved nanny taught him. Our boy tries to defend his nanny, but the siblings see him fighting back and decide they need to teach him a painful lesson. After surviving their brutal torture session, Jin reflects on the endless torment and his own pathetic lack of talent. At the time, he honestly thought none of the bullying mattered. He truly believed that if he just put in the hard work and grinded enough, he would eventually earn the precious recognition of his family and become a proud member of the Runkendell clan. He clung to that innocent hope with absolutely everything he had, completely oblivious to the brutally harsh reality waiting for him around the corner. Sadly, the fateful day finally arrives when Jin is entirely expelled from his own clan. Standing alone outside the massive closed doors of his former home, he thinks back on the deeply condescending words the clan elders told him. They said that because his relentless hard work was somewhat commendable, they would generously spare his life and not kill him on the spot. So, at the age of 23, he is officially kicked out of the clan and forced to become a lonely wanderer with absolutely zero destination in mind. But this twisted turn of events becomes a massive blessing in disguise. While wandering aimlessly, he ends up meeting his legendary new master, and that is exactly when our protagonist discovers that he actually possesses a truly god-tier talent after all. It turns out, his true calling is a strictly forbidden art within his swordsman clan, a natural, overpowering talent for pure magic. Fast forward exactly 3 years later, and Jin is out here casually explaining the absolute mastery of magic. He describes how connecting the natural mana that exists around us with the internal mana of a mage makes it entirely possible to easily recover depleted magical energy. This natural mana link significantly strengthens whatever massive spell he decides to cook up next. But right in the middle of his deep explanation, a wild and suffocating presence suddenly floods the entire room. Before he can even process what is happening, the entire world goes completely dark, throwing him into pure, shadowy abyss. That is when a mysterious, terrifying entity casually manifests right behind him. Startled out of his mind, our protagonist frantically asks who the heck is there. the shadowy figure introduces himself as none other than Solderlet, the god of shadows, and instantly recognizes the boy as Jin Runkandel. As the literal shadow deity, he makes Jin an offer he simply cannot refuse. Solderlet explains that forming a divine contractor bond will not only allow Jin to wield god-tier spiritual power, but it will also completely erase the nasty curse lurking inside him. Taking a closer look, the god notices the sinister hex embedded deep within the boy, pointing out that Jin clearly caught the petty wrath of an enemy when he was just a kid. He notes how absolutely crazy it is that Jin was totally suppressed from flexing his true genius all along because of such an insignificant little curse. Jin is left totally flabbergasted and asks what this ridiculous hex is. Solderlet explains that it is the dreaded Blade Illusion Curse, a nasty spell specifically designed to cripple and suppress a person's natural talent for swordsmanship. For a member of the proud Runkandel bloodline, this was essentially a brutal death sentence to his pride and reputation. The shadow god casually touches the dark curse and completely shatters it without breaking a single sweat, realizing that this tragic destiny was probably what drew him straight to the boy in the first place. From this moment on, no pathetic curse will ever hold Jin back again, liberating his true monstrous potential once and for all. Solderlet cheekily tells him that all that is left is for Jin to rise up and become the greatest magic swordsman of the century, promising that he will gladly sit back and watch the show. Snapping straight back to reality, Jin immediately wastes 0 seconds, grabbing a real sword and bursting out of the room to test his new body. He begins casually swinging the blade in every direction, and the insane difference blows his mind. It is exactly as Solderlet promised. The second his hands grip the hilt, he can clearly feel his true combat level skyrocketing. The massive sword feels completely weightless, moving as effortlessly as if he were just naturally waving his own arm. He excitedly realizes that if he combines this newfound godlike sword mastery with his cracked magical abilities, his combat power is going to shoot straight through the roof. He finally ascends to the absolute peak of his swordsmanship potential, confidently declaring that the weakest loser in the Runkandel family is officially dead and gone. Jin genuinely thinks that his painful decades of relentless grinding are finally paying off, but fate decides to pull an absolute anime betrayal. Suspicious enemy soldiers are secretly lurking in the shadows, scouting his exact location. Not long after, we cut to a tragic scene where our poor protagonist is covered in blood and leaking from literally every single orifice. Jin weakly registers that he just heard something in the distance, a piercing, terrifying scream echoing through the chaos. His entire body feels unimaginably heavy, mostly because he is literally buried alive beneath a massive pile of crushed building rubble. Desperately sweating bullets, Jin starts crying out for Solderlet, weakly asking if anyone is there to save him. He painfully realizes he is about to die a pathetic death, slowly passing out into the eternal void without ever getting the chance to show off his god-tier magic or his new shadow contractor powers. He cries out in utter disbelief, furiously wondering why the universe would give him a second chance at glory only to snatch it away instantly. He closes his eyes and accepts his tragic end, entirely convinced that his story is completely over. When he finally opens his eyes, he does not find an afterlife. Instead, he wakes up in a completely different place, staring at tiny baby hands in the middle of a grassy ritual courtyard. He looks up and notices the familiar faces of his elite clan standing all around him, surrounding an assortment of shiny weapons stuck into the ground. Thoroughly confused and wondering what the heck is going on, he knows for a fact that he just got brutally crushed to death. Suddenly, a familiar attendant leans in close to the baby, happily wishing the young master good luck on his big moment. Jin's tiny infant mind gets totally blown as his eyes land on a legendary blade he recognizes anywhere, the Patriarch's mythical sword, Barasada. Connecting the dots, he realizes that he has mysteriously traveled back in time to the day of his very first selection ritual, back when he was just an innocent, 1-year-old baby. Knowing how his first life played out, the determined toddler begins crawling aggressively across the courtyard toward the blade. In his previous timeline, grabbing this famous sword was a total accident that doomed him to a life of cruel expectations and toxic bullying. But as he confidently reaches out and touches the cold steel, the entire audience of clan elders goes totally wild with hype, loudly cheering that the youngest child has claimed the Patriarch's blade. Jin smirks on the inside, proudly declaring that this time around, he is choosing this heavy destiny purely on his own terms. The mighty Patriarch steps forward, acknowledging his youngest son's bold choice, and officially concludes the selection ceremony. He immediately orders the royal guards to transport the little prodigy straight to the isolated storm castle to begin his private upbringing. Fast forward 6 long years later inside the quiet castle walls, a now 7-year-old Jin is quietly standing on his tippy toes, desperately struggling to reach a heavy historical book resting high up on the shelf. Jin mutters under his breath that he still cannot reach the book, realizing it has already been 6 long years since he arrived at the isolated storm castle. According to the strict laws of the family, children must stay locked away in this fortress until they turn 10 years old, meaning our little reincarnated monster still has 3 more years to quietly bide his time. But honestly, the boy is completely bored out of his mind. Suddenly, a weird, unsettling commotion breaks out nearby, and Jin calmly asks the panicked maid what on earth is going on. The trembling servant explains that there is a dead bird lying inside the young master's room. When Jin goes to inspect it, he finds the poor creature covered in deliberate puncture wounds, clearly tortured on purpose. Our protagonist instantly knows that only two specific troublemakers inside the entire Storm Castle would pull such a twisted stunt. Right on cue, the two culprits casually stroll in with smug, evil little grins plastered across their faces. They loudly complain about how disappointed they are that the stupid maid ruined the surprise by finding their wholesome welcome gift first. The annoying black-haired brat is Daytona Runkendel, 9 years old and the 11th child of the 13 siblings. Standing right beside him is his equally obnoxious white-haired twin, Mayona Runkendel, the 12th sibling, who is also 9 years old. The arrogant duo immediately begins taunting Jin, sarcastically asking how he likes the lovely present his caring older brothers prepared for him. They cheekily mock him, asking if he is so deeply moved that he is about to burst into tears. Jin just stares at them in absolute, icy silence, but deep down, his memory flashes straight back to his tragic previous life. He remembers that in the original timeline, these two sadistic punks ended up gaining massive, terrifying reputations as ruthless mass murderers once they became official flag bearers of the clan. Jin gets genuinely furious, thinking to himself that these evil little gremlins are not even 10 years old yet, and they are already out here gleefully slaughtering innocent birds just to play cheap psychological mind games with their baby brother. Mayona arrogantly tells Jin not to cry because looking like a pathetic weakling is an absolute disgrace for a Runkendel. Jin stays completely silent, coldly staring through them like they are total garbage. The twins get instantly triggered by his calm attitude, demanding to know if he is deaf before loudly accusing him of having an arrogant attitude. They sneer that he probably thinks he is too good to acknowledge them just because he randomly grabbed the patriarch's sword during the baby ritual. They laugh, mocking why such a supposed little chosen one is wandering around completely unarmed without his fancy barasada. Jin begins muttering something under his breath in an extremely low, threatening tone. Mayona steps right up into his personal space to ask what he just mumbled, aggressively slamming a hand onto Jin's tiny shoulder to start a physical beatdown. But Jin instantly snatches the older boy's wrist with an iron grip that completely freaks Mayona out. In that exact fraction of a second, an ominous pure black aura suddenly erupts around the room. Jin coldly tells them that they are being way too loud and explicitly orders them to shut their filthy mouths. Without wasting a single beat, our protagonist goes full savage mode, throwing a devastating punch straight into the bully's jaw. The other brother starts mauling in absolute panic, but Jin refuses to stop there. He ruthlessly beats the living daylights out of the punk, landing blow after blow with pinpoint, vicious precision. Jin coldly states that he held himself back until now, but he is completely done playing nice. He gives them a deadly warning that from this day forward, they better never show their ugly faces in front of him again. Right as the beatdown ends, a royal palace guard bursts into the hallway, frantically demanding to know what the heck just went down. Jin instantly dispels the shadowy black mist from his tiny knuckles without missing a beat, casually putting on his innocent poker face. Officer Khan quickly rushes forward and asks Jin to explain the chaotic mess, but our cheeky protagonist smoothly claims that the two older twins simply started beating each other up out of nowhere. Khan looks totally dumbfounded, asking if his ears are playing tricks on him. Jin nonchalantly doubles down, asking if the guard is deaf, claiming the chaotic duo simply had a mutual brawl and simultaneously knocked each other out cold. Khan's sweat drops hard, nervously thinking to himself that even the absolute youngest kid in the Runkendel bloodline is a complete, unhinged menace. Deciding it is way safer not to question the baby monster, the loyal officer chooses to roll with the wild story, announcing that he will carry the unconscious twins straight to the Royal Medical Wing. But little Jin strictly forbids him from leaving just yet, stating that his foolish brothers have another important place they need to visit first. He orders the massive knight to follow him outside into the pouring rain. Jin takes his time carefully digging a proper grave to bury the dead bird, leaving his two beaten, unconscious brothers lying straight in the muddy dirt like common garbage. Khan nervously asks if Jin seriously plans on leaving his royal siblings passed out on the freezing ground, especially since the massive storm is getting dangerously worse by the minute. Jin coldly replies that his trashy brothers desperately need to reflect in the rain and understand the absolute gravity of their vile actions. Seeing the icy determination in the 7-year-old child's eyes, Khan decides to respectfully back off and simply follow the young master back into the warm manor. Walking behind the boy, Khan gets lost in deep, terrified thoughts, realizing that the dark, eerie energy he felt earlier was definitely not physical sword aura. He frantically wonders if that mysterious power could actually be pure magic. If that is truly the terrifying reality, this violent incident is definitely not a simple, petty sibling squabble. Khan anxiously realizes that he has no choice but to immediately report this forbidden anomaly straight to the almighty patriarch himself. Meanwhile, Jin watches the whole scene play out from his high window, smirking as he realizes that everything is going precisely according to his master plan. He knows for a fact that Khan will immediately report the entire situation straight to his terrifying father. After all, While Khan acts as their loyal guardian knight, he is also an elite watchdog assigned to keep tabs on every single move they make. To an experienced veteran like Khan, that eerie dark energy must have looked dangerously identical to forbidden magic, meaning there is zero chance the knight could simply keep his mouth shut. Jin casually reveals to himself that the dark aura was actually pure spiritual power, the undeniable proof of his divine contract with Solderlet. Thanks to that shadowy flex earlier, our boy officially confirmed that his god-tier contractor bond carried over flawlessly into this brand new life. Even better, the absolute curse immunity granted by Solderlet to his chosen contractor completely protected him from suffering the crippling blade illusion curse this time around. He confidently declares that the pathetic clown of the Runkendell family is permanently deleted from history. From this moment onward, his life is going to be completely different from his miserable past, and the only crucial step left on his checklist is to face his almighty father directly. Just as expected, Khan quickly delivers a full urgent report to the Supreme Patriarch. The family head instantly orders Khan to mobilize the entire vanguard force, announcing that he will personally ride out to meet his youngest son. The older siblings immediately take notice of the massive commotion, successfully assembling the 7 elite Black Knights of Runkendell alongside 200 heavily armed cavalrymen under their direct command. With the terrifying clan leader leading the charge, the massive, intimidating army marches straight toward the isolated storm castle in full epic glory. Along the march, Mary casually asks what the deal is with this sudden, high-priority emergency summon, turning to her brother Diffus to see if he knows any juicy gossip. She mentions that she already asked their older sister Luna, but Luna did not have a single clue either, mainly because she was too busy happily knocking out rogue enemy mages right before the squad mobilized. Diffus points out that the obnoxious Tona twins are not officially scheduled to leave the Storm Castle until next year, so he seriously doubts the family head is moving an entire army just for those 2 clowns. Instead, he theorizes that their father might actually be going out of his way to inspect their mysterious little baby brother. Mary is totally skeptical, questioning why the big boss would waste his precious time visiting a mere child. Diffus reminds her that Jin was the legendary baby who casually claimed the Patriarch's mythical sword during the selection ritual. Mary still wonders if an entire royal military escort is truly necessary just for a toddler, but Diffus shrugs, reminding her that nobody can ever read their terrifying father's mind. As the siblings continue their cheeky gossip session, Luna coldly tells them both to shut their mouths and maintain complete silence. Mary ponders silently, realizing that if their ruthless father is personally riding out to inspect the kid, her little brother must actually possess some serious, god-tier usefulness. Back inside the fortress, Jin's loyal nanny Gilly is hyperventilating in absolute shock, telling Jin she can hardly believe the Supreme Patriarch is traveling all this way in person just to see the young master. Jin acts totally oblivious on the outside, but his sharp mind is calculating every angle. He knows Khan is a rigidly principled knight who would never jump to conclusions, meaning he simply reported the raw, unexplainable phenomenon as an unknown supernatural power. Jin realizes his father is personally coming to verify this anomaly, wanting to determine whether this power will benefit the future prosperity of the clan. The massive iron gates suddenly swing open, heavily armored knights flood the hall, and everyone immediately drops to their knees before the Supreme Patriarch. The ruthless clan leader wastes zero time, instantly commanding the guards to drag the bruised Tona twins into the throne room. The 2 trembling troublemakers fall straight to their knees, desperately sweating bullets before their terrifying father. The Patriarch coldly mentions that he heard they had a violent little brawl with Jin, demanding to know what their exact mistakes were in the situation. The cowardly twins nervously exchange looks and instantly try to play the innocent victim card, blatantly lying that they did absolutely nothing wrong because Jin attacked them completely unprovoked. Desperately trying to save their own skins, they furiously claim that the youngest child used a bizarre, supernatural technique. They argue that it was definitely not pure sword aura, but rather forbidden magic or some other twisted demonic sorcery. Knowing full well that magic is the ultimate taboo within the proud swordsman clan, the sniveling brats frantically attempt to gaslight their father and frame Jin as a traitorous criminal. Watching their pathetic excuses unfold, Mary looks on with pure disgust and deep disappointment. The desperate brothers continue frantically rambling, begging their father to aggressively interrogate Jin before the little monster can hide the evidence. But the Patriarch instantly cuts them off with a chilling command to shut up. The Patriarch coldly declares that his children must engrave one brutal lesson deep into their souls. With such pathetic weakness, they will never survive in the Runkendell clan. He immediately commands the guards to bring Jin before his presence. As the boy walks down the massive corridor, he reflects on his father, Chiron Runkendell, the strongest and most merciless man he has ever known. Chiron stands as the ultimate powerhouse of this entire era, an existence who ascended to the rank of a living demigod known as the Genesis Knight. Legends say he was once an ordinary human, but after ascending to demigod status, he severed every single ounce of human emotion. He became a cold entity driven solely by a blind obsession with the ultimate prosperity of the clan. To a father like that, an untalented swordsman was completely worthless. But Jin smirks on the inside, knowing that in this second life, his father will never be able to ignore him again. Entering the grand hall, Jin respectfully bows before the clan leader. Chiron immediately asks why the boy addresses him as patriarch instead of father. Jin smoothly replies that with his older brothers, sisters, guardian knights, and over 100 clan members arriving together, he naturally assumed this was an official clan visit and addressed him with proper formal respect. Chiron silently acknowledges the clever response, admitting he came to the castle for different reasons, and tells the boy to simply address him as father. He then poses the exact same question he asked the twins. What fatal mistake did his older brothers make during the fight? Jin confidently replies that his retaliation was pure vengeance, because as a true Runkendel, one must always repay what they receive, whether it is kindness or burning hatred. Pleased by the boy's sharp, ruthless mindset, the patriarch suddenly orders everyone in the room to get out immediately, demanding total privacy with his youngest son. The entire hall is left completely flabbergasted, realizing the 7-year-old child just effortlessly passed the patriarch's terrifying mental test. The matriarch snaps at the stunned crowd, demanding to know why they are just standing there when the patriarch clearly gave a direct royal order. The knights and siblings quickly clear the room, with Mary looking back thoroughly impressed that her tiny little brother managed to stand toe-to-toe against their terrifying father without flinching. She realizes that the little kid might actually be a certified prodigy after all. Once the massive doors slam shut, Chiron reveals why he dismissed everyone, stating that the Tona twins accused Jin of using an abnormal supernatural force. The patriarch sternly warns that magic is strictly forbidden in the Runkendel clan because dabbling in sorcery permanently ruins a warrior's potential to reach the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. He directly demands to know what kind of power Jin is hiding, making it crystal clear that if it turns out to be forbidden magic, the boy will face brutal punishment. Jin braces himself, fully aware that his father's sharp gaze will catch any minor slip-up. Putting on a masterclass of innocent acting, Jin casually claims that he honestly has no idea what this power is. He explains that it is definitely neither physical aura nor magical energy, innocently asking what he should even call it. Jin ignites a pitch-black shadow flame right in the palm of his hand, politely asking if his father could perhaps give the mysterious power a proper name. Chiron's icy composure completely shatters as his eyes widen in pure shock, instantly recognizing the dark energy as the long-lost power of the legendary first patriarch. Chiron identifies the mysterious dark flame as the sacred spirit residing within the mythical sword Barasata, standing in pure disbelief that this young child is truly destined to become the supreme patriarch of the family. Noticing the heavy silence, Jin cheekily asks his father what is wrong. Chiron takes a deep breath and explains that this dark flame is the divine power of Solderlet, the god of shadows. Jin acts totally clueless, playing dumb to hide his past memories. The patriarch reveals that Solderlet originally forged a divine contract with the legendary first patriarch of Runkendel, Sir Tamar, standing by the bloodline since the very birth of the clan. However, after Tamar passed away, the shadow deity vanished completely, never appearing before a single Runkendel descendant for hundreds of years. Chiron admits that no one truly understands why the god left, but it appears Solderlet has finally returned to the Runkendel bloodline through Jin. Seizing the perfect dramatic moment, the boy decides to ask his father a crucial question. Jin looks up innocently and straight up asks if that deity, the god Solderlet, is actually stronger than him. The mighty patriarch genuinely pauses to ponder the thought, casually admitting that since he has never personally thrown hands with a literal god, he has no real way of knowing the answer. The boy is left completely stunned by that sheer flex, turning the answer over in his head. His father does not know simply because he has never dueled a celestial entity yet, which Jin instantly recognizes as an answer truly worthy of the strongest man alive on the planet. Softening his icy expression, Chiron gently calls the boy over and pats him on the head, admitting it was an impressively sharp question. He remarks that this innocent inquiry gave him plenty of interesting food for thought, proving that riding out to visit his youngest son today was definitely the right move. The patriarch then decides to test him one more time, asking how the boy actually plans to use this newfound divine strength. Jin immediately puts on his best model child face, claiming he wants to use every bit of it strictly for the greater good of the clan. But Chiron bursts into genuine laughter, calling it a hilariously obvious lie. He points out that the boy just violently beat his older brothers half to death and casually left them passed out in the freezing storm, yet now dares to claim he only cares about family harmony. The clan leader orders him to drop the fake act and answer with pure honesty. Realizing his father is way too sharp to be tricked by cheap flattery, Jin locks eyes with the Genesis Knight and boldly states that he wants to use this power purely for his own selfish benefit. Chiron's face lights up with sheer satisfaction, loudly declaring that this is the ruthless, honest mindset he actually wanted to hear. The terrifying patriarch promises that he will be personally watching the boy's growth with great interest from this moment onward. The second his father steps out of the room, the suffocating aura instantly vanishes, and Jin collapses in pure relief as the crushing pressure finally lifts off his tiny shoulders. He is overjoyed by the outcome, knowing that being allowed to wield spiritual power openly without being executed for forbidden magic is already a massive victory. But on top of that, Having his demigod father eagerly anticipating his rise to power is something he never even dreamed of. In his miserable previous life, he could never even lock eyes with the patriarch without trembling in shame. But in this timeline, his entire destiny is heading down a completely different road. Right after the heavy confrontation wraps up, Mary casually walks in to drop off a mysterious present for her little brother. Jin asks what it is, and she proudly states it is a very special gift from his big sister, handing the container directly to Gilly with strict instructions to cook it up immediately so the kid can grow up fast and strong. Jin is utterly baffled as to why his battle maniac sister would suddenly shower him with presents, but the moment he pops the lid open, he is left completely flabbergasted. Resting inside is none other than the legendary heart of a phoenix, a mythical treasure worth a massive fortune. Seeing an absurdly precious high-tier artifact casually handed over to an ordinary 7-year-old kid, Jin instantly concludes that his sister Mary is straight up unhinged. Jin reflects on Mary Runkendell, the fierce 7th flag bearer of the clan and an elite 6-star knight famously known as Tempestuous Mary. Behind closed doors, she carries an even wilder underground nickname, the absolute madwoman of the South. Jin knows that the real reason a battle-crazed warrior like her would generously hand over such a top-tier relic to her baby brother is crystal clear. It is basically her aggressive, non-verbal way of ordering him to hit the gym, get crazy strong, and give her a thrilling life or death duel in the future. He calculates the massive benefits of the gift, realizing that consuming a phoenix heart at such a young age grants permanent immunity to scorching flames while massively boosting his overall physical development speed. Even better, he remembers that in high-level magic lore, a phoenix heart is the ultimate prerequisite required for a 6-star mage to safely summon a mythical firebird without burning to a crisp. Jin excitedly thinks that with his hidden magical mastery in this life, he might actually be able to summon a real phoenix with his bare hands. Right on cue, Gilly cheerfully brings in the freshly cooked meal, raving about how generous Mary was before departing and begging Jin to dig in while it is still piping hot. But before taking a single bite, Jin notices 2 awkward figures hovering nearby and playfully asks if his dear brothers have something to say. The bruised Tona twins start awkwardly dodging the truth, nervously stammering that the meal looks a little too massive for a single kid to finish alone, pointing out that Gilly was just whipping up a huge pot of gourmet food. Jin smirks, asking if the hungry bullies want a little piece of the action. The 2 punks instantly begin nodding their heads like starving, obedient little puppies begging for table scraps, prompting Gilly to step forward with a cheeky demand of her own. Not long after, we cut straight to the formerly arrogant Tona twins slaving away in the dirt with rusty shovels, aggressively digging a massive hole while crying about their miserable life choices. Sweat dripping from their foreheads, they desperately question why on earth they are being forced to do manual labor when there is literally nothing hidden out here in the middle of nowhere. They wonder what their unhinged little brother is actually cooking up in that devious mind of his, nervously whispering about the absolute disaster that will unfold if the clan guards catch them digging up the royal grounds. The black-haired twin tries to cope, claiming it does not even matter because if anyone gets executed for vandalism, it will definitely be Jin who takes the blame. Besides, they convince themselves that enduring the intense child labor is totally worth the grind, considering that getting even a tiny taste of that legendary cooked phoenix broth will grant them massive buffs. Still, they both shudder in complete agreement that their 7-year-old baby brother is an absolute psychological menace who gives them pure nightmares. Meanwhile, the loud clanging of their shovels causes a loose boulder to dislodge and tumble deep underground, rolling straight into a pitch-black, highly classified subterranean chamber. Hidden right inside this mysterious facility rests a massive preservation vat glowing with eerie, ancient energy, housing a bizarre figure trapped in eternal stasis. Strange draconic scales cover his skin, radiating a terrifying, dark presence that feels eerily identical to the divine shadow energy of Solderlet himself. As the evening darkness rapidly sets in, the mansion maid nearly jumps out of her skin in sheer horror when the filthy twins walk back into the manor completely drenched in mud and looking like homeless street urchins. Our cheeky protagonist casually flashes them an innocent smile, sarcastically welcoming them back home and noting that they finished the heavy labor way faster than he expected. The exhausted brothers angrily tell him to pipe down and hold up his end of the bargain, barking that they broke their backs doing his dirty work and now expect their promised reward. Jin gestures toward the dining table, casually pointing out that he left their portions sitting right over there. But when the starving twins eagerly rush over to claim their feast, their jaws drop in absolute disbelief upon seeing literally 2 microscopic teaspoons of soup resting on a plate. Completely mauling with rage, the brothers furiously ask if this pathetic droplet is supposed to be a joke, complaining that it is barely enough to wet their tongues. Jin simply smirks and hits them with pure legal logic, explaining that he promised to share the soup, but never once specified the quantity. Since he technically delivered on his word, he cheekily tells his fuming older brothers to savor every single drop. Absolutely furious but completely powerless against their baby brother, the bullied twins can only grit their teeth and swallow their pride along with their micromeal. Once night fully settles, Jin slips outside into the pouring rain, heading straight toward the exact excavation spot his brothers cleared out. He smirks, noting that while he expected the lazy duo to cut corners, they actually dug the pit with pinpoint accuracy. Jin flexes his inner mana pool, realizing that a basic 1-star magic spell should be more than enough to obliterate the thin bedrock. Having accumulated magical energy with nowhere to flex it until now, he unleashes a concentrated burst of magic that completely shatters the stone barrier, unveiling a concealed iron doorway, the forbidden secret library of the Runkendell clan. This was a legendary vault strictly off-limits to him in his past life, accessible exclusively to official flag bearers. He recalls his arrogant brother once boasting about the secret activation phrase required to unlock the ancient seal. Stepping up to the door, Jin recites the exact incantation, declaring that a child of Runkendell has arrived to console Murakhan. The heavy mechanism clicks, the massive doors swing wide open, and Jin steps inside an immense underground archive housing 1,000 years of stolen knowledge from rival clans wiped out by his ancestor. He remembers his toxic siblings mocking him that he would never earn the right to enter, but in this timeline, he plans to exploit this goldmine to the fullest. Walking deeper into the Grand Archive, Jin suddenly comes face to face with the gigantic preservation cylinder containing the scaled entity. He stares at the submerged body in shock, noticing the sharp draconic scales and wondering if this creature is even remotely human. Placing his palm against the reinforced glass, he pieces together the activation phrase from earlier, realizing that this dormant titan must be none other than the legendary Black Dragon, Murakhan. Historical lore claims that the Great Black Dragon was defeated by the first patriarch Temar and cast into an eternal slumber, but Jin is totally floored to discover the mythical legend is real. Knowing he cannot get distracted, he turns away to search for the hidden tomes, but right behind him, the dormant dragon's fingers slowly begin to twitch. Jin finally tracks down the secret grimoires of defeated bloodlines, immediately pulling out the forbidden archives of the renowned magic swordsman house, the Kungan clan. He flips through the complex 3-star theory, finding the advanced concepts somewhat tough to grasp at his current age, desperately wishing he could smuggle the book out of the vault even though getting caught red-handed would blow his entire cover. Jin decides that the safest strat is to manually copy down the complex passages note by note every single time he sneaks into the vault. From that night on, our grindset protagonist visits the Forbidden Archive on repeat without missing a single day. But during one of his late-night study sessions, a wild and overwhelming presence suddenly manifests right behind his back. Jin freezes, wondering who on earth could possibly show up inside the secret library at this ungodly hour. Right on cue, a tall, imposing man appears on the other side of the heavy door, coldly asking the boy who the hell he is. Jin instantly recognizes the scaled features and panics on the inside, realizing this is none other than the Great Black Dragon Murakhan himself. Thoroughly sweating bullets, Jin frantically racks his brain, remembering that in his entire previous life, there was never a single record of the legendary beast waking up from his eternal slumber. He takes a deep breath and forces himself to calm down, rationalizing that since Murakhan is supposed to be the revered guardian deity of the clan, playing the polite, innocent baby card might get the terrifying monster to take it easy on him. Putting on his best good boy act, Jin respectfully bows and enthusiastically greets the magnificent guardian of the Runkendell bloodline. But that cheesy title instantly triggers the dragon into pure, unhinged molding. Murakhan's face contorts with utter rage as he furiously demands to know who the kid is calling a guardian. He aggressively double-checks if the little brat seriously just used that degrading label on him, bitterly cursing those damn Runkendells for having the absolute audacity to teach their modern descendants such blatant lies and fairy tales. The dragon tries to convince himself that he shouldn't waste his precious energy getting mad at an innocent toddler, but he is already fuming out of his mind. He dramatically drops straight to the floor in total despair, whining about his tragic existence. The ancient dragon groans that he finally woke up after an eternity because he caught a heavenly, delicious scent lingering in the air, something he had not smelled in centuries. But to his absolute disappointment, the sweet aroma is simply radiating off this tiny, annoying little brat. Murakhan leans in closer, sniffing intensely, and realizes that the fragrance is the unmistakable scent of concentrated spiritual energy. He declares that even after sleeping like a rock for 1,000 long years, he could never forget this rich, heavy aroma, a divine spiritual presence that can only belong to a chosen individual who formed a direct pact with a deity. Jin connects the dots in real time, realizing that the sole reason the legendary dragon woke up in this timeline was because his own spiritual power acted like a massive alarm clock. As Murakhan loudly demands to know where this divine essence came from, our cheeky protagonist gets super hyped to test out an experiment. Jin calmly sparks a pitch-black shadow flame right in front of the beast, innocently asking if this is the exact dark energy he is talking talking about. He smoothly plays dumb, adding that his terrifying father told him this power belongs to the god of shadows, Lord Solderlet. Hearing that divine name makes Murakun lose his absolute marbles all over again. He starts screaming at the ceiling, desperately asking if Lord Solderlet is playing some sick, twisted joke on him by making his destined contractor of 1,000 years a literal 7-year-old toddler. Realizing fate is completely out of his hands, the dramatic dragon finally gives up and accepts his miserable reality. He explains that he made a solemn, ancient vow to Solderlet, requiring him to fully assist the destined contractor, and to Murakun's absolute misfortune, that promised VIP happens to be our young master Jin. The boy acts deeply curious, asking how a mythical beast could possibly hold a sacred vow with the god of shadows. Murakun grunts that he will explain the lore drops later because he literally just woke up and his massive brain is still totally dizzy, jokingly brushing off that the heavy lore would fly straight over a toddler's head anyway. The majestic entity clears his throat to deliver a proper, formal introduction to his new master. He officially introduces himself as Murakun, the direct representative of Lord Solderlet, his eternal companion, and the proud last descendant of the ancient primal shadow beings. In accordance with their 1,000-year-old promise, he declares that from this day forward, he will stand by Jin's side through thick and thin. Our protagonist is left completely awestruck, flexing on the inside knowing he just casually bagged a mythical black dragon as his personal bodyguard. Murakun casually asks the little boss for his name, and the boy proudly announces that he is Jin Runkondal, the 13th child and absolute youngest son of the prestigious swordsman clan. Right there in the dusty underground library, a 7-year-old prodigy smoothly dabs up a colossal primordial dragon with an effortless fist bump. Honestly, this whole scene is pure, unadulterated peak cinema. Diving a bit deeper into the forgotten history of the Black Dragon Murakun, it turns out that Mount Murakun, the very rugged territory where the isolated storm castle was built, was originally named in honor of the mighty beast himself. The Black Dragon Murakun was a legendary powerhouse who ruled over the entire territory with absolute dominance for centuries. However, exactly 1,000 years ago, Murakun fought a world-shaking duel against the legendary first patriarch of the family, Sir Tamar Runkendel. After suffering a brutal defeat at the hands of the first ancestor, Murakun willingly surrendered his dominion over Mount Murakun and the Storm Castle, officially entering an eternal, deep hibernation that everyone assumed would last forever. However, those two ancient legends were never true enemies. In reality, the mighty dragon was the loyal guardian and closest companion of the first patriarch. In the world of high-tier contracts, a chosen mortal representing a deity is almost always accompanied by a powerful guardian dragon. Despite this famous universal rule, historical archives never contained a single trace of information regarding the legendary guardian beast of Solderlet, turning the whole topic into a massive unsolved mystery. But everything finally clicks into place for our protagonist. The world simply never knew because Murakun was locked in deep magical stasis for a millennium. Jin realizes that by waking up this sleeping titan, he officially acquired an overpowered guardian dragon entirely for himself. Returning to the underground vault armed with a box of sweet snacks, Jin plans to extract as much ancient lore as humanly possible. Several months have already passed since Murakun woke up, and Jin began his daily grind in the secret archives. Jin casually asks why the great dragon ended up dueling Tamar in the first place, but the ancient lizard brushes it off, complaining that the clash went down 1,000 years ago and asking how the kid expects him to remember ancient history. Jin silently smirks, realizing he discovered a hilarious weakness. The fearsome apex predator is utterly obsessed with strawberry tarts. Murakun turns the tables and asks why the boy is always hunched over the desks, and Jin explains his transcription strat. He manually copies down every single spell page by hand so the missing grimoires never raise red flags with the clan watchdogs. Murakun asks how much of the advanced text the boy actually grasps, and Jin admits he only understands about 30%. Murakun tells him not to feel down, praising the kid for performing exceptionally well for a 7-year-old while mocking the rest of humanity as lazy bums. But Jin stays grounded, stating that as a true Runkendel, exceptional genius is merely the bare minimum. With 12 insanely cracked older siblings, his terrifying father, and the matriarch standing above him, our boy knows he must grind twice as hard to surpass them all. Curious about his true potential, Jin asks Murakun how much of the advanced 3-star book the legendary first patriarch would have understood at his age, wanting to measure himself against the greatest warrior in clan history. Murakun bluntly replies that if Tamar were 7 years old, he would not have understood a single sentence written in that entire grimoire. However, the dragon quickly points out that raw theory is totally different from a real life or death battle. Tamar was an absolute combat prodigy who dominated battlefields through sheer instinct without ever reading dusty theory books. Murakun adds that while Jin definitely possesses immense talent, he does not quite match Tamar's raw combat savagery. Hearing that harsh reality check leaves our boy visibly down in the dumps, wondering if he will ever truly reach the unmatched pinnacle of the first patriarch. Seeing the kid look so depressed, the ancient dragon reconsiders his words. After all, Jin is the official chosen contractor of Solderlet, exactly like Tamar was, while also possessing a supercomputer brain capable of breaking down complex high-tier magic formulas as a literal toddler. Murakan tells the boy to keep up his relentless training without being impatient, promising that with enough consistency, he will easily become just as strong as Tamar, and perhaps even completely surpass the legendary founder. Jin's eyes light up with pure hype as he asks if the dragon genuinely believes that. Murakan gives a confident nod and asks if the kid knows the true divine title of Lord Solderlet. Jin admits he has zero clue, so the dragon proudly reveals that the god of shadows is known across the heavens as Infinity. Since Solderlet's power has no physical limits, it means the growth potential of his chosen contractor is completely limitless as well. Murakan playfully barks at the boy to stop whining, drop the gloomy attitude, and get properly hyped up. Murakan promises to teach him a god-tier technique that will instantly lift his spirits. Placing a heavy, clawed palm directly onto the boy's back, the dragon begins channeling ancient mystical energy, initiating the sacred lesson. Jin gasps in pure wonder and asks what this overwhelming power is. Murakan explains that this fundamental technique is spiritual release, the absolute cornerstone skill that every true spiritual contractor must master with their life. It stands as both the ultimate beginning and the absolute peak of spiritual energy control. However, the dragon delivers a stern warning. Unleashing this raw power without rigorous, disciplined training will easily tear the user's mortal body apart from the inside out, meaning the boy must take it slow and proceed with extreme caution. Jin immediately locks in, giving a sharp nod to show he understands the high stakes, before urgently asking Murakan what his very first training step needs to be. Murakan bluntly states that first, the boy must learn the basics of mana release. Jin is visibly confused, questioning why he needs to start from scratch when he literally performed that basic technique hundreds of times in his previous life. Murakan explains that true spiritual release is a delicate balance of mana release and external mana transfer, warning that Jin must master both fundamentals before even dreaming of advancing. The dragon estimates that this foundational grind will take at least 2 to 3 whole years of brutal daily practice. Jin stays dead silent, sweating bullets at the thought of wasting 3 precious years on beginner stuff. Murakan starts lecturing him, complaining that he cannot teach god-tier shadow arts to a baby who does not even know the basics. But without saying a single word, Jin casually flexes his core, effortlessly releasing a pristine wave of pure mana around the room. He looks up cheekily, asking if they can skip the tutorial and learn the real deal now. Murakan's jaw drops in utter disbelief, his eyes popping out as he frantically asks how a 7-year-old just pulled off high-tier mana manipulation. Jin smoothly shrugs it off, claiming he has been doing this easily for a while now. Still in absolute shock, Murakan demands to see if the kid can also handle external mana transfer. Jin casually reaches out and seamlessly transfers his refined mana into the air without breaking a single sweat. The ancient dragon is completely flabbergasted, screaming inside that only the most broken, once-in-a-millennium geniuses could ever pull this off so effortlessly. Acknowledging that the boy is a certified prodigy, Murakan decides to show him what real spiritual release looks like. Jin watches with pure hype as the dragon explains that all spiritual power originates from the darkness. Every shadow across the mortal realm is born through the absolute divine will of Solderlet, the undisputed ruler of the abyss. As Solderlet's sole living contractor, Jin possesses the godlike potential to become the supreme master of all shadows in existence. To prove his point, Murakan flexes his draconic aura, completely drowning the massive chamber in terrifying, swirling black shadows. The dragon grins, asking what the kid thinks of authentic spiritual release, leaving Jin starry-eyed and buzzing with pure excitement. Meanwhile, we cut to a completely different battlefield where elite knights report to Lady Luna that the current monster zone has been thoroughly cleared out. They state that the grand campaign will officially wrap up once they conquer the remaining 5 hostile territories. Luna casually waves them off, stating that 4 months should be more than enough time to wipe out the remaining trash, ordering her exhausted knights to take a well-deserved breather. Suddenly switching gears, she completely catches her subordinate off guard by curiously asking what kind of presents a 9-year-old boy usually likes. And bro, just look at the colossal, terrifying greatsword strapped to her back. That massive blade is straight up ridiculous. Fast forward exactly 6 months after Jin first woke up Murakan. The bruised and battered Tona twins officially turned 10 years old, packing their bags and leaving the Storm Castle for good. The toxic duo gives a brief, awkward farewell to their terrifying little brother, finally freeing the castle from their chaotic presence. Soon after, Jin celebrates his 9th birthday surrounded by the mansion staff. Gilly lovingly bakes a massive, delicious strawberry cake for the young master, and our wholesome protagonist makes sure to share generous slices with everyone in the castle. Right in the middle of the warm celebration, Khan urgently approaches the boy, deeply apologizing for the sudden and unexpected intrusion. Jin asks what the emergency is, and Khan drops a massive bombshell, the eldest sister, Luna Runkendale, has personally arrived at the castle gates to pay him a visit. Jin is left completely stunned by the news. After all, Luna stands as the legendary first flag bearer of the clan, an absolute monster of a 9-star knight, and the undisputed eldest sibling among the 13 children. Known across the entire continent as the White Whale, Luna is undeniably the strongest warrior among the new generation. However, she famously abandoned all political ambition to become the next matriarch, completely washing her hands of the bloody, disgusting succession war. Living up to her title as a solitary white whale, she roams entirely on her own, never showing a shred of interest in any of her royal siblings. In Jin's previous life, Luna was basically a total stranger rather than a caring family member, keeping a massive emotional distance between them until the bitter end. So seeing her suddenly show up unannounced at the Storm Castle makes him sweat bullets, frantically wondering if some world-ending catastrophe struck the main clan, or worse, if she somehow caught wind of him sneaking into the Forbidden Library. Forcing himself to stay calm, Jin steps forward and politely greets his formidable older sister. Luna gazes down at him with a warm smile, remarking on how much her little brother has grown over the years. Jin puts on his best polite front, smoothly joking that if she had sent word of her visit in advance, he would have made sure to dress up in proper formal attire. Luna chuckles and calls him adorable, cheekily asking if a big sister really needs an official invitation just to drop by and visit her precious baby brother. Jin is utterly caught off guard by her affectionate tone, staring at her with wide eyes. Sensing the awkward silence, Luna tilts her head and gently asks if her sudden presence is making him uncomfortable. The cornered imposter sneers with pure malice, proudly barking that he would rather die than reveal classified secrets to a bunch of loyal Runkendale dogs. Gilly turns to her young master, asking what they should do with the filthy trash. Jin gives a cold, calculated command: slaughter one of them on the spot, tear the arms off the other, and drag the survivor straight to his feet. Without missing a single beat, Gilly charges forward like a relentless predator, executing her master's orders with terrifying, lethal perfection. Seeing the second imposter desperately resist, she ruthlessly rips both of his arms clean off, violently stomping a heavy boot onto his crushed chest before dragging him across the crimson snow. Jin looks down at the writhing scumbag, stating that the enemy mastermind massively underestimated their target. To qualify as a nanny for the Runkendale bloodline, one must be an elite martial artist ranking above 7 stars. Jin points out that if the enemy genuinely intended to assassinate a royal child, they should have dispatched at least 3 or 4 8-star knights to get the job done properly. The dying assassin coughs up blood, laughing that this pathetic ambush was merely a warning shot, boldly proclaiming that the dominant era of the Runkendale clan is rapidly coming to an end. But Jin hits him with a terrifying smirk, stating that he actually hopes the Runkendale era ends soon, because instead of his family's outdated reign, he wants the glorious era of Jin Runkendale to conquer the entire world. Hearing that sheer audacity makes the fanatic mauled with utter rage, screaming praises to the great Zipful clan with his final dying breaths. Jin immediately drops some massive global lore. The supreme magic empire ruling the other half of the world is none other than the Zipful clan. While the Runkendales obsessively pursue the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship, the Zipfuls dedicate their entire existence to mastering peak magical supremacy. 1,000 years ago, the moment the legendary first patriarch Temar passed away, the Zipful Empire ruthlessly forced a humiliating treaty upon the weakened Runkendales, permanently banning the clan from ever casting spells again and sealing away their magical heritage. For the Runkendales, the Zipfuls are their ultimate millennium-old mortal enemies. Jin deduces that since this assassin is a brainwashed Zipful cultist, pulling off such a bold suicide hit makes complete sense. Deciding the fanatic is completely useless for interrogation, Jin coldly tells Gilly to throw the trash away into the freezing snow. Reflecting on the chaos, Jin recognizes that while the Zipful Empire regularly orchestrates terror attacks against his clan, today's sloppy amateur strike felt like an unsanctioned rogue mission carried out by desperate extremists. Still, a massive tactical question bothers him. No matter how flawless a magical disguise was, deceiving an elite 7-star master should have been nearly impossible, making him wonder if a shadowy insider aided the infiltration. After discarding the bodies, Gilly returns to report in, and Jin formally approaches Mirka, the vice-captain of the Black King mercenaries. Jin genuinely thanks the mercenary squad, stating that their sudden ambush created the perfect distraction that allowed them to slip away safely. He promises that the second they arrive at the main family estate, he will personally report their heroic deeds to ensure the clan rewards the mercenaries with a massive bag of gold. Jin formally places his protection into their hands until they reach the regional teleportation gate, leaving the hardened commander totally flustered and stammering that he will give his absolute best. Mirka stares at the boy in utter shock, privately wondering what kind of terrifying monster he is dealing with. Even for a highborn Runkendale, this is the kid's very first time stepping outside the fortress, and he is barely a 10-year-old child. yet our protagonist carries himself with the supreme poise, iron nerves, and terrifying dignity of an ancient emperor. The mercenary commander realizes that Jin's bold claim about building his own personal empire was definitely not childish boasting. Taking no chances, Mirka orders his entire unit to stay sharp on high alert and strictly forbids them from using foul language around the royal child, prompting his rough subordinates to grumble in comedic annoyance. Jin calls out that they are ready to march, and the squad awkwardly scrambles into formation. The mercenaries ask if leaving the mangled imposters behind in the snow is safe, but Jin reassures them that whether the bodies are found dead or alive, the gruesome sight will serve as a terrifying warning to their comrades. Jin warmly praises Gilly for her flawless combat performance, while the loyal maid calculates their route, estimating that pushing through the snowy path for roughly 2 hours will bring them straight to the safety of the nearest village. Luna softly asks if the boy is feeling sick, but Jin quickly reassures her that nothing is wrong, admitting he is simply a little nervous. He explains that this is the absolute first time he has ever stood so close to her in person, making him naturally tense up. Luna is genuinely taken aback by the boy's timid confession. She knows the brutal traditions of the Runkendell bloodline all too well, a cutthroat family where siblings ruthlessly crush each other and steal everything in sight to climb to the top. Putting the pieces together, she realizes that little Jin probably assumed she showed up unannounced as a hostile clan watchdog to spy on him. Visibly frustrated with herself, Luna sighs, admitting she was totally thoughtless and insensitive. She reflects that even though Jin is just a young child, she completely forgot that he is still a full-blooded Runkendell burdened with the family's deep paranoia. The legendary 9-star knight genuinely apologizes to the boy, asking if they could perhaps speak in private for a moment. She politely asks Jin to request that Gilly and the guardian knights leave the room. Jin is surprised by her gentle request, but seeing zero hostility or malicious intent in her eyes, he readily agrees. Once the heavy doors close and the room empties out, Luna looks down at her little brother, explaining that the true reason for her sudden visit is an important warning she needs to deliver. Jin asks what it is, and Luna reveals that when their father personally rode out to the storm castle, his unprecedented actions instantly painted a massive target on Jin's back, forcing every single sibling in the clan to fixate their greedy eyes on him. She explains that the exact second Jin steps out of the storm castle upon turning 10 years old, all their ruthless brothers and sisters will be fully on guard, watching his every move and plotting his downfall. However, Luna looks Jin directly in the eyes and firmly states that she genuinely does not want him to get swept up in the disgusting family infighting and lose his precious happiness. Luna passionately states that her deepest wish is to see him protected from the twisted, blood-stained customs of the Runkendell clan. Jin is left totally speechless, his mind racing as he finally understands why the strongest sibling walked away from the throne. He realizes this pure disgust for their family's cruelty was the exact reason she gave up on becoming the next matriarch. But as he looks at her caring face, a dark thought flashes through his mind. If she truly cared about protecting him, why on earth did she never offer a single warning during his tragic previous life? Jin silently wonders if his past self was simply too pathetic and weak to be worth saving, or if his toxic siblings never bothered plotting against him because they never viewed him as a real threat in the first place. Pushing the bitter memories aside, Jin politely thanks his eldest sister for her deep concern, but firmly declares that he fully intends to jump straight into the brutal succession war. Luna quickly tries to stop him, swearing that she is being completely genuine and not trying to manipulate him out of fear that he might become a rival in the future. But our protagonist smoothly smiles, stating he knows she is sincere. However, he drops a massive bombshell, revealing that he has already survived a targeted assassination attempt right inside the castle walls. Luna is left completely flabbergasted, staring at him in utter disbelief. Jin doubles down, stating that this exact assassination attempt is why he cannot run away from the fight. Hearing that someone dared to attack her baby brother inside the royal fortress, Luna's gentle demeanor completely vanishes. A terrifying, blood-red murderous aura instantly engulfs the entire room as she becomes utterly possessed by raw, unbridled fury. Her deadly eyes flash with pure rage, demanding to know the exact identity of the scumbag who tried to take his life. Jin calmly replies that he cannot give her a name because he has not identified the mastermind yet. Jin desperately tries to de-escalate the terrifying tension, explaining that even though the assassins tried to kill him, he handled it and came out completely unharmed. He warmly adds that he is actually deeply grateful for her visit today, because her genuine kindness helped him realize that not every single sibling in this ruthless clan despises his existence. Overcome with deep emotion, Luna immediately pulls the boy into a tight, warm hug, whispering softly to her precious little brother. She mourns the fact that despite her hopes, Jin has already been dragged into the filthy, cutthroat warfare of their family, expressing deep sorrow that he has to carry such a heavy burden so young. Jin feels completely weirded out by the sudden, intense affection, utterly shocked to discover that the continent's most feared white whale is actually a total emotional softie behind closed doors. He gently pat her back, telling her not to look so sad, Luna wipes away her tears and agrees, admitting that she should not be bringing up such dark, depressing topics on such a wonderful day. Jin looks confused, wondering what she means, and Luna cheerfully reminds him that today is his 9th birthday. She reveals that she traveled all this way across the continent specifically to deliver a special birthday present. Reaching into her cloak, she pulls out an exquisite necklace holding a glowing radiant blue gemstone. Jin inspects the mythical accessory with pure curiosity, and Luna asks him to turn around so she can gently fasten the chain around his neck. Leaning in close, she reveals the artifact's incredible secret. Just once, if Jin ever finds himself trapped in a life or death situation that he cannot handle alone, all he has to do is shatter the blue gemstone. The second the gem breaks, no matter where she is on the planet, Luna will instantly cross the continent to find him on the spot. She looks him in the eyes, commanding him to engrave this promise into his mind and keep the necklace on him at all times. Luna warmly congratulates Jin once again on his 9th birthday before happily joining the party, delightfully enjoying a massive slice of delicious strawberry cake alongside her little brother. Gilly watches the wholesome interaction with absolute joy, moved to tears seeing the siblings bond so sweetly. But duty calls, and Luna soon has to depart. The second she leaves the Storm Castle, Jin rushes straight down into the secret underground library to consult Murakami. The sharp-eyed dragon immediately locks his gaze onto the glowing accessory hanging from the boy's neck. Curiously asking what that shiny trinket is, Jin explains that he just received it as a special birthday present from his big sister. Murakami smirks, noting that whoever handed over such an overpowered artifact must genuinely cherish the kid with all their heart. Jin asks what makes the necklace so extraordinary, and Murakami reveals that it is a legendary ancient relic belonging to none other than the demonic beast king, Orgel. Exactly 1,000 years ago, countless high-tier warriors ruthlessly slaughtered each other just to get their greedy hands on that singular prize. Jin asks in pure awe if the artifact is truly that cracked, and the great black dragon confirms it without hesitation. He explains that the relic grants the user total absolute immunity against any destructive magic attack below 5 stars, significantly amplifies the wearer's natural spellcasting output, and even contains a hidden, high-level instant summoning function. Jin is thoroughly impressed by the dragon's deep lore knowledge, but Murakami casually flexes that he was actively dominating the world during that exact historical era. The beast correctly guesses that the overwhelming powerhouse who just visited the manor was the one who gifted the pendant. Jin confirms it was his eldest sister, asking how the dragon detected her presence so easily. Murakami nonchalantly drops a massive bombshell, stating that if he could sense her monstrous strength, a legendary warrior of her caliber definitely detected his ancient dragon aura right back. Jin instantly begins sweating bullets, hyperventilating as he frantically asks if the dragon seriously thinks Luna will run straight to the clan elders to report his forbidden secret. But Murakami tells the boy to stop molding over nothing, calling him an absolute worrywart. The dragon points out that an older sister who casually hands over a priceless, god-tier ancient relic like it is pocket change would never sell out her precious baby brother. He asks Jin if he honestly believes a woman with that much pure affection would ever betray him, firmly reassuring the kid that he can place his absolute trust in her. Meanwhile, walking outside the perimeter, Luna pauses and glances back toward the Storm Castle. She senses a terrifying, ancient draconic presence lurking deep below the fortress, realizing her instincts were dead right all along. But rather than exposing the anomaly, the white whale decides to play completely dumb. She thinks to herself that if little Jin is secretly cooking up an ambitious plan, she will gladly pretend to know absolutely nothing for now. She makes a silent, heartfelt promise to her brother, declaring that no matter what kind of monster he becomes or what wild path he chooses, she will always stand as his ultimate shield. Jin reflects on his time in the fortress, realizing he initially expected his stay at the Storm Castle to be a boring, endless grind. Instead, he walked away with god-tier gain, the genuine respect and high expectations of his demigod father, a legendary phoenix heart from battle maniac Mary, a deep familial bond with the mighty Luna, and a divine pact with the black dragon Murakami. These were absolute miracles he could never even dream of achieving in his miserable first life. Time flies, and Jin officially celebrates his 10th birthday, signaling that his long exile is coming to an end as he prepares to make his glorious return to the main household. During his final days at the fortress, Jin engages in an intense sparring session against Guardian Knight Khan, moving with blinding speed and executing flawless sword techniques. Khan is completely blown away by the boy's mastery, realizing that this prodigy is truly someone worthy of the Supreme Patriarch's direct attention. The veteran knight reflects on the terrifying reality of their training sessions. Usually, an experienced instructor assesses the growth of a young student, but every time Khan looks into Jin's cold, calculating eyes, he feels like he is the one being ruthlessly judged and analyzed by a superior predator. As their blades clash to a halt, Khan respectfully steps back and asks if there is any flaw in the young master's training regimen. Jin simply smiles, asking if something is wrong. Khan bows deeply, stating that it has been the greatest honor of his life to instruct such a prodigy for all these years. knowing their time together is rapidly running out before Jin officially leaves the Storm Castle. The loyal knight passionately swears on his honor to provide the absolute best martial training possible until the very last second. Jin warmly accepts, telling Khan that he is counting on him. Later that evening, the boy stands beside an elderly attendant and casually plunges his bare finger directly into a roaring campfire flame. With a satisfied smirk, he confirms that he has finally manifested absolute fire immunity. Gilly rushes over in sheer panic, asking if the blazing flame is burning his hand off, but Jin casually chuckles, explaining that the scorching heat now feels just like cozy, warm bathwater. The maid sighs in immense relief, overjoyed to see that Mary's precious gift is already working wonders. She remarks that while she has read about the mythical effects of a phoenix heart in dusty legends, this is the first time she has ever witnessed the miracle with her own eyes. Jin nods in agreement, realizing he has already successfully digested at least half the mythical essence, calculating that within just a few more short years, he will completely absorb the entire artifact into his own body. Gilly softly reminds Jin that they are scheduled to leave the Storm Castle early tomorrow morning, asking the young master to let her know in advance if he needs any last-minute packing done. Jin gives a calm nod of approval. Glancing over at the massive pile of handwritten study notes resting on his bed, she asks if she should pack those sensitive documents into separate, secure luggage. Jin confirms that would be best, ensuring his forbidden research stays completely hidden from prying eyes. Gilly then cheerfully mentions that she is heading down to the kitchen to whip up some freshly baked strawberry pie for tonight's farewell dessert. That sweet mention instantly sparks Jin's memory. Telling his nanny that he needs to step out for a quick moment and will return shortly, our protagonist slips away and rushes straight down to the secret archive to meet Murakhan. Jin gives the giant beast a quick reality check, reminding the dragon that their departure from the fortress goes down first thing tomorrow morning. Murakhan scoffs with pure attitude, complaining that he obviously remembers the schedule since he has been sitting in this dusty basement waiting for this exact moment for literal years. Jin raises an eyebrow and curiously asks how a colossal, mythical apex predator plans on sneaking past the Imperial guards and following him out into the open world. Murakhan arrogantly tells the kid to stop sweating the small stuff, reminding Jin that he is looking at the one and only legendary Black Dragon. He boasts that no matter how severely weakened his body currently is, pulling off a simple stealth mission will be an absolute piece of cake, promising to trail the boy so carefully that not a single soul will ever detect his presence. But Jin instantly locks onto that suspicious slip of the tongue, demanding to know why the oversized lizard is only now casually mentioning that he is operating in a severely weakened state. Murakhan starts desperately making excuses and deflecting the blame, whining that he was literally taking a dirt nap in deep stasis for 1,000 long years. He dramatically asks how anyone in their right mind could expect him to wake up feeling fresh as a daisy after a millennium-long slumber. Jin presses further, asking if the ancient titan can actually regain his peak primordial strength. Murakhan confirms it, explaining the unique mechanics of their bond. As Jin grows stronger and levels up, the dragon's power will naturally scale up alongside him, purely because he is Jin's destined guardian beast. The lizard aggressively barks at the boy to hurry up, unlock his hidden potential, become the strongest magic swordsman in existence, and completely blow past Tamar's legendary records. Jin pauses, recalling Murakhan's previous lore drops stating that the Runkendel bloodline was originally an elite clan of magic swordsmen. This forbidden history perfectly matches the secret truth Solderlet revealed to Jin in his past life. The ancient Runkendels were undisputed masters of combined blade and sorcery, with their very first patriarch reigning supreme as the most cracked magic swordsman in history, even though modern society has completely erased that reality from the books. Murakhan grimly explains that the real reason the clan banned magic and forced every descendant to obsess exclusively over swordsmanship was because of a deeply humiliating, classified treaty signed 1,000 years ago. The dragon points out that while modern clan members still blindly worship his mythical name as their revered family guardian, they would all instantly lose their minds in pure terror if he casually strolled into the main household. He reminisces about the golden era a millennium ago, bragging that back then, everyone looked up at his terrifying draconic form in pure awe, endlessly worshipping Tamar for walking side by side with the most respected powerhouse on earth. Jin playfully questions if people were truly that starry-eyed, prompting the dragon to ask if the kid is doubting his glorious flex. Shrugging off the banter, the dragon promises to stay perfectly hidden in the shadows, ordering the boy to stop stressing out. However, Jin points out another massive logistical plot hole. What does Murakhan plan to do about his empty stasis tube? If any clan elder sneaks down here and finds the preservation vat completely vacant, the entire operation gets exposed immediately. Murakhan smirks, revealing that he plans to weave ancient draconic sorcery to construct a hyper-realistic shadow clone of himself to leave floating in the tank. Jin suspiciously asks what happens if a high-ranking knight inspects the pod and detects the fake. Murakhan reminds him that as the supreme dragon of shadows, crafting a deceptive decoy is child's play. However, he admits that since he is currently running on low battery, sustaining an autonomous magical clone across massive distances will be tough, but he promises to push his limits and hold the illusion until Jin grows up into a true monster. Touched by the dragon's loyalty, Jin genuinely thanks him for the effort, presenting a special care package he snuck down. A gourmet pie crafted from the season's very first harvest of fresh strawberries, paired with a fine bottle of vintage wine he secretly swiped from Gilly's private stash. Jin strictly warns the beast not to get wasted and accidentally sculpt a deformed, goofy clone in the tank. Murakan playfully grumbles at the bossy attitude coming from such a polite-looking toddler, praising Jin's nanny for raising such a thoughtful kid and cheekily asking if he can get an official introduction to the lovely lady. Jin dryly mutters that he will consider it. By the following morning, the travel carriages are fully loaded, and Gilly firmly warns Jin that once they arrive at the main family estate, he cannot expect the easygoing freedom he enjoyed at the Storm Castle. She emphasizes that while he was busy grinding his fundamentals in isolation, surviving the ruthless, daily rat race of the main clan will be 1,000,000 times harder. Gilly adds that her daily schedule will be 1,000,000 times busier, which sadly means she will not have the luxury to casually bake fresh strawberry pies for him whenever he gets a craving. Jin warmly reassures her not to sweat the small stuff, promising that he is fully prepared to grind like crazy the second they step foot in the main estate, while the loyal maid vows to give her absolute all for his sake. Right on cue, two heavily armored escorts step forward and respectfully introduce themselves as Guardian Knights Jerome and Holtz, declaring that they have been officially assigned to escort the young master safely back to the legendary Garden of Swords. Jin gives them a confident nod, stating that he is counting on their reliable blades, and the royal travel convoy rolls out into the cold. On October 30th of the year 1790, our protagonist officially departs the isolated Storm Castle, heading straight for the cutthroat headquarters of the Runkendel clan. But during their snowy trek through the freezing wilderness, the blizzard turns dangerously severe, making the local magical teleportation gate completely unusable. Realizing they are stuck traveling the slow old-fashioned way, the guards decide they must take temporary shelter in a nearby rural village to ride out the harsh winter storm. But right in the middle of this deceptively peaceful, quiet ride, a violent impact suddenly slams against the side of the wooden carriage, violently rattling the entire cabin frame. Panicked shouts echo from outside, loudly warning everyone that an enemy ambush has struck and barking urgent orders for the royal passengers to remain hidden inside the carriage. Gilly instantly leaps into protective bodyguard mode, desperately trying to keep her young master calm while analyzing the chaotic battlefield outside. She reassures him that Jerome and Holtz are elite 7-star Guardian Knights, reminding him that he also has her fierce combat skills watching his back. Peering through the frosty carriage window, she quickly estimates that the hostile force consists of roughly 20 enemy warriors and mages, with a very high probability of hidden snipers covering the snowy tree line. She calculates that none of the attackers could possibly rank above 7 stars since the two knights are currently holding the outer perimeter with zero signs of collapsing. However, Jin instantly spots a massive red flag in this entire scenario and urgently calls out to Gilly, commanding that they need to evacuate this carriage immediately. He points out a fundamental protocol rule. An authentic Runkendel Guardian Knight would never, under any circumstances, leave a royal child completely unguarded in an open carriage during an active battle. By standard military doctrine, at least one Guardian Knight must remain physically glued to the young master's side at all times to serve as an impenetrable meat shield. Jin deduces that this blatant operational failure means only two horrifying possibilities. Jerome and Holtz are either filthy traitors or outright fake imposters who infiltrated their royal escort. He warns that there is almost certainly a lethal explosive device or magical trap hidden directly beneath the floorboards, making staying inside absolute suicide. Burning with furious protective rage, Gilly instantly grasps her young master's razor-sharp tactical logic, declaring that as a sworn servant of the proud Runkendel bloodline, she must protect him with her very life. She suddenly deploys lethal, razor-sharp Wolverine-style bladed claws directly from her metallic gauntlets. She apologizes in advance if she has to handle him a little roughly, tightly grabbing the 10-year-old boy in a firm grip and violently bursting straight out of the carriage into the snowy field. While sprinting through the freezing blizzard, she anxiously frets about the severe disciplinary punishment she will face from the clan elders once they arrive at the main estate after such a massive security blunder. But Jin tells her to drop the useless worry, firmly stating that they need to rush straight toward the ongoing clash to confirm a crucial tactical suspicion. Jin explains that the supposed ambushers attacking the escort might actually be unexpected allies. After all, if the hostile ambush squad genuinely targeted him for assassination, the exact second they bailed out of the carriage was the prime opportunity to snipe him, yet the perimeter remained strangely quiet and focused entirely on subduing the two fake escorts. Gilly immediately understands her young master's brilliant deductive reasoning, following his lead toward the chaotic skirmish. In the distance, a fierce red-haired commander barks urgent orders, shouting for his squad to locate Jin Runkendel immediately, while directing Group 3 to secure the left flank. Spotting their distinctive battle gear, Jin recognizes the iconic leaf insignia and the roaring black beast crest. He identifies the attacking forces as the Yuta clan, a renowned magical house from the middle region, operating alongside the elite Black King mercenaries. The red-haired warrior spots the fleeing pair, instantly identifying the loyal servant as Gilly McRollan and confirming with immense relief that the young master Jin Runkendel is alive and well. The mercenary captain quickly reorganizes his entire unit to form a defensive perimeter, prioritizing Jin's absolute safety. Stepping forward, the red-haired fighter introduces himself as the vice captain of the 3rd Squad of the Black King mercenaries, declaring that they were hired directly by the boy's family on an emergency rescue mission to intercept Jin Runkendel. As the mercenaries completely encircle the 2 escort knights, Jin's suspicions are fully confirmed. This was never a simple case of internal betrayal. Jerome and Holtz are straight-up imposters wearing stolen identities. Jin calculates that if these 2 frauds were truly genuine 7-star Runkendel Guardian Knights, they would never be getting humiliated and pinned down this easily by standard mercenary troops. With the fake escorts completely surrounded and disarmed, the mercenary vice captain coldly demands that they reveal their true allegiance and sinister assassination objective. But one of the cornered imposters simply lets out a smug, defiant chuckle, mockingly calling it a predictable question and asking if they honestly believe he will ever spill the truth. Jin confirms that they will have to hole up in that village until the raging blizzard finally clears up. Turning to his loyal servant, he gently tells Gilly not to be so down in the dumps over the escort disaster, reassuring her that it was never her fault. He points out that even a seasoned master like Khan failed to spot the deception, so it would have been near impossible for her to catch on. Jin adds that there is no shame in him reminding her of Royal Guard protocols, but Gilly just keeps bowing and apologizing profusely. Watching her grovel, Jin reflects on how Gilly never truly changes. In the brutal Runkendel hierarchy, personal nannies are bound to the absolute destiny of the royal child they are assigned to raise. In his tragic previous life, Gilly was also his devoted caretaker, which meant the entire clan treated her like absolute garbage simply because her master was completely talentless. Yet despite the relentless disrespect, she never once blamed him. On the dreadful day he was permanently exiled from the family, Gilly was kicked out right beside him, spending her final moments bowing in tears and begging for forgiveness because she felt she failed to serve him properly. Remembering her unconditional loyalty, Jin knows he could never bring himself to be harsh with her. But this timeline is different, and Gilly desperately needs to develop thick armor to survive the upcoming war. When she repeats that she will gladly accept any brutal punishment he chooses, Jin firmly raises his voice and cuts her off, giving her a direct royal command to stop blaming herself. He reminds her that while she is his nanny, she is also the sole guardian knight standing in his corner right now, warning that if she gets hung up on minor hiccups, she will struggle to protect him in the future. He strictly orders her never to make him repeat himself. Moved by his firm words, Gilly takes a deep breath and nods, passionately promising to give her absolute best to correct her flaws. She realizes that her young master spoke with such fiery conviction purely out of deep care for her growth, thinking to herself that she must stay sharper than ever to never cause him unnecessary trouble again. Watching her gloomy depression instantly evaporate into bright enthusiasm, Jin smiles on the inside, genuinely relieved to see her cheerful spirit return. Once they finally arrive at the local village inn, Jin retreats to his private room and gets straight back to analyzing the fake guardian incident. Piecing the clues together, he realizes there is a very high probability that a notorious figure interfered in the plot, the legendary shapeshifter, Bouvard Gaston. Jin explains that polymorphing is a sacred privilege naturally granted to dragons, yet even among ancient dragons, achieving a flawless physical mimicry is exceedingly rare. Bouvard stands as the sole human anomaly capable of performing absolute, undetectable transformations, an illegal gift he used to commit countless high-profile crimes and plunge entire nations into utter chaos. Jin realizes that if Bouvard was indeed the shadowy mastermind behind the escort disguises, things are going to get messy. In the original timeline, when Jin was around 20 years of age, the rogue shapeshifter was eventually tracked down and captured by the elite imperial forces of the Vermont Empire. Jin ponders the tactical value of such an asset, thinking that turning the shapeshifter into a personal pawn could provide insane utility. However, he has zero reason to recruit a treacherous scumbag who already dared to point a lethal blade at his throat. He concludes that before Bouvard escalates into a massive continental threat, he needs to investigate if this timeline is already shifting. But right in the middle of his deep thoughts, our protagonist lets out a massive yawn. Gilly peeks inside, announcing that she will be guarding the hallway right outside his door, but she smiles softly upon seeing the boy already fast asleep, warmly remembering that despite his terrifying genius, he is still just an exhausted little child. A bit later, an annoying black cat begins meowing aggressively right outside the icy window pane. Jin slowly blinks his eyes open, realizing he completely passed out on the bed. he chuckles quietly, noting that no matter how intensely he conditioned his stamina back at the Storm Castle, running through freezing blizzards and handling intense psychological warfare is still a brutal toll on a 10-year-old body. Wondering what all the racket is about, Jin glances toward the snowy window and does a double take. He spots a pitch-black cat bizarrely standing upright on two hind legs, casually tapping on the glass. The absurd sight instantly connects the dots in his brain, flashing straight back to Murakami boldly boasting about how he would stay completely hidden and follow the boy without raising any suspicion. Jin gives the goofy feline an utterly unamused deadpan stare, dryly asking if this ridiculous disguise was what the mighty dragon meant by staying low, bluntly questioning if the legendary apex predator of shadows seriously just transformed himself into a common house cat. Hearing that roast makes the feline dragon mauled out of his mind in sheer outrage. Jin chuckles and unlatches the window, letting the grumbling beast inside while admitting that this wild feline form completely caught him off guard. The boy confesses that he honestly expected the mighty dragon to polymorph into an elite armored knight or at least a stealthy traveling servant. Murakami scoffs with pure attitude, pointing out that if he strutted around as an armed escort, the sharp-nosed knights of the main clan would have sniffed out his massive aura on the spot. But right as the ancient dragon is passionately defending his tactical genius, he hilariously loses his footing, aggressively tripping over his own tiny paws and smashing his forehead straight into the wooden corner of the windowsill with a loud, violent thud. Hearing the chaotic crash, Gilly violently kicks the bedroom door open in absolute panic, frantically shouting to see if her young master is under attack. The second her eyes land on a mysterious, half-transformed weirdo clutching a bruised skull right beside the bed, her protective instincts instantly redline. Slipping straight into lethal berserker mode, her razor-sharp Wolverine claws deploy with a terrifying metallic click. She coldly asks what suicidal fool dared to sneak into the young master's private quarters, aggressively lunging forward while commanding the intruder to confess his filthy motives before she slices his body into a million microscopic ribbons. Jin frantically waves his hands, desperately shouting for her to hold on because this guy is actually an ally. But before our protagonist can even finish his sentence, the dazed dragon looks up, spots the fierce maid, and his face instantly melts into pure romantic bliss. The hopeless simp shamelessly addresses her as his beloved strawberry tart, dramatically crying out that destiny has finally brought them together at last. Gilly instantly freezes, utterly bewildered and questioning what this unhinged stranger is rambling about with the ridiculous strawberry nickname. Jin facepalms in pure secondhand embarrassment, thinking to himself that his squad is officially cooked if an ancient mythical titan is out here, aggressively rizzing up his personal nanny in the middle of a war zone. Sighing in defeat, our protagonist steps between them to make the formal introductions, officially revealing that this goofy-scaled menace is none other than the revered guardian of the Runkendel bloodline, the legendary black dragon Murakami. As for Gilly, Jin dryly notes that she barely needs an introduction since the dragon is already worshipping her as his holy baker. Completely flabbergasted, Gilly hastily retracts her lethal claws and bows deeply, frantically begging for forgiveness for her extreme disrespect toward the great clan guardian. Murakami generously waves his hand like a noble prince, smoothly reassuring her not to sweat the small stuff, promising that he would gladly forgive his precious strawberry queen for anything. Still blushing and totally confused, Gilly asks why on earth he keeps calling her that. The majestic beast happily explains that she is the divine creator responsible for baking the most heavenly, transcendent strawberry tarts in the history of the mortal realm. Hearing that, the puzzle pieces immediately snap together in Gilly's mind, making her realize why Jin was suddenly demanding massive quantities of fresh strawberry pastries every single day back at the fortress. Jin gestures for her to take a seat so he can properly break down the classified lore. Once the loyal maid gets fully up to speed on the secret truth, Jin sincerely apologizes for keeping her in the dark for all these years. But Gilly wipes away her tears, completely overjoyed to learn about her young master's monstrous magic genius, his divine shadow contract with Lord Solderlet, and his mythical dragon partner. Jin firmly reminds her that she is now his official partner in crime, strictly emphasizing that the cutthroat clan must never find out that Murakami woke up or that Jin is secretly building an underground power base. Gilly nods with intense determination, swearing to take extreme precautions to take this secret to her grave. Murakami tells her to chill out, reminding her that she has an apex dragon watching her back. Curiously glancing around the room, she asks if the loud crashing noise earlier was the terrifying shockwave of Lord Murakami undoing his divine polymorph. Jin and the great dragon instantly exchange deadpan, deeply humiliated looks, too embarrassed to admit the majestic titan literally just ate dirt on a wooden window frame. Swallowing his pride, Jin confesses that the simp dragon simply tripped over his own clumsy feet. Gilly leans close to Jin's ear, whispering with pure skepticism and asking if it is genuinely safe to place their lives in the hands of this massive klutz, to which Jin dryly replies that they can probably manage. The next morning, the crew officially arrives at the magical teleportation gateway within the Mythil Kingdom, Jin and Gilly warmly express their deepest gratitude to the Black King mercenaries, promising that a massive bounty from the Runkendel treasury will be dispatched to their guild hall shortly. The mercenary vice captain smiles, stating that escorting such a prodigy was an incredible honor, openly admitting that his entire unit is deeply hyped to see how terrifying Jin Runkendel will become in the future. Turning directly toward Gilly, the commander curiously asks why a high-tier martial artist of her caliber abandoned the prestigious McRollan clan to serve as a humble nanny. Gilly gracefully smiles and dismisses the topic, stating there is no deep reason worth mentioning, prompting the respectful soldier to apologize for prying. Saying their final farewells, the duo approaches the gatekeeper, where Gilly presents a luxurious scabbard engraved with the iconic Runkendel crest, requesting immediate royal transit to the central city of Kalon within the Rufuser Alliance. Recognizing the legendary insignia, the trembling attendant bows in sheer reverence and instantly escorts the VIP guests straight to their exclusive first-class seats. The gate attendants politely inform them that after waiting roughly 2 hours for the ancient magical network to calibrate, they will arrive at their destination in the absolute blink of an eye, wishing the young master a pleasant journey. Gilly sits down directly beside him, unable to hide her deep anxiety. She whispers that she is desperately sweating bullets, terrified that the clan watchdogs might somehow discover Lord Murakan, his divine contractor status, or the rest of his forbidden secrets. Jin asks if she is specifically worried about his magic, and she nervously nods, reminding him that sorcery is the single taboo that no living soul in the Runkendel bloodline would ever tolerate. Jin calmly tells her to relax, promising that he will keep his spellcasting locked down and hidden in the shadows. But right in the middle of their quiet chat, a luxurious traveling entourage approaches. Jin immediately spots the radiant golden crest embroidered on their lavish robes, instantly recognizing the insignia of their mortal enemies, the Supreme Zipful clan. A fancy, silver-haired kid casually takes a seat directly across from Jin, carrying a face that feels eerily familiar from his past life. The highborn brat instantly turns up the arrogance, dramatically sighing that he now understands why he hated traveling through the Rufuser Alliance, complaining about running into filthy pests along the way. Murakan plays along by acting like a dumb, harmless house cat, prompting the Zipful kid to remark that at least the boy's pet is cute. The young noble reaches out to pet the feline, but Murakan instantly strikes back, aggressively swatting the kid's hand away with his sharp claws. The Zipful bodyguards instantly draw their weapons in pure outrage, ready to start a bloodbath, but the young lord immediately waves them off. He casually states that it is just a dumb animal, pointing out that throwing a tantrum over a stray cat will only cause unnecessary diplomatic trouble. Besides, he notes that recklessly drawing steel in front of a high-ranking Runkendel is an absolute rookie mistake. Jin watches the whole encounter unfold with a sharp smirk, realizing the rich kid was deliberately trying to get under his skin to test his emotional stability. Seeing that the youngest Runkendel kept his cool without flinching, the boy formally introduces himself as Beraden Zipful, offering a polite, noble apology for his earlier rude remarks. Jin's mind flashes with recognition. Beraden Zipful stands as an undisputed magic genius, and the absolute frontrunner candidate to become the supreme patriarch of the Zipful Empire. In his previous life, Beraden was celebrated across the entire continent as the ultimate idol for young mages, universally admired for possessing god-tier magical talent alongside a remarkably noble character. Back when Jin was an exiled, wandering mage, Beraden felt like an untouchable existence living in a completely different universe. So meeting the future titan while he is still an annoying little kid feels utterly surreal. Jin casually fires back, admitting he was curious to see what kind of person the Zipful prodigy was, but jokes that he is relieved to find out Beraden is just an everyday idiot. Beraden asks in shock if that insult was directed at him. Jin bluntly explains that if the guards had drawn their blades over a petty joke, Beraden would be wandering around the territory without an escort, minus at least 2 of his fingers. Beraden laughs awkwardly, calling it a terrifying joke, but Jin coldly stares through his soul, asking if he looks like a comedian. Getting the deadly message, Beraden smirks and decides to offer some counter-advice. He warns Jin that if he ever encounters another Zipful descendant and faces a similar clash, he should avoid impulsively chopping off their fingers, since starting a territorial war would bring massive headaches to his family. Jin bursts into amused laughter, sarcastically asking if Beraden honestly believes his father, Chiron Runkendel, and Beraden's father, Keliark Zipful, would mobilize global armies over a petty brawl between children. Beraden pauses to think about it and reluctantly agrees, admitting with a chuckle that even if Jin sliced his fingers off, the 2 supreme patriarchs would probably settle the diplomatic incident with a few bags of gold coins and call it a day. The young Zipful heir smiles warmly, stating that Jin taught him a valuable lesson today, promising to return the favor sometime in the future. But our protagonist smoothly rejects the fake promise, demanding that Beraden pay him back right now. Beraden blinks in confusion, and Jin bluntly states his price. Until the teleportation gate officially activates, he wants the noisy kid to shut his mouth and not disturb his peaceful nap. Beraden nearly has an absolute meltdown, desperately mauling on the inside as he forces himself to stay completely silent. Fidgeting in his luxurious chair, the zipful heir cannot help but whisper to himself that Jin is definitely going to grow up into a certified badass in a few years, openly admitting that if their families were not locked in a bloody millennium-old rivalry, he would have loved to become his best friend. Meanwhile, the bodyguards cough loudly to remind their young master to maintain his noble composure. Watching the quiet prodigy resting across from him, Baraden gets lost in deep thought, realizing that in the brutal war for global supremacy, Jin might actually become his ultimate eternal rival. Purely because he is a true Runkindel, his emotional bodyguard literally starts tearing up at that absurd conclusion. Jin watches the entire spectacle with utter disbelief, utterly flabbergasted by how the zipful heir is acting. Even after almost getting 2 of his fingers cleanly sliced off, the crazy kid is still smiling, making Jin wonder if there is a massive screw loose inside the entire zipful bloodline, since not a single one of them appears remotely sane. Right on cue, the station intercom crackles to life, announcing that the high-tier spatial teleportation sequence will commence immediately. The mechanical voice warns travelers that intense bodily pain, severe nausea, and sudden blackouts may occur due to violent dimensional turbulence along the transit line. Hearing the alert, Baraden enthusiastically calls out to Jin, cheerfully exclaiming that he had an absolute blast hanging out today. He boldly promises that fate will definitely bring them together again soon. But our sharp-tongued protagonist shuts him down instantly, bluntly firing back that he genuinely hopes he never sees the kid's annoying face ever again in this lifetime. Stepping through the dazzling spatial vortex and arriving safely at their destination, Jin is immediately greeted by a distinguished, sharply dressed head butler named Petro. The refined servant bows with absolute reverence, officially welcoming the young master back home to the prestigious central headquarters of the family, the legendary Garden of Swords. Clan history dictates that only elite warriors whose legendary achievements directly expanded the global prosperity of Runkindel are ever granted the ultimate honor of planting their personal blade inside the sacred garden. It stands as a monumental sanctuary symbolizing the eternal dream, military pride, and martial glory of every living Runkindel. In his miserable previous life, Jin's singular, desperate dream was to earn the right to rest his own blade in that sacred soil upon his death. But back then, he was hopelessly weak, completely devoid of sword talent, lacking natural leadership, and possessing zero tactical brilliance. He bitterly reflects on how foolish he was to believe that blind, naive hard work alone could achieve anything in this ruthless clan, swearing that in this second life, he will conquer this godforsaken place and make living in this cutthroat hellhole entirely worth it. Once again, our protagonist enters the grand throne room, standing directly before his terrifying father and his gathered royal siblings. Stepping forward from the shadows, his imposing mother remarks that it has been a very long time since she last laid eyes on him. This formidable matriarch is widely feared across the entire continent as the Black Panther, Rosa Runkindel, the iron-fisted lady of the Great House. Jin offers a formal, respectful greeting to his mother, but the sharp-eyed patriarch ignores the formalities, locking his cold gaze directly onto the mysterious black cat resting comfortably in Jin's arms. Chiron curiously asks if the boy simply scooped up a random stray animal from the dirty streets. Jin calmly replies that he officially adopted the creature, prompting his father to question why the boy deliberately chose the word adopted rather than simply picked up. Chiron smirks, openly admitting that he genuinely respects the bold, assertive phrasing, stating that a true Runkindel should always maintain such an unyielding posture of absolute ownership whenever they claim something for themselves. Rosa curiously asks what name the child gave to the furry pet, and Jin smoothly announces that the feline is named Nabi Runkindel. That bold declaration instantly causes one of the arrogant older brothers to completely lose his mind in pure outrage. The furious brother furiously mauls, shouting that while he understands Jin is young and foolish, giving the sacred family name to a worthless street mutt is an intolerable insult. The toxic sibling violently demands to know what kind of garbage education Gilly taught the boy to let him pull such a disrespectful stunt, forcing the poor maid to bow her head in deep panic. Chiron instantly commands the screaming brother to shut his mouth, turning his cold attention back to Jin to ask why he dared to brand a common cat with the revered Runkindel name. Jin looks his father dead in the eye, explaining that he gave the animal the family surname specifically to hold himself entirely responsible for its life. He points out that while Nabi is merely a small animal, it is the very first living being he has personally taken under his wing, meaning its name should carry immense weight. Chiron finds the logic deeply fascinating, but sternly asks if the young boy truly comprehends the terrifying gravity behind the Runkindel name.
Then,
Jin confidently nods, stating that if Nabi ever causes harm to anyone, he fully accepts that he alone must pay the bloody price. Chiron lets out a low chuckle, observing that judging by the furious, murderous glares shooting from his older brothers, Jin seems to have a natural-born talent for making dangerous enemies wherever he goes. Jin smirks, proudly admitting that while he definitely has a talent for making enemies, he has an even greater talent for ruthlessly putting his enemies into an early grave. Chiron notes that the entire room is vibrating with hostility, as every older sibling looks ready to murder the youngest child on the spot without the slightest shred of mercy. Fast forward exactly 4 years later to the early summer of the year 1794. A now 14-year-old Jin has grown into a fierce 2-star warrior operating as a low-ranking cadet in the family ranks. His assigned swordsmanship instructor, Garam, announces that their daily training regimen is officially complete, warmly praising the young master for doing an exceptional job. Jin wipes the sweat from his brow and asks if they can schedule another high-intensity session for tomorrow morning. Garam looks surprised, reminding the boy that Lady Luna's personal training session is already scheduled for today, asking if he somehow forgot his eldest sister's arrival. Jin snaps back to reality, realizing the special appointment slipped his mind, and casually mentions that he should probably grab a quick bite to eat before the spar. Garam nervously asks if the young master genuinely plans on eating alongside the low-ranking common cadets again, cautiously whispering that Lady Rosa seems visibly disappointed with his unrefined dining habits. Jin casually brushes off the concern, explaining that he is completely fine eating here, because he genuinely has zero interest in dealing with another toxic staring contest against his royal siblings during dinner. Garam totally respects the logic, nodding in agreement and promising to pass the message straight to Lady Rosa. Right on cue, a timid young boy named Bellup walks over, politely serving Jin his freshly prepared tray of food. Jin observes the kid, noting that Bellup is an innocent, 13-year-old commoner who is currently on the verge of failing his upcoming cadet evaluation, destined to be stripped of his status and violently kicked out of the family grounds. Jin warmly asks the nervous kid if the food tastes good. Bellup beams with pure gratitude, happily confessing that it is delicious, emotionally rambling about how profoundly thankful he is to the Runkendel bloodline for letting a commoner eat fresh meat on a regular basis, while showering his young master with endless praise for generously sharing his portions. Jin raises a hand to cut off the excessive flattery, playfully teasing whether the boy memorized that entire speech from a book. Jin delivers some sharp, brotherly advice, telling Bellup that he desperately needs to learn how to keep his words short and punchy. He explains that people constantly look down on him and treat him like garbage specifically because he stammers and rambles whenever he speaks. The young boy is visibly stunned by the raw reality check. Jin firmly orders him to fix his slumping posture and hold his head high with pure pride, reminding him that he is an official trainee aiming to become a proud Runkendel guardian knight. Bellup self-deprecatingly sighs, nervously whispering that his academic and combat grades are at rock bottom, pointing out that he has not even managed to manifest a single star of physical aura yet. But Jin gives him a reassuring boost, explaining that earning a spot inside the Runkendel Cadet Corps is already an insanely difficult achievement. Even the lowest ranked cadet here is a cracked elite when compared against normal 13-year-old kids across the globe. The young boy sheepishly nods along, deeply comforted by the encouraging pep talk. Jin reflects on the tragic irony of the situation, noting that it was entirely obvious why his merciless family kicked Bellup out, purely because the boy was far too gentle and docile for this brutal slaughterhouse. However, what truly baffles Jin is how this innocent pure soul ended up wandering straight into the legendary Harang clan rival house of Supreme Swordsmen, where he was eventually molded into a ruthless, loyal attack dog for the Vermont Empire. In the original timeline, this harmless kid transformed into a bloodthirsty mass murderer serving on the Imperial Guard, living a miserable life that ended in complete tragedy. Knowing that leaving Bellup to his own devices will only lead to disaster, Jin pushes his plate forward and claims he has lost his appetite, generously gifting the rest of his gourmet meat to the hungry kid. Jin secretly resolves to personally mentor the boy to ensure he never gets expelled this time around, deciding that suffering through one garbage life is more than enough for anyone. Shifting his attention inward, Jin analyzes his personal progression. His spiritual release currently sits at 2 stars, his hidden mana capacity has skyrocketed to 4 stars, and his official swordsmanship ranks at 2 stars. At this steady, grinding pace, reaching 3-star sword mastery within 2 short years will be an absolute breeze. Heading straight to the private dojo, he meets Luna for their daily lesson. She commands him to keep his physical eyes shut and perceive the world exclusively through the legendary mind's eye, emphasizing that mastering this inner vision is far more vital than swinging a blade. Jin is secretly flabbergasted, knowing the mind's eye is an advanced enlightenment reserved for 7-star grandmasters, yet his crazy sister is casually forcing a 2-star cadet to master it without even utilizing aura. Placing absolute faith in her genius, Jin locks in and focuses entirely on the drill. Wrapping up the session, Luna warmly praises him with a proud grin, noting that his godly concentration and posture are unheard of for a 2-star novice, declaring that with this terrifying potential, Luna firmly believes that with this terrifying potential, Jin will be able to fully grasp the profound secrets of the mind's eye within just a few short years, passionately rooting for her precious little brother to keep evolving into an unstoppable beast. Meanwhile, over at the main training grounds, the entire cadet corps is sweating bullets with pure, suffocating tension. Today's official combat assessment carries the heaviest weight for their final grading, meaning securing an elite score today serves as the absolute fastest express ticket to becoming a full-fledged Guardian Knight. On top of that, today stands as a monumental milestone for Jin himself. Lady Rosa explicitly decreed that if the young master manages to run the gauntlet and ruthlessly defeat every single top 10 cadet in consecutive duels, he will earn special authorization to skip the line and advance straight to intermediate training next year. Jin smirks, thrilled by the opportunity to accelerate his growth, though he glances over and notices poor Bellup trembling like a frightened leaf once again. Jin sighs, reminding himself that he will personally protect the kid from getting expelled, yet watching the commoner suffer from such a chronic lack of basic confidence genuinely pains him. The lead instructor steps forward, loudly barking out the strict rules of the exam. The trials will consist of 3 intense rounds where trainees must constantly swap combat partners. To make things 10 times more brutal, the top 10 ranked elite fighters of the class will be pitted against Jin back-to-back in direct, high-stakes duels. Jin observes his future opponents, acknowledging that none of them are pushovers, having earned their elite cadet status through relentless, bloody effort. Once the preliminary matches conclude, the instructor rounds up the chosen top 10 combatants, ordering Jin to step into the ring and prepare for battle. The boy immediately locks in, effortlessly demolishing his first batch of opponents with terrifying precision. Calculating his stamina, Jin remembers that the clan's historical record was 8 consecutive victories, meaning taking down 2 more will shatter the ceiling. But to pull it off, he must be extremely cautious against one specific prodigy. Right on cue, an elite female cadet named Mesa steps into the arena with absolute confidence. Jin knows that Mesa Miyokan is a cracked martial prodigy destined to effortlessly breeze through the entire cadet program in the future and instantly secure a prestigious position as an official Guardian Knight. She flashes a confident smirk, openly declaring that she would be utterly thrilled to take down the young master today. Jin narrows his eyes, fully aware that this duel against Mesa is the single most critical linchpin of his entire gauntlet. The clash begins with a deafening roar as both warriors furiously swing their practice blades across the ring. Jin immediately feels the heavy impact of her strikes, acknowledging that Mesa has gotten noticeably stronger since their last spar, though she is still entirely within his capability to cleanly defeat. However, the real tactical dilemma is that Jin still has to carefully conserve his stamina to brawl through another 8 vicious duels immediately after her, meaning he desperately needs to wrap up this exhausting confrontation fast. Clashing fiercely, Mesa grows deeply suspicious, wondering why the young master is sticking exclusively to dead basic sword swings when he usually unleashes a flashy arsenal of complex combat maneuvers. She senses that he is holding back on purpose, misinterpreting his conservative, highly economical movements as arrogant disrespect, angrily assuming that the young lord is openly looking down on her combat skills. Maulding with fierce warrior pride, Mesa violently surges forward in a full-power overhead strike, screaming inside that she refuses to lose to the young master again. But with god-tier timing, Jin flawlessly intercepts her blade, ruthlessly shattering her heavy practice sword into a massive shower of flying wooden splinters. Mesa freezes in absolute shock, totally baffled by how her sturdy weapon suddenly exploded into tiny pieces. Jin calmly rests the cold tip of his blade directly against the stunned girl's throat, declaring a clean checkmate while politely praising her for a fantastic duel, noting with a cheeky smirk that she definitely will not be swinging that broken weapon around anymore in today's tournament. Mesa's jaw drops as she pieces together the terrifying truth. Throughout their rapid exchange of blows, Jin deliberately and flawlessly struck the exact same microscopic weak point on her blade with pinpoint accuracy every single time. She realizes that while their physical strength and raw endurance are roughly neck and neck, she suffered total defeat purely because she lacked his godlike precision and relentless consistency. Stunned by the overwhelming gap in sheer skill, she mutters that being a true Runkendel truly makes him a different breed of monster. Shaking off her frustration, she boldly declares that she will grind twice as hard to defeat him one day, refusing to just sit back and let him farm easy victories forever. Jin smirks internally, pleased that his psychological warfare worked out flawlessly. With his current physical specs, dueling 10 cracked cadets back-to-back was never going to be an easy walk in the park, but by executing a clean, one-sided destruction against their strongest fighter, he successfully planted deep psychological dread into the minds of every remaining challenger, making them subconsciously believe that facing him in a one-on-one duel was pure suicide. Riding that momentum, Jin effortlessly breezes through the rest of the gauntlet until he cleanly dispatches the 10th and final fighter. Wiping his brow with pure relief, he is glad everything went according to plan. Instructor Garam steps forward with a proud smile, warmly congratulating the young master and announcing that this historic victory officially punches his golden ticket to join the true intermediate training class. Early next year, Jin will officially step into the true intermediate training class of the Runkendel clan. Earning warm, early congratulations from Instructor Garam, Jin respectfully asks Garam to continue taking good care of his daily training until that long-awaited time finally arrives. However, The instructor notes that the scheduled lunchtime is rapidly approaching, suggesting they wrap up today's intense session right here on the spot. Jin pauses and curiously asks how much time they have left before the lunch bell officially rings. Guram checks the time and replies that they have approximately 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Jin immediately declares that he wants to fight one more specific person before they pack up and leave the training grounds. Guram asks who he has in mind, and without missing a single beat, the young master loudly calls out Belop's name across the entire courtyard. The timid commoner jumps in sheer panic, desperately sweating bullets and wondering why on earth his name was suddenly called. Jin points directly at him, demanding a sudden duel while coldly stating that this brutal trial is the only way the boy will ever survive inside the cutthroat Runkendel hierarchy. Jin barks at the kid to step into the ring immediately, threatening to trash him like an absolute piece of garbage. Trembling with pure fear, Belop slowly walks onto the sandy arena, his mind racing with immense confusion. He frantically wonders why Jin wants to fight him, questioning if the young master views him as weak prey, or if he is secretly trying to mold him into a real warrior. Jin looks the boy dead in the eye, pointing out that while he is completely exhausted after fighting 10 elite cadets back to back, Belop is perfectly fresh and fully rested. Yet despite that massive stamina gap, Jin boldly declares that he is still vastly superior, which is why he wants to test the boy right now. Before Belop can even process what that means, Jin gives him zero breathing room, aggressively surging forward with a relentless blitz of heavy, suffocating strikes across the dirt arena. Belop frantically asks himself why the young master is doing this, but Jin offers zero room for questions, pressing the attack with absolute ferocity. Jin inwardly acknowledges that the kid is defending remarkably well, but to break through his guard, our protagonist plays dirty. Jin scoops up a handful of loose gravel from the ground and hurls it straight into Belop's eyes, blinding him on the spot. Capitalizing on the distraction, Jin sweeps the boy's legs out from under him, sending the kid crashing hard onto the dirt. Bruised, battered, and weeping from his stinging, bloodshot eyes, Belop looks up from the ground, desperately asking why the young master is torturing him so brutally. Jin coldly asks if the boy honestly believed he was invited into the ring for a friendly little sparring match, bluntly reminding him that in an actual life or death battle, that brutal opening sequence would have left Belop dead on the floor. Jin commands him to get back on his feet, warning that he will only grant mercy this one time. Pushed past his emotional breaking point, Belop rises to his feet, and suddenly, a blazing surge of raw aura violently erupts around his body. The entire arena freezes in shock as the boy's presence completely transforms into that of a vicious beast. Sensing genuine lethal danger, Mesa urgently shouts to the instructor that they need to step in and stop the fight before the young master gets gravely injured. But Jin asserts his royal authority, issuing a strict command for everyone to stay back and keep what they witness here an absolute secret, an order Guram immediately respects. Belop locks his glowing eyes onto Jin, asking if pushing to the death is truly what his master desired. Jin confirms it without hesitation, telling him that if he knows how to wield aura, he better not hold back a single ounce of strength. Belop coldly declares that Jin made a fatal mistake, stating that if he truly wanted to fight him, he should have done it before exhausting his stamina against 10 other cadets. With blinding speed, the enraged commoner launches a devastating strike, cleanly snapping Jin's wooden sword directly in half. Jin is thoroughly impressed, realizing the boy's combat ceiling is far crazier than he anticipated. While he already knew Belop possessed razor-sharp instincts, carefully analyzing the movements and habits of every opponent he faced, he never expected the timid commoner had already awakened genuine sword aura. Jin connects the dots, realizing that Belop deliberately threw his previous matches by a hair's breadth just to hide his terrifying talent from the clan. But even holding a broken wooden stump, Jin refuses to back down. Weaving under another furious strike, he smashes the splintered hilt directly onto Belop's wrist, numbing the boy's hand and forcing him to drop his blade. Capitalizing instantly, Jin wraps his arms around the kid's neck, locking in a ruthless rear naked choke that nearly puts Belop to sleep. Releasing the hold right before the boy passes out, Jin watches Belop collapse onto all fours, weakly coughing in the dirt. Panting heavily, the boy looks up and asks why Jin stopped, questioning why he would pull his punches if he truly wanted to brawl to the bitter end, bitterly asking if playing with people's lives is just fun and games to him. Jin calmly replies that toyed with cruelty is definitely not his style, admitting that deliberately forcing someone to awaken their potential like this is far more painful for him than the boy could ever imagine. Belop tearfully asks what on earth Jin could possibly know about him to torture him like this, to which Jin gently replies that while he does not know everything about his past, Jin looks the boy dead in the eyes and drops a profound truth, stating that true kindness is a rare luxury reserved exclusively for those who are undeniably strong. He points out that while Belop is far weaker than him, he is also vastly kinder, which is a rare trait that Jin genuinely respects deep down. However, our protagonist delivers a cold reality check. Surviving in this cutthroat family on pure kindness alone is an absolute death sentence. Jin challenges the young boy to grind like crazy and become strong enough to protect those gentle ideals with his own blades. With complete sincerity, Jin and the gathered onlookers apologize for pushing the boy so ruthlessly, causing Bellup to completely break down in pure emotional tears. Right on cue, the mansion servants arrive carrying large trays of hot food, instantly freezing in utter shock upon seeing the chaotic, bloody state of the training courtyard. The maids nervously ask if they should pack up and return later, but Jin casually tells them to set the lunch spread right here on the spot. Wiping away his tears, Bellup proudly declares that he will happily fetch his own food today, prompting a bright smile from Jin, who eagerly promises to personally grab the boy a massive extra portion of gourmet meat. Meanwhile, Guardian Knight Khan rushes straight to the Grand Throne Room to deliver a detailed report of the sparring match to the Supreme Patriarch. Chiron Runkundel bursts into amused laughter, thoroughly fascinated by his youngest son's unique philosophy. The terrifying patriarch notes that while the boy walks the ruthless path of a true conqueror, he still chooses to watch over and elevate the weak beneath him. Deciding to put this bold conviction to the ultimate test, Chiron orders Khan to return with a royal decree, announcing that he will personally assign Jin his very first official clan mission. Fast forward to January of the year 1795. At just 15 years of age, Jin is officially recognized as an elite 3-star knight. While most cadets use the seasonal break to visit family, dedicated warriors continue their brutal personal grind. Advancing to intermediate cadet status brings a major milestone. Instead of swinging blunt wooden practice sticks, trainees must finally bond with a real steel blade perfectly tailored to their unique combat style. While some cadets requisition custom-forged blades, Jin must scour the vast underground armory of the Runkundel clan to claim his own signature weapon. But before he can even browse the weapon racks, his eldest sister Luna suddenly drops in, proudly announcing that she spent countless grueling hours finding the ultimate weapon for her precious little brother. Jin's sweat drops, vividly recalling how she spent an entire month begging and nagging him to let her pick out his blade. Knowing Luna is a legendary 9-star monster with an unmatched eye for mastercrafted steel, Jin naturally trusts her judgment, even if he feels slightly uneasy about her personal tastes. His worst fears are immediately confirmed when Luna proudly slams a massive, terrifying chunk of sharpened iron onto the ground. The gigantic slab of metal is literally as tall as she is, looking more like an executioner's brutal guillotine than an agile sword, showing off the colossal monstrosity with starry eyes. Luna reveals that this legendary weapon was once famously known across the continent as the Bynes Massacre, a heavy blade she wielded religiously back when she was Jin's age. She passionately explains that swinging this exact slab led to her creating her iconic axe sword style, proudly calling it the spiritual ancestor of her current signature greatsword, Kranto. She beams with pure excitement, asking if her baby brother loves his new treasure. Jin desperately struggles to find polite words, sweating bullets as he thanks her for the thoughtful gesture while cautiously admitting that the giant metal pillar feels slightly off for his swift combat style. Seeing his lukewarm reaction, Luna pouts in pure disappointment, trying to save face by awkwardly claiming it was all just a funny joke. Jin deadpans on the inside, knowing full well she was completely serious. Luna tries one last desperate cope, insisting that the Bynes Massacre is an extraordinary masterpiece, admitting it might feel a little hefty before completely giving up when she sees Jin's unenthusiastic poker face. Softening her expression, Luna tells him it is totally fine and promises to reveal the true weapon she prepared. She explains that she spent countless restless nights pondering what kind of blade would suit him best, a one-of-a-kind masterpiece uniquely tailored to her little brother's immense destiny. Remembering that he boldly grabbed Barisada during his infant selection ritual, she realized that only one mythical weapon could ever match his bloodline right. She unveils an exquisite dark steel blade, Bradamante, the legendary twin-sister sword to Barisada, originally wielded by the first patriarch Tamar himself. Luna smiles warmly, asking if this matches his expectations. Jin is left starry-eyed and overflowing with hype, enthusiastically declaring that it is magnificent. Even among the sacred mastercraft treasures preserved within the Runkundel vaults, Bradamante stands in a league of its own. Grasping the ancient hilt, Jin smirks with absolute conviction, knowing that this cracked legendary blade was a weapon he had to claim in this second life no matter the cost. Jin reflects on how insanely clutch his eldest sister was by personally stepping in and securing Bradamante for him. Both Bradamante and Barisada are legendary demonic weapons specifically engineered to channel spiritual energy to its absolute maximum potential on the battlefield. Jin admits that if he had tried to step forward and claim the mythical blade all by himself, the overwhelming political opposition and fierce jealousy from his ambitious older siblings would have forced him to back down immediately. Bradamante was a coveted prize that literally every single royal heir in the family desperately wanted to wield, so having Luna hand it over directly leaves him genuinely wondering how he could ever repay such an immense favor. But Luna gently dismisses any idea of formal repayment, pouting that Jin still seems slightly uncomfortable and emotionally distant around her, dramatically claiming that his formal demeanor deeply breaks her fragile heart. Jin quickly tries to explain himself, but the dramatic big sister insists her heart is officially shattered. cheekily teasing that he will have to work serious overtime to comfort his loving big sister. Jin nervously asks what on earth she means, but she playfully commands him to close his physical eyes and prepare for today's intense lesson. She asks if he remembers her core teaching, and Jin confidently confirms he does. But today, Luna wants to engrave one more vital lesson deep into his soul. While his toxic siblings are completely consumed by ruthlessly tearing each other apart, he has a big sister who loves him unconditionally. She passionately commands him to etch that truth into his heart and strictly orders him never to make his sister feel sad or distant again. Jin apologizes once more, deeply moved by her raw sincerity. Luna softly confesses that long before he was even born, she always felt bitterly isolated within this bloodstained family, praying that Jin will never have to experience that crushing loneliness. She tells him this deep affection is the sole reason she protects him, hoping he understands her heart before firmly ordering him to resume training his mind's eye in darkness. After wrapping up the emotional training session, Jin rushes straight to the secret underground chamber to show off his new treasure to Murakhan. Jin proudly presents the ancient blade and asks the dragon what he thinks of it, but Murakhan immediately scoffs, telling the kid to put that dangerous toy away because his spiritual energy control is still way too amateurish. The dragon explains that to properly wield Bradamante without losing control, a contractor needs a minimum of 3-star spiritual energy, whereas Jin is currently sitting at a mere 2 stars. Murakhan bluntly notes that the boy can barely even mimic the basic awakening state of the demonic blade. Jin argues back, claiming he feels extremely close to breaking through to 3-star spiritual energy and should be able to unleash its full power very soon. Murakhan gets instantly annoyed by that cocky attitude, barking at the boy to listen carefully. He reminds Jin that legendary artifacts like Barasada and Bradamante are not weapons anyone can casually swing around just because they feel like it. 3 stars is the bare minimum requirement just to prevent the blade from backfiring, and until Jin achieves at least 5-star spiritual energy, he should strictly treat Bradamante like an ordinary steel sword. Jin refuses to back down, boldly asking what happens if he manages to speedrun his training and hit 5-star spiritual energy by the end of this year. Murakhan completely loses his temper, malding with pure rage. The dragon screams that even a once-in-a-century genius who won first place in a mythical shadow prodigy tournament and literally snorted pure spiritual energy instead of eating food could never pull off such an impossible feat. Murakhan shouts that he is only being harsh because he genuinely cares about the boy's safety, warning him never to spew such ridiculous nonsense that would make even a passing dog burst into laughter again. Jin smirks playfully, grabbing Murakhan's favorite book and pretending to rip the pages in half, teasing the dragon about who he was calling a little child, forcing the panicked beast to desperately beg him to lower the precious book. Right in the middle of their chaotic bickering, Gilly suddenly rushes into the room with urgent news. Jin asks what is going on, and she explains that Instructor Garam is urgently looking for him. Usually, the instructor would come directly to his quarters in person, but this time Garam specifically requested that Jin report to his office immediately, as he needs to lay out an important tactical plan using maps. Jin is puzzled, wondering what kind of strategic plan the instructor needs to discuss. Gilly confirms that Instructor Garam has officially assigned Jin his very first clan mission, revealing that the young master is scheduled to deploy the exact moment their vacation ends. Jin is genuinely caught off guard by the rapid timeline. While he anticipated receiving an assignment after reaching 3-star swordsmanship, being deployed immediately upon the conclusion of break feels suspiciously rushed. Gilly adds that these official missions are notoriously dangerous and grueling, typically reserved for cadets who have already spent substantial time adapting to the intermediate class. Jin deduces that this accelerated deployment is probably happening because his official promotion to the intermediate class was formally confirmed by the higher-ups. Telling Gilly to stay put and keep watch over Murakhan, our protagonist heads straight to Instructor Garam's tactical briefing room, announcing that he has arrived to receive the full details of his first clan mission. Garam greets the young lord and unrolls the operational map, revealing that the high-stakes assignment has been officially issued to Jin and 9 other beginner-class cadets. The unit will split evenly into 2 distinct scouting squads to execute a high-risk search and escort operation along the dangerous southern border of the Zan Kingdom. Analyzing the harsh geographical terrain, Jin immediately spots several glaring red flags. The Zan Kingdom sits right on the rugged edge of the lawless Beastman territories, with their designated patrol perimeter directly bordering the ferocious domain of the White Wolf tribe. Jin knows this hostile wasteland is definitely not a place where raw beginner cadets should ever be deployed under normal circumstances. Not only is this assignment arriving unnaturally early in their training curriculum, but the sheer difficulty curve is straight up suicidal for a rookie squad. Looking over the official roster, Jin discovers that his assigned unit consists almost entirely of low-ranking cadets from the bottom half of the class, including Bellup, whose combat evaluations are wildly inconsistent. It feels as though someone deliberately engineered this sabotage squad composition on purpose. Putting the puzzle pieces together, Jin realizes this intense trial is a direct royal command from the very top, calculating that the detailed report of his sparring match with Bellup must have reached the Supreme Patriarch's ears. He realizes Chiron is intentionally testing his resolve to see if his protective ideals can survive a real crisis. Smirking with absolute determination, Jin resolves to show his terrifying father that his core beliefs will never waver. 4 days later, arriving at the freezing southern border, Jin formally briefs the assembled squads, declaring that their primary mission objective is to locate Sember Bil, the missing heir of the prestigious Bil clan of the Zan Kingdom. Jin lays down the strict operational protocol. As soon as they reach the central region of the frontier, they will immediately establish their primary base camp. Once the perimeter is fortified, each scouting division will begin systematically combing their designated sectors, sending one scout back to base camp once per day to submit a detailed progress report. Jin strictly orders his squad mates to stop addressing him as young master, firmly declaring that out here on the front lines, he is strictly their commanding captain. He dictates that any injured soldiers must remain at base camp to recover properly, concluding the briefing with the hope that their target is still drawing breath. At their first scheduled checkpoint, Bellup reports that a scouting division spotted members of the Watertail Beastman tribe nearby. Jin is thoroughly intrigued, explaining to the nervous cadets that the Watertail folk are docile, peaceful herbivores who actively avoid dangerous predators, meaning crossing paths with them poses zero threat compared to the lethal White Wolf warriors. Jin warns Bellup that their supply relocation will face minor delays due to heavy snowfall, ordering the boy to head back to base 2 hours early while redirecting the remaining scouts to thoroughly comb the entire 13th zone. Yet as the patrol continues, Jin cannot shake an uneasy feeling in his gut. This mission came directly from the Supreme Patriarch as a supposed trial by fire, yet everything has been progressing way too smoothly so far. He wonders if his tactical suspicions were completely off base all along. Suddenly, several gentle Watertail Beastmen approach the young cadets, looking at their worn-out clothes with deep pity and mistaking them for starving orphans, generously handing over warm food baskets as a wholesome gift. Jin warmly accepts the food, sincerely promising to repay the kind favor in the future. He warns his team that crossing past the 13th zone leads straight into dangerous, hostile Beastman territory where rookie cadets stand zero chance of survival, deciding to methodically search the safe perimeter over the next 4 days without rushing carelessly into any unnecessary danger. Right on cue, Bellup comes sprinting through the snowy clearing in pure panic, urgently shouting for the cap. Out of breath, the boy drops a massive bombshell. The entire 2nd Division has just been ambushed. Jin's eyes snap sharp as he instantly barks orders for everyone to grab their gear and prepare for immediate deployment. He demands a rapid situation report, and Bellup explains that the 2nd Division was violently scattered while attempting to flee, with one surviving scout barely managing to reach base camp to sound the alarm. Jin narrows his eyes and asks if the ambushers were feral beastmen from the border tribes. Bellup shakes his head in terror, revealing that the attackers were actually 3 human warriors who effortlessly overpowered their squad. Jin immediately clocks the tactical impossibility, firmly stating that seasoned enemies would never launch a hit with just 3 fighters, calculating that a far larger hostile force is definitely lurking in the shadows. Jin immediately orders Eddington and Davy to fall back to the base camp, secure their gear, and maintain a tight patrol around the perimeter. He strictly forbids them from recklessly engaging any hostiles on site, commanding that if they spot enemy movement, they must report straight back to him before making a single move. Analyzing the strange situation, Jin reflects on how utterly bizarre this entire ambush actually is. There are far too many confusing variables for this to be a routine border skirmish, leaving him wondering what the attackers are truly trying to achieve. After all, if someone wanted to take out high-value targets, jumping the 2nd Division instead of the primary unit where the Royal Heir is stationed makes absolutely zero tactical sense. Regardless of who is pulling the strings from behind the curtain, Jin coldly vows that whoever dares to mess with the Runkendel name will pay a bloody, agonizing price. Pushing forward through the freezing snowy path, the rescue squad suddenly spots fresh crimson blood splattered across the white trail. Bellup instantly panics, sweating bullets as he cries out in pure terror, desperately worrying that Mesa might already be dead. Jin firmly tells the kid to chill out and actually use his eyes. The blood has not even dried yet, and there are zero signs of corpses or severed human flesh scattered in the snow. He explains that a brief clash happened here, forcing the 2nd Division to execute a quick tactical retreat, and the single set of tracks clearly proves there was only one lone pursuer. Right on cue, a scout reports finding discarded medical bandages that look like standard medical products imported from the Huffs region. Jin asks where they were located, and the scout points toward the western ridge. Jin connects the dots, realizing the 2nd Division took temporary shelter there to patch their wounds before detecting another incoming threat and fleeing west. He commands Sierra to rush over to Edmonton and Davy to relay the current situation, ordering Bellup to stay glued to his side as they sprint toward the western sector without hesitation. Sprinting through the snowy trees, they finally spot the surviving members of the 2nd Division, but Mesa is nowhere in sight. To make matters worse, another hostile ambush is actively taking place right in front of their very eyes. Jin calmly tells Bellup to shut his eyes for a split second, and within 2 seconds flat, they move in to blitz the ambusher on the left. Jin focuses on a secret property of spiritual power that Murakun explained to him. Anything enveloped in pure spirit energy gains a massive boost to its cutting and destructive force, while the physical presence of the object itself slowly fades into total stealth. Jin lands a devastating, silent blow on the first man, while Bellop aggressively pounces on the second. The enemy frantically tries to counterattack, but Jin instantly catches him from behind with a brutal strike, sending the man crashing face first into the cold dirt in pure agony. Jin checks in on the injured cadets, asking if everyone is okay. The trembling rookies reply that they are alive, but the attackers captured Mesa and dragged her away, adding that the chaos was way too intense to get a clear look at their faces. Jin reassures them that it is fine for now, commanding them to focus on catching their breath and recovering their strength. Turning his attention to the captured ambusher pinned under his boot, Jin roughly wakes the man up. The terrified mercenary immediately screams for mercy, desperately begging for his life to be spared. Seeing how pathetic the guy is and how desperately he values his own skin, Jin smirks, realizing this coward is definitely not one of those brainwashed Zipful cultists who gladly die for their fanatical cause. Jin hits the man with a cold ultimatum, laying out 2 very clear options. Choice number 1, spill the beans on who they work for, reveal their true mission objective, and expose their main base coordinates, and only one of their crew dies while he gets to walk away alive. Choice number 2, keep his mouth shut, and Jin will personally slaughter every single person involved, including every relative connected to his bloodline. Jin looks down with an icy stare, stating that he is a man of his word named Jin Runkindel, swearing this promise upon the absolute name and sacred honor of his clan. The captured man instantly breaks, begging the young lord to guarantee his family's safety before confessing that he belongs to a radical revolutionary faction known as Kinzello. Jin's mind flashes with recognition. Kinzello was a notorious terrorist syndicate that was heavily active around the time of his death in his previous life. He vividly recalls that they were eventually wiped out by the Emperor of the Zan Kingdom, but not before earning worldwide infamy for slaughtering innocent civilians and looting entire cities. While they arrogantly label themselves a revolutionary group, Kinzello's true twisted goal is to overthrow global order and install their own shadowy leader as the absolute ruler of the world. Jin connects the tactical dots, demanding to know if they deliberately targeted Runkindel cadets just to trigger massive diplomatic chaos within the Zan Kingdom. Sweating profusely, the trembling captive confesses that he is merely a low-ranking grunt who gets left in the dark on top-secret plans. However, he reveals that their primary operational campsite is located right at the entrance of the Beastman territory, desperately stammering that their total hostile force consists of approximately. The captive confesses that their enemy force consists of approximately 20 warriors and mages, all ranking at 4 stars or higher. Jin presses for one crucial final piece of intel, demanding to know why they targeted and abducted Mesa specifically. Trembling with fear, the mercenary explains that capturing her is their grand proclamation. She is the living symbol they need to publicly declare their bloody revolution to the world. He reveals they received strict orders from higher-ups to capture all female Runkindel cadets alive. Hearing this disgusting revelation, one of the wounded cadets mauls in pure fury. Jin coldly declares that he will keep his word, instantly decapitating the captive mercenary on the spot to honor his deal. Jin quickly turns to his unit, asking how much time has passed since Mesa was kidnapped. The scouts estimate it has been roughly 1 hour. Jin calculates that the enemy unit must still be lingering near the entrance of the Beastman territory. Ordering his battered squad to patch up and rush straight back to the main family estate to request reinforcements, the cadets panic in sheer disbelief, frantically asking if Jin seriously plans on raiding the enemy encampment all by himself. They remind him that the hostile squad contains 24-star combatants, making a solo rescue mission absolute suicide. One cadet desperately begs him to reconsider, pointing out that they are merely low-ranking trainees and casualties are common on dangerous assignments. But Jin shuts down that defeatist mindset immediately. He firmly states that while casualties happen, a true son of the Runkindel bloodline can never sit idly by with folded arms while his comrade is dragged away into captivity. Jin asserts that he is vastly stronger than they think, strictly commanding them to obey his orders and warning that any further backtalk will be treated as direct insubordination. Turning to Bellop, Jin emphasizes that with the entire 2nd Division wounded, Bellop is officially the strongest cadet left standing, commanding the boy to hold his posture, step up as their trusted leader, and guide the retreat safely. Bellop promises to keep those words in mind as our protagonist immediately dashes into the snowy woods, praying that it is not too late to recover Mesa. Dashing through the trees, Jin rapidly calculates the enemy numbers and analyzes his own battle stats. He currently sits at 3 stars in swordsmanship, 4 stars in mana, and 3 stars in spiritual release. While his progression speed is broken, taking on 24-star combatants at once in an open brawl is a massive risk. Since rescuing Mesa is his top priority, he resolves to minimize unnecessary skirmishes and focus entirely on locating her. Activating seismic sensory detection and conjuring a scouting wind spell across the snowy terrain, he picks up their trail heading deep into the forest, noting they haven't traveled too far yet. Suddenly, an enemy arrow rips through the air, but Jin easily deflects the projectile with blinding speed. The hostile scouts realize he is a Runkendel cadet and shout orders to capture him, but Jin instantly flips the script. Wielding magic in complete stealth, he obliterates the squad before they can even process what hit them. One surviving mercenary gasps in utter horror, desperately wondering how a pure-blooded Runkendel is casting spells, but the grunts charge forward to silence him. Jin easily outmaneuvers the group, cutting down several mercenaries in rapid succession. Panicking, the enemy mage barks at his allies to clear out so he can unleash a massive area spell. But Jin hijacks the magical flow, overriding the formula and slaughtering another kidnapper before dragging the mage forward with a surge of blazing fire. The terrified spellcaster realizes fire won't work, desperately trying to impale Jin with a barrage of lethal ice spikes. However, Jin manifests a flawless magical barrier to shut down the attack instantly. The enemy mage is left completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a cadet can bypass spells so effortlessly. But it is too late. Jin severs his head on the spot. Inspecting the tracks, Jin notices the Kinzello squad left glaring trails, wondering if they are underestimating the cadets due to a lack of combat experience. Knowing Kinzello's strict rank hierarchy prevents grunts from touching elite spoils, Jin realizes this is his only shot to rescue Mesa unharmed before they enter the Beastman base. Knowing their main campsite is situated very close by, Jin decides to create a massive, chaotic diversion to open up the perfect tactical window to extract Mesa safely. He immediately channels his mana and launches an explosive high-tier fire spell straight into the enemy encampment, igniting a raging inferno that engulfs their wooden structures in seconds. The chaos unfolds precisely as calculated. Panicked mercenaries scramble in utter confusion, frantically shouting and desperately wondering where the massive blaze originated while barking urgent orders to fetch water buckets. Jin spots a hulking, imposing commander standing atop the roof of one of the cabins, aggressively berating his subordinates for their sheer incompetence in putting out a simple fire, screaming at his mages to cast ice and water spells immediately. Recognizing the enemy ringleader, Jin takes advantage of the fact that the magical flames refuse to die down. While the boss is busy chewing out his terrified men, Jin silently manifests directly behind him, ruthlessly neutralizing the hostile leader in a split-second flat. Searching the fallen commander's pockets, he snatches the master dungeon keys and immediately begins searching the facility for Mesa. He spots a hidden cellar entrance, heading straight down into the dark basement where he finally finds the bruised girl bound in heavy chains. Seeing her savior, Mesa looks up in sheer disbelief, desperately asking why on earth the young master ventured into such a deadly trap all by himself. Jin calmly tells her to stop worrying about him, asking if she can still walk. She admits that she can stand on her feet, but running at full speed is completely out of the question. Jin offers his shoulder to support her weight, but their escape is instantly cut short by a deafening, earth-shaking roar echoing from above. Trembling, Mesa begs him to make a solemn promise. If things turn genuinely lethal, he must abandon her without hesitation, firmly insisting that someone of his immense noble bloodline cannot afford to die in a dump like this. Jin brushes off the grim thought, firmly stating that they need to evacuate this underground cell first before discussing anything else. Reaching the surface, they are greeted by a scene of pure, apocalyptic carnage. Splintered wood, shattered stone, and mangled corpses litter the snow, an unmistakable hallmark of the raw, devastating fury of elite beastmen warriors. Emerging from the snowy mist, the true culprit reveals himself, an enormous, hulking white wolf beastman wielding a colossal warhammer that could crush a massive boulder to dust. Seeing the apex predator, Mesa desperately tries to step forward, shouting that she will buy him some time and begging the young master to run for his life immediately. But Jin gives her a swift, precise chop to the back of the neck, instantly knocking the brave girl unconscious to keep her out of harm's way. The towering beastman sneers with deep contempt, loudly mocking the human mercenaries as pathetic worms who couldn't even extinguish a simple campfire, declaring that weaklings who fail at the absolute basics do not deserve to draw another breath. Turning his glowing, bloodthirsty eyes onto Jin, the giant asks if the little brat was the one who set the blazing inferno. Jin steps forward with absolute composure, proudly announcing that he did indeed ignite the blaze, introducing himself as Jin Runkendel, son of the supreme patriarch Chiron Runkendel. Jin coldly commands the beastman to state his own name. Hearing that infamous surname, the massive wolf smirks with vicious glee, recognizing him as a royal pup from that cursed swordsman bloodline. Jin's mind flashes back to a private memory from a few days before this mission at the Runkendel main estate. Jin had been intensely training with Bradamante when his dark spiritual energy violently surged, beginning to swallow the blade whole. Out of nowhere, Murakhan delivered a sharp kick to his side, angrily calling the boy an idiot and asking if he had a death wish. The ancient dragon scolded him harshly, reminding Jin that his spiritual energy was far too low to recklessly force the sword's true awakening without proper control, warning that doing so would trigger a fatal spiritual congestion that would tear his mortal body apart from the inside out. Back then, Jin reluctantly agreed to follow Murakan's strict warning, but now in this grim reality, he stands face to face with a lethal predator boasting about claiming the most prized trophy of the Runkendel bloodline. The towering beastman introduces himself as Kuzito Truka, an elite warrior of the legendary Truka tribe. Lore tells that the White Wolf tribe is an ancient race born purely for endless warfare and ruthless slaughter, with an adult White Wolf warrior naturally boasting martial prowess around 6 stars. To make matters worse, the entire White Wolf tribe harbors a deep, burning generational hatred toward the Runkendels, originating 1,000 years ago when the first patriarch Tamar slain the great white wolf Javier, whom the tribe worshipped as a living god. Looking at the massive warrior, Jin calculates the impossible odds, realizing that fleeing through the snowy forest while carrying an unconscious Mesa is completely out of the question. Kuzito sneers, declaring that he will personally offer Jin's severed head upon the sacred altar of Javier to finally appease their god's restless spirit. The beastman issues a final ultimatum, demanding that Jin choose whether to face him in an honorable duel to the death or be utterly pulverized while attempting to flee like a pathetic coward. Drawing his steel with absolute resolve, Jin firmly replies that he will face the beastman in an honorable duel to the death. Kuzito Truka roars with genuine excitement, praising the young boy for being a true Runkendel warrior who understands the sacred meaning of martial honor, aggressively charging forward while promising a thrilling clash. But the sheer destructive force behind the beastman's colossal warhammer is utterly monstrous, forcing our protagonist into frantic evasion maneuvers across the freezing clearing. When Jin is forced to block a head-on swing with Bradamante, the violent kinetic shockwave rattles his bones, making him realize that absorbing even a single clean blow from an elite White Wolf warrior is nearly impossible. Clashing fiercely across the blood-stained snow, Jin refuses to panic, calculating that he still holds absolute winning trump cards that the enemy knows nothing about. Going through his hidden arsenal, Jin weighs his options: Luna's summoning pendant, high-tier sorcery, and raw spiritual energy. However, he instantly rules out using his sister's blue gemstone for such a minor skirmish, reasoning that if he cannot overcome a small trial like this on his own, he is completely unworthy of standing above the rest of his ruthless clan. Using magic is also a fatal tactical mistake. His 4-star spells lack the concentrated piercing power required to breach the dense, iron-hard hide of an adult beastman. Furthermore, once his family dispatches elite guardian knights to investigate the Kinzello ruins, they will instantly detect residual traces of mana, exposing his forbidden secret and getting him executed for breaking the clan's absolute taboo. That leaves him with one singular trump card, unleashing the forbidden power of raw spiritual energy. As the giant wolf lunges forward with another bone-crushing swing, Jin locks in and decides to force the awakening of Bradamante. The beastman praises the boy's resilient weapon, admitting it is surprisingly durable despite its pale blade. Exchanging blow after brutal blow, Jin takes immense pressure while desperately tapping into the memory of the sword's awakening from that fateful night, waiting for the perfect split-second opening to turn the entire battle around. The beastman sneers with absolute confidence, loudly declaring that the fight is officially over and promising to offer Jin's pale sword upon Javier's sacred altar. But right in that critical instant, Jin perfectly channels the dormant sensation of spiritual awakening. A dense, pitch-black mass of shadow erupts around Bradamante, completely blinding Kuzito's vision in total darkness. Before the beastman can even comprehend what is happening, shadowy slashes shred through his guard, culminating in Jin slicing the towering warrior clean in half. Jin calmly remarks that until recently, he also never realized that his clan's true historical emblem was a black sword. Collapsing into the crimson snow with his torso cleaved wide open, the dying beastman curses the boy with his final gasps, desperately demanding to know what kind of dark power he just unleashed. Jin simply sheathes his blade and smoothly replies that it was a good fight. But the victory comes with a catastrophic toll. Shortly after the battle, Jin collapses in agonizing pain as severe spiritual congestion violently takes over his entire body. Nightmarish hallucinations flood his mind as phantom voices scream that he is a worthless, pathetic disgrace who will never achieve anything. He relives the bitter trauma of his previous life, vividly remembering the cruel mockery of his royal siblings who claimed they were deeply ashamed to share the same mother with such a useless failure. Out of nowhere, Murakan manifests before his fading consciousness, yelling in pure frustration and asking if he didn't give him a strict warning. The dragon scolds him, pointing out that when an inexperienced kid recklessly awakens a high-tier demonic blade, paying a lethal physical toll is inevitable. Murakan screams at the boy to wake up, warning that if his mental fortitude crumbles here, he will die of spiritual congestion on the spot. Murakan commands him to recall his training, and Jin frantically begins circulating his spiritual release. Though the surrounding chaotic energy threatens to break his focus, he persistently forces the dark essence to flow over and over until the excruciating agony completely vanishes, leaving his body fully restored and overflowing with dense spiritual power. Noticing that his legs feel perfectly fine with zero issues walking, Jin decides to head back to check on Mesa immediately. But right as he turns around, a sudden rustling noise echoes from the snowy bushes, prompting Jin to instantly snap his guard up and demand to know who is hiding in the shadows. A trembling young boy cautiously crawls out, frantically waving his hands and desperately begging for his life to be spared. Jin narrows his eyes, sternly asking if the kid is another hidden member of the Kinzello terrorist syndicate. The boy hastily denies it, introducing himself as Sember Bill from the prestigious Bill clan of the Zan Kingdom. Jin does a double take, realizing that the primary target of his entire search and escort mission just casually fell straight into his lap. Jin reveals his true identity as Jin Runkendel, explaining that he was dispatched to this snowy frontier specifically to track down and rescue him. Hearing that legendary noble name, Sember breaks into tears of pure joy, realizing he is finally saved from that freezing nightmare. Jin inwardly chuckles, admitting to himself that he got so caught up brawling against the Kinzello fanatics that he completely forgot about the missing noble altogether. Sember passionately declares that he will never forget this massive life debt, but Jin casually brushes it off, stating that his family was generously paid to handle the retrieval, instructing the boy to prepare to head back. Curious about the strange backstory, Jin asks how a highborn heir got abducted by Kinzello in the first place. Sember confesses that he blindly followed the love of his life all the way out to this hostile border. Jin raises an eyebrow, asking if they were trying to elope, but Sember drops a bizarre revelation. His beloved lover actually died 2 full years ago. Yet the mysterious girl he chased through the snowy wilderness looked, sounded, and moved exactly like his late sweetheart in every single detail, swearing on his life that he was not losing his mind or mistaking her face. Hearing that, Jin instantly connects the pieces, deducing that this uncanny mimicry smells like the work of Bouvard Gaston, the notorious shapeshifter. Jin deduces that Kinzello probably abducted Sember to extort a massive ransom, but a far darker question emerges. What kind of underground alliance exists between Bouvard Gaston and this revolutionary syndicate? This marks his second brush with the rogue shapeshifter's handiwork, giving Jin a deeply unsettling gut feeling. Resolving to investigate the trickster in person, he recalls that Bouvard runs an obscure craft workshop located in the capital of the Carano Duchy, making a mental note to hunt him down during his intermediate training break. Meanwhile, Sember keeps babbling in endless gratitude. Jin informs him that the Runkendel clan already dispatched elite reinforcements to their location. Sember assumes the mighty Guardian Knights were deployed specifically to rescue his royal person, but Jin knows they were sent exclusively for Mesa. Still, the young heir promises to repay the favor whenever Jin needs aid, which Jin calmly accepts. Arriving back at the main estate, Jilly warmly congratulates her young master for successfully completing his very first official clan mission, immediately preparing a warm, soothing bath for his exhausted body. However, Murakun steps into the room wearing an unusually grim expression. Jin tries to play it cool by playfully reaching out to pet the black cat, but Murakun bites down hard on his hand without warning. Jin violently hurls the angry feline straight into the wall, and while the manhwa author cheekily drops a quick disclaimer to never mistreat real animals, Murakun is an ancient primordial black dragon, so he brushes off the violent impact with complete ease. Nursing his sore fingers, Jin barks at the dragon, demanding to know why on earth he randomly attacked him. Murakun mauls with pure rage, asking if the kid has officially lost his marbles. The dragon aggressively reminds Jin that he gave him countless strict warnings never to recklessly force his spiritual release, asking how many times he had to spell it out. Murakun barks whether Jin genuinely had a suicidal death wish, shouting that his harsh warnings were given purely to protect his mortal life from tearing itself apart. Jin frantically asks the angry dragon to just shut up and listen for a second. Murakun scoffs with pure indignation, asking what on earth could possibly be worth hearing when nothing in the mortal realm is more critical than the survival of Solderlit's sole contractor. Seeing the tense quarrel escalate, Gilly immediately steps in to shield her young master, gently pleading with the great dragon to calm down and give the boy a break since he literally just returned from a bloody battlefield. But Murakun sternly tells the loyal maid to stay out of it, asserting that this life or death reckless behavior is deadly serious. Jin defends his tactical choice, explaining that one of his own cadets was dragged away into captivity right in front of his eyes. He asks the dragon if he was honestly expected to sit on his hands and do nothing while his comrade faced unimaginable horrors, admitting he was deeply worried Mesa would meet a gruesome fate. Murakun points at the boy's chest and brings up Luna's magical necklace, bluntly asking if the legendary summoning relic is merely a useless fashion accessory meant to hang lazily around his neck. Jin smirks sheepishly, explaining that shattering such an overpowered artifact on a minor border skirmish felt like a massive waste, especially when he has no idea when a vastly superior, catastrophic enemy will show up on his doorstep. Hearing the kid casually call a god-tier ancestral summoning relic a massive waste makes the ancient black dragon completely lose his mind, throwing such a furious, unhinged tantrum that he violently tweaks his ancient spine in the process. Groaning in comedic agony, Murakun clutches his lower back while Jin raises an eyebrow, dryly asking if his sudden spiritual breakthrough was genuinely that shocking. But a sharper question instantly flashes across our protagonist's mind, prompting him to ask how the feline dragon deduced that he forcibly awakened Bradamante during the chaotic skirmish. Murakami scoffs with pure indignation, asking how on earth he could possibly miss such a glaring anomaly when Jin's raw spiritual energy literally skyrocketed from 3 stars straight to the halfway mark of 4 stars in a single afternoon. Jin admits that he definitely felt his physical core overflowing with dense spiritual essence, but jumping an entire tier so abruptly still catches him off guard. Murakami hits him with a blunt reality check, stating that he should get down on his knees and praise Lord Solderlet for keeping his reckless soul inside his mortal shell. The dragon explains that out of 11 practitioners who ever experienced fatal spiritual congestion throughout continental history, 9 of them died gruesome, agonizing deaths on the spot. Jin naturally assumes that he must be the second person to ever survive the ordeal, curiously asking if the very first survivor was none other than the legendary first patriarch Tamar. But Murakami smirks with arrogance, revealing that the first survivor was actually himself, boldly declaring that even Tamar would have perished under that crushing spiritual congestion. Realizing the ancient reptile was genuinely terrified for his life, Jin warmly reassures him not to worry, promising that he has zero desire to relive that hellish torture ever again before heading off to take his hot bath. Left mauling on the floor, Murakami desperately cries out to his beloved strawberry tart, begging Gilly to starve the ungrateful brat until he learns his lesson. But Gilly gracefully bows and leaves to prepare her master's meal, leaving the dragon rolling in pure comedic despair. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the prestigious Runkendel main estate, several high-ranking royal siblings gather in dark disbelief, furiously questioning how on earth Jin could have crossed blades with a legendary White Wolf warrior and walked away completely victorious. One noble scoffs that the report makes zero logical sense, arguing that the beastman was probably just a low-tier bandit wearing a wolf pelt to scare travelers, insisting that an inexperienced 3-star rookie slaying an elite beastman is mathematically impossible. However, the 9th flag-bearer of the clan, Anne Runkendel, steps forward and offers a chilling possibility. The warrior Jin slayed might have been exceptionally weak or already half dead. Her older sister, Miu Runkendel, chimes in that the whole story is utterly absurd, expressing pure shock that their iron-willed mother, Lady Rosa, blindly accepted the battle report at face value without question. Anne agrees with the skepticism, turning her cold gaze toward the cowardly Tona twins to ask if they share the exact same sentiment. The terrified twins frantically nod in total agreement. Raitona whispers nervously, asking if Jin genuinely killed a legendary beastman, muttering that while their little brother is a certified monster, pulling off that feat is an insane exaggeration even for him. But Leftona points out that the legitimacy of the kill is the least of their worries. The real crisis is that Jin was officially promoted and is transferring straight into the intermediate cadet class. The horrifying reality that their monstrous brother will be sharing their exact training grounds sends the pathetic twins spiraling into a deep, sweaty depression. Catching them whispering in the corner, Miu berates them as absolute fools, asking if they are truly this terrified of Jin joining their rank. The twins aggressively deny it, but Miu coldly warns them to drop the fake act and speak the truth, declaring that what she despises most in this world are lying tongues that make her want to rip them out. Trembling in sheer terror, the twins finally confess that they are utterly horrified of their younger brother, desperately asking how their older sisters could possibly help them survive this upcoming nightmare. Anne asks if the twins want her direct assistance, and the boys desperately ask what kind of help she can offer. Anne smirks, revealing that she will generously lend them her personal slaves to take care of the problem. Clan tradition dictates that the intermediate class of the Runkendel hierarchy is an arena of pure survival of the fittest. It consists of a broad spectrum of combatants ranging from 3 to 5 stars, housing ambitious new prodigies alongside stagnant senior cadets who have been bitterly trapped in the same rank for 10 long years. Miu and Anne managed to ensnare several of these failed, stagnant senior cadets, turning them into obedient thralls and ruthlessly abusing them as personal attack dogs. Anne explains that the twins can take these senior thralls and orchestrate a brutal ambush to crush Jin for good, admitting that she also has a deeply unsettling gut feeling about their youngest brother's unnatural growth. However, she wraps up the conversation with a cold, terrifying warning, reminding the pathetic twins that if they fail to handle this scheme properly, they better prepare themselves for her wrath. Reflecting on his recent triumph, Jin knows that successfully clearing his first mission guarantees his immediate promotion to the intermediate class without a single shadow of a doubt. On top of that, his raw spiritual release has officially skyrocketed to 4 stars, meaning that to properly channel and extract this overwhelming spiritual reservoir, he must grind relentlessly to achieve 6-star swordsmanship within 5 short years at the absolute latest. Jin methodically calculates the global martial hierarchy. Reaching 6 stars marks someone as an exceptional warrior, while stepping into 7 stars officially enters the legendary realm of a master swordsman. However, those milestone tiers are merely high benchmarks for ordinary mortals. Starting at 8 stars, an individual is formally formally classified as a genuine irregular where the rules of reality completely shift. Across the entire continent populated by over 2 billion people, there are fewer than 100 warriors who have ever achieved 9 or 10 stars. Above them all, only a singular supreme existence has completely broken past mortal limitations into the legendary demigod realm known as the Genesis Knight. In this second life, Jin firmly resolves not just to reach the Genesis rank, but to push far beyond it into completely uncharted territory. He realizes that the very first bridge he must cross is his upcoming promotion. Knowing the pathetic Tona twins are stationed in the intermediate class, Jin understands exactly what awaits him. The exact moment he steps onto the intermediate training grounds, his ambitious older siblings, not just the cowardly twins, will ruthlessly mobilize every asset to keep him suppressed under their iron thumb. The beginner class was packed with young children of similar skill levels, maintaining a relatively tame and friendly atmosphere. But in the intermediate class, playing nice is an immediate death sentence. It is a brutal slaughterhouse where only raw power, ruthless martial prowess, and sheer violence dictate the pecking order. Jin knows his mission is crystal clear. He must completely conquer and dominate the intermediate class with absolute, overwhelming force, leaving zero room for anyone to challenge his supreme authority on the training grounds moving forward. Reporting straight to his mother's opulent chambers, Jin formally greets Lady Rosa. The Black Panther acknowledges his return, stating she received word that he safely completed his border assignment with outstanding combat results. Jin politely expresses his gratitude, but Rosa cuts straight to political business. She reveals that according to a confidential report from Butler Petro, Jin boldly turned down the official proposal to relocate into the Grand Master's suite. She explains that this prestigious chamber is reserved strictly for candidates destined to become the future patriarch, remaining completely vacant ever since Joshua occupied it during his youth, warmly offering the room to Jin right now. Jin respectfully expresses his thanks, but firmly declines the lavish offer once again. Rosa narrows her cold eyes, demanding to know the reason behind his refusal. Jin calmly explains that while it is undeniably a magnificent chamber, at the end of the day, it is simply 4 walls. Admitting that occupying such an illustrious suite feels overly excessive for his current standing. Rosa presses him, asking if he is genuinely certain of his refusal, and Jin confirms his decision is absolute. Dismissing the boy, Rosa watches him leave with an intrigued smirk, privately wondering whether her youngest son is entirely devoid of worldly greed or possessing an ambition so massive it terrifies her. She knows that stepping foot into the heir's suite instantly grants the occupant the full political backing and resources of the clan, but simultaneously paints an enormous target on their back, making them the prime assassination mark for every envious royal child who failed to claim it. She realizes Jin effortlessly saw straight through her psychological test, chuckling coldly as she prepares to watch how he navigates the violent bloodbath of the intermediate class. Gathering his loyal beginner squad, Jin delivers a blunt operational briefing, warning the cadets that starting tomorrow, they officially enter the intermediate class alongside him. He explains that the training grounds are violently fractured into hostile factions, warning that his squad will be viewed directly as his personal faction, forced to endure relentless insults and brutal hazing from senior thralls. Jin commands his loyal followers never to cower in fear, promising that he will personally crush anyone who dares to cross the line, vowing that the harassment will permanently end the moment he fully subjugates the intermediate training division under his absolute command. Until then, he strictly orders them to always move in tight squads of 3 even outside official training hours and avoid wandering the compound alone, an order the cadets understand and accept immediately. The following morning, the intermediate training grounds are filled with suffocating tension as Chief Instructor Zed Runkendel addresses the assembled warriors. Zed coldly announces that exactly 10 new rookies are officially joining their ranks this year, while 27 failed apprentices were permanently eliminated and dropped out. He barks that the new rookies must learn their harsh place immediately, setting the stage for a ruthless clash of blood and steel. Chief Instructor Zed coldly declares that the newly arrived rookies must learn the brutal lifestyle of intermediate cadets directly from their ruthless seniors. He emphasizes that his singular job on these grounds is to instruct sword techniques and judge martial progress. Aside from outright murder, any conflicts, violent brawls, or bloody disputes must be handled entirely amongst the cadets themselves. Turning to the senior ranks, Zed loudly asks what absolute iron rule he always preaches to them. In perfect, terrifying unison, the veteran cadets roar that the proud Runkendel bloodline has zero need for the weak, chanting the merciless mantra over and over to psychologically shatter the rookie's resolve before training even begins. Jin inwardly scoffs at the noisy spectacle, noting that the entire atmosphere is dripping with pure malice designed to crush the beginner's fighting spirit into dust. Glancing across the courtyard, he spots the cowardly Tona twins standing tall, flanked by a heavily scarred veteran who clearly looks like a stagnant, long-term senior cadet. Knowing the pathetic twins completely lack the charisma to recruit such muscle on their own, Jin instantly deduces that they received direct backup from their scheming older sisters, Miyu and Anne. Recognizing that their clear intention was to obliterate the rookie's self-esteem on day one, Jin resolves to teach them an unforgettable, bloody lesson. Drawing his cold steel blade, Jin begins marching purposefully straight toward the shivering twins. Panicking on the inside, the brothers desperately force themselves not to chicken out, trying to cope by remembering they have the official backing of their powerful older sisters. But without uttering a single warning word, Jin swings his blade with blinding speed, cleanly severing the hand of the senior thrall loaned by their sisters. The entire courtyard freezes in sheer disbelief, including Chief Instructor Zed himself. The senior cadet does not even realize his hand is missing until he watches it hit the bloody dirt, collapsing onto his knees while screaming in excruciating agony. Jin coldly looks down, thinking to himself that they are the ones who truly need to watch their backs in this arena. Livid and completely losing their composure, the Tona twins scream in horror, asking if Jin has completely lost his mind and violently demanding to know why he randomly drew his sword against their man. Jin completely ignores their hysterical shouting, calmly looking down at the writhing senior to ask for his name. Trembling in sheer shock, the maimed cadet weakly stammers that his name is Kajin Romello. Jin stares through his soul, asking if Kajin understands exactly why his hand was just sliced off. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Leftona furiously barks that Jin is blatantly ignoring his royal elders, demanding that he draw his blade to face them directly. Jin cuts him off with an icy glare, asking if the twin is completely blind to the fact that he is currently in the middle of an important conversation with Kajin, promising to gladly accept a proper duel afterward before commanding the twins to shut their mouths for now. Tona molds with pure rage, cursing Jin as a filthy bastard, and screaming how he dares act so arrogant after mutilating his personal cadet. The exact second those words slip out, Tona clamps his mouth shut. Realizing he made a massive verbal blunder in public, Jin smirks, instantly pouncing on the slip-up, asking what he means by his cadet, inquiring whether this scarred senior is an official member of his older brother's faction. Jin casually explains that he severed the man's hand purely because he detected raw bloodlust radiating from the disrespectful way Kajin was glaring at him. The surrounding cadets gasp in terror, realizing this sudden strike was the opening move of a bloody war for clan hegemony. Chief Instructor Zed observes the chaotic scene with an amused smirk, realizing that while the older siblings tried to crush their little brother's pride, they were the ones who received a brutal reality check. Thanks to Tona's loose tongue, Kajin is now publicly exposed as part of the Tona faction, transforming Jin's violent assault from random madness into a legitimate, traditional Runkendel battle for political dominance across the entire intermediate training corps. Seizing the entire courtyard's attention, Jin projects his voice across the training grounds, boldly commanding every single cadet to listen carefully. He formally declares his name as Jin Runkendel, warning the crowd that they are welcome to point their blades at his throat or orchestrate another pathetic ambush just like this one. However, he issues a bone-chilling ultimatum. If anyone dares to radiate even the slightest microscopic hint of genuine hostility toward him, he will not hesitate to butcher them on the spot, exactly as he just did to Kajin. Stepping forward with an imposing aura, Chief Instructor Zed addresses Jin by his full royal title, coldly asking if the boy genuinely believes he can pull off such reckless, insolent behavior right in front of the Chief Instructor. Jin looks his uncle dead in the eye and calmly replies that he does. Zed demands to know his reasoning, to which Jin boldly states that he did not view this confrontation as merely clashing against his older siblings, but rather as taking a direct stand against the elder himself. Zed's eyes gleam with intense fascination at the sheer audacity of that statement. Slowly drawing his heavy steel blade from its scabbard, the veteran elder commands the young prodigy to explain himself immediately, warning that depending on his answer, the consequences could prove lethal. Zed warns that if the boy fails to deliver a satisfactory answer, he will cleanly sever his head right here and now on the spot. Unfazed by the lethal threat, Jin calmly explains his reasoning. Although Zed is the chief instructor, he actively instigated the intermediate class to orchestrate that toxic hazing ritual, meaning Jin naturally interpreted the entire setup as a direct, hostile attack from Zed himself. Hearing that bold accusation, Zed flashes his steel blade in a blinding arc, yet Jin stands his ground without flinching an inch, taking a clean, shallow graze directly across his cheek. Zed narrows his cold eyes and asks if the young master genuinely started a violent bloodbath just because he felt offended by an everyday initiation prank. Jin smoothly fires back, stating that his actions were completely justified precisely because he held zero personal resentment. It was simply handled strictly by the merciless rules Zed laid out for these grounds. The chief instructor presses further, asking why the boy chose to mutilate a senior cadet instead of pointing his steel directly at Zed. Jin delivers an ice-cold truth, bluntly stating that he struck Kajin purely because he currently lacks the raw martial power to defeat the veteran elder. Jin clarifies that if he believed he had even a microscopic chance of victory, he would have bypassed Kajin and the Tona twins entirely to cut down Zed on the spot. Zed chuckles darkly, observing that the boy either has zero regard for his own mortal life or severely overestimates his royal privilege as the Supreme Patriarch's son. Jin rejects that second premise entirely, explaining that he made a calculated tactical retreat only because Zed is a vastly superior predator, refusing to let petty pride compromise true Runkendel values. Zed asks if the boy is preaching that while mortal life can vanish in the blink of an eye, martial honor endures forever. The veteran elder smirks, calling the kid an absolute fool with a clumsy philosophy, but openly admits that this reckless audacity deeply pleases his bloodthirsty warrior's soul, declaring his official recognition of the prodigy. Zed loudly proclaims his absolute recognition of Jin, declaring that the boy is truly worthy of living and dying as a proud Runkendel. Turning his gaze to the rest of the intermediate class, the chief instructor commands every single cadet never to forget what they witnessed today, stating they saw a genuine Runkendel with their own eyes. He roars that Jin put their true ancestral identity on full display. They are relentless sword demons born for warfare, ordering the cadets to battle fiercely every single day and never lose sight of that bloodlust before officially dismissing the assembly, noting that their true training regimen begins tomorrow morning. Left thoroughly humiliated, the Tona twins mauled in pure bitterness, but Jin hits them with some parting advice. He warns the trembling brothers that while they might find their older sisters terrifying right now, that dynamic will not last forever, urging them to look past what is immediately in front of them and carefully weigh the lethal consequences of their choices. Returning to his private quarters, Jin informs Gilly that an official war for clan hegemony has erupted between him and the Tona brothers. He explains that older sisters Miu and Anne are pulling the strings from the shadows, and when Gilly asks if he is certain, Jin points out that Kaijin was originally an elite thrall belonging to the sisters faction. However, thanks to Raitona's idiotic verbal slip-up, Kaijin is now publicly branded as part of the Tona faction, meaning Miu and Anne will be utterly livid once they discover their senior muscle was permanently ruined. Jin notes that the cowardly twins could never recruit a seasoned 5-star warrior on their own since they naturally flock to weaklings weaker than themselves. Gilly realizes the older sisters are illegally flexing their influence as official flag-bearers, pointing out the sacred unwritten rule that flag-bearers are only permitted to wage war directly against other flag-bearers. Jin smirks confidently, noting that their hostile attention is actually fantastic news for his future plans, celebrating the massive psychological blow he dealt to their faction on the training grounds today without breaking the clan rules. Jin explains that since both sisters are official flag-bearers, clan law strictly prohibits them from personally descending to the training grounds to intimidate or attack a cadet like him directly. He points out that the absolute worst they can do is abuse their administrative flag-bearer authority to manipulate his upcoming mission schedules and artificially inflate the difficulty of his assignments, deliberately sending him into suicidal death traps in hopes that he gets fatally wounded or killed in action. However, Jin hits them with a brilliant counter-perspective. Extremely high difficulty missions are almost always classified as solo assignments. Solo missions mean that 0 clan observers or guardian knights will be deployed to monitor his every move, and having no prying eyes watching his back means that Jin will finally have total, unrestricted freedom to unleash his full, forbidden arsenal-wielding high-tier magic and overwhelming spiritual energy without holding back a single ounce of his true power. Jin explains that solo deployments will allow him to freely unleash all of his hidden powers, prompting Gilly to realize that this sabotage is actually a golden opportunity in disguise. Jin smirks, noting that he should genuinely thank his older sisters while he quietly farms achievements and stacks battle merits for his future ascension. Furthermore, he mentions that bringing a pet cat along on dangerous travels wouldn't raise any suspicion, though he turns to Murakhan and clarifies that the dragon won't be accompanying him on routine missions. Jin explains that he needs the ancient beast to handle a top-secret assignment elsewhere, promising to share the operational details later while strictly warning both of them to stay completely low-key until then, to which they readily agree. By the following morning, Chief Instructor Zed gathers Jin and the shivering Tona twins, announcing that starting today, their standard morning drills will be followed by specialized training inside a private, hidden training ground reserved strictly for pure-blooded Runkendels. Zed emphasizes that while this elite instruction is an exclusive birthright granted to their royal bloodline, they should definitely not expect an easy ride. He roars that Runkendel swordsmanship is pure tyranny, ruthless, utterly destructive, and built purely on brutal conquest and slaughter, directly reflecting the merciless nature of their ancestors. Furthermore, he explains that their family's sword art completely lacks rigid traditional forms. While the clan possesses devastating secret arts and lethal finishing maneuvers, descendants must officially become recognized flag-bearers before they are ever permitted to learn them. While Zed passionately lectures, Jin observes the heavily bruised Tona brothers, privately deducing that their older sisters, Miu and Anne, must have beaten them black and blue after yesterday's humiliation. Zed continues, stating that their formless, ethereal combat style boasts 0 fixed footwork, rigid kata, or traditional stances, marking the defining monumental difference that separates Runkendels from ordinary martial clans across the entire continent. Zed loudly demands to know if any of them understand why their ancestral art lacks fixed form, prompting Jin to step up and explain that it stems from the supreme physical capabilities and sensory traits unique to the Runkendel bloodline. Zed confirms that Jin's deduction is dead on the money, passionately declaring that the Runkindels are a uniquely blessed lineage gifted with monstrous physical capabilities that ordinary mortals could never hope to rival. He explains that every true descendant is born with god-tier martial talent, noting that while individual aptitude and personal mastery may vary, the innate baseline exists in every true bloodline heir. Zed then introduces their daily drill, calling it deceptively simple as he orders each boy to hoist a massive heavy steel sphere. Jin closely inspects the metallic orb, noticing a distinct weight distribution inside, curiously asking if it contains a dense chunk of metal within its hollow core. Zed confirms it, explaining that the clan calls these ancient training artifacts clear stones, named precisely because they produce a distinctive resonant chime when struck with proper technique. Zed announces that he will demonstrate the 3 distinct sounds generated by the sphere, strictly commanding the boys to open their ears and listen with absolute focus. Raising his practice steel, Zed delivers an initial, awkward strike that produces a harsh, grating screech across the courtyard, causing the young nobles to visibly wince in discomfort. Zed remarks that this unpleasant tone is the muddy sound of insufficient power and poor form. He then strikes the sphere a second time with expertly calibrated precision, producing a melodious, crystal-clear chime that rings soothingly through the air. Zed explains that applying the exact right amount of kinetic pressure yields this beautiful resonance, prompting Jin to deduce that this drill is a fundamental exercise designed to refine delicate power modulation, mental discipline, and kinetic focus. Given a Runkindel's monstrous natural physique, Jin acknowledges the drill's practical value, yet inwardly grumbles that repeatedly whacking a metal ball lacks the lethal, life-or-death danger typical of a genuine clan secret. Stepping up for the final demonstration, Zed raises his heavy blade high into the sky, preparing to unleash the mysterious third tone. Jin wonders what the final sound could be, recalling the peculiar metallic echo inside. But right as Zed's blade begins to descend, Jin's sharp eyes catch an anomaly. Jin instantly screams for the Tona brothers to duck for cover, and the exact second Zed's blade slams into the sphere, the metal cracks and erupts into a colossal, earth-shaking explosion. Zed smiles through the billowing smoke, noting that the youngest prodigy has terrifyingly sharp intuition. The chief instructor casually explains that clear stones are specifically engineered to violently self-destruct when struck with overwhelming, reckless kinetic force. He reveals that these 3 boys are officially the very first cadets since Lady Luna to walk away from the blast completely unscathed, since practically every royal sibling learned under Zed's ruthless tutelage. Getting violently blown across the courtyard by this crude demonstration was an infamous rite of passage for the entire bloodline. Curious about family lore, Jin asks how Luna managed to dodge the massive detonation back in the day. Zed smirks with amusement, asking if hearing the cold, hard truth will bruise the boy's fragile ego like it did with all his older brothers. Jin smoothly assures him that he is totally fine, prompting Zed to drop an absolute bombshell. Luna never dodged anything at all. Just like every other royal child, she took the full brunt of the explosion straight to the face, but because her natural physical durability was so monstrously overpowered, the fiery blast failed to leave even a microscopic scratch on her skin. The boys are left wearing utterly dumbfounded, deadpan expressions as Zed lays down the new law for the training grounds. He declares that starting today, every single afternoon will be spent whacking clear stones without excuses, strictly ordering them to strike repeatedly until they can consistently produce that pure, crystal-clear chime. Meanwhile, over in Lady Luna's private quarters, her loyal nanny brings up a classified topic from the past: the mysterious assassination attempt on little Jin back at the Storm Castle. The nanny suspects Mew and Anne are the prime culprits, noting their recent hostile obsession with the boy. But Luna shakes her head, reasoning that while those two are reckless, they are definitely not insane enough to orchestrate a hit inside the Storm Castle. Luna explains that launching a war for hegemony against a Runkindel who has not even departed the Storm Castle is strictly forbidden under absolute clan law. Furthermore, if such a treacherous plot ever reached their terrifying father's ears, the entire main estate would be violently flipped upside down, and the culprits would undoubtedly pay with their own lives. Her nanny cautiously asks if Jin might have simply lied or misremembered the details, pointing out that the boy was barely 10 years old at the time, believing either scenario could easily be true. Luna acknowledges that their private investigators have turned up 0 solid leads over the last 5 long years, but firmly refuses to believe Jin fabricated the story. She recalls that during their very first meeting, the young boy was deeply on guard against her, deducing that his extreme vigilance was not just a reaction to an immediate danger, but raw, primal survival instincts kicking in. The nanny asks if she should begin discreetly investigating Mew and Anne first, to which Luna agrees, leaving the task in her capable hands. However, Luna admits that having 5 continuous years of investigations yield absolutely 0 clues gives her a deeply unsettling, ominous gut feeling. The nanny frets, stating that she is far more worried about Luna herself getting emotionally wounded by her scheming younger siblings, but the legendary white whale laughs it off, reminding her that she is well past 30 years of age and definitely does not need babying. Turning the topic back to Jin, Luna curiously wonders how her little brother is holding up under Zed's brutal curriculum. The nanny asks if she means the clear stone training, and Luna nods with a warm, sisterly grin, noting that it is high time Jin reveals the fruits of his mind's eye training. She chuckles that taking direct blast impacts from the exploding spheres stings quite a bit, but feels confident he will pull through, genuinely enjoying watching the kid grow into an unstoppable warrior. By the following day, 4 grueling hours into their daily grind, Jin realizes this drill makes him feel like absolute garbage compared to everything else. Zed calls a quick 5-minute break, giving the exhausted cadets a brief moment to catch their breath. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jin analyzes the true mechanics behind the exercise. He initially assumed this trial was merely about mastering delicate power modulation and mental willpower, but he realizes that was completely wrong. From the very start, the core objective is to drastically amplify the raw destructive output of his physical aura. While his monstrous uncle was able to effortlessly crack the clear stone in half with supreme martial authority, purely with raw, terrifying physical power without relying on aura, Jin lacks that adult brute strength. To compensate for his younger frame, our protagonist must refine and channel his internal aura to bridge the physical gap, training his energy output to both draw out the crystal clear chime and cleanly shatter the dense sphere. However, Jin resolves not to rush carelessly, taking a calm and highly calculated approach. He reminds himself that even his immature, cowardly older brothers managed to master this exact drill in his past life, meaning that failing it in this timeline is an absolute statistical impossibility. Watching the intense grind from the sidelines, Zed inwardly acknowledges that all 3 boys are holding out remarkably well, but Jin is operating on a completely different dimensional plane. The veteran instructor calculates that the young prodigy might actually shatter Luna's historical record before the season ends. By nighttime, Zed scoffs in deep disappointment at the unconscious, trembling Tona twins sprawled out across the dirt. Calling the brothers completely pathetic, Zed orders Jin to deliver a harsh ultimatum. If they plan on passing out again tomorrow like fragile glass, they should not even bother showing up to practice. Jin points out that the twins actually endured much longer than anticipated, acknowledging that at the end of the day, a true Runkendel is still a born monster. Gazing at the boy's retreating silhouette, Zed falls into deep contemplation, wondering why of all people, this terrifying genius had to be born as the youngest child. If Jin had only been born 10 years earlier, he would have possessed the monstrous talent to swallow the entire Runkendel clan whole, bitterly concluding that no matter how much he thinks about it, the late birth is a massive tragedy. Fast forward 1 month later to March of 1795 on the intermediate training grounds, where the first official clan missions of the year are formally broadcasted to all assembled trainees, commanding every single cadet whose name is called to immediately take a step forward into the courtyard. The first assignment is an escort task protecting the rookie apprentices of the Minch Blacksmithing Association, while the third mission is a high-risk monster subjugation targeting a pack of 25 orcs residing in an unprotected wasteland of the Kurano Duchy. The instructor barks out the roster for the subjugation squad: Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Timmons, Kiku, Zushin, Eatington, Sierra, Phils, and David, literally all 10 beginner recruits belonging to Jin's loyal faction. The instructor warns that orcs are infamous for organizing into systematic battle units, ordering the rookies to sort out their battle preparations with Butler Petro before wishing them luck. Hearing the announcement, the entire courtyard gasps in pure horror, realizing this setup is an outright execution order. Senior cadets burst into mocking laughter, claiming that deploying unranked rookies against an orc horde guarantees half the squad will return in body bags. The one-handed senior, Kajin, sneers with malicious glee, loudly taunting that the rookies still have time to write their final wills, mockingly suggesting they run crying to young Master Jin to save their trembling hides. When an enraged rookie tries to brawl, Mesa instantly holds him back, sternly reminding him that picking fights with seniors while lacking the marshal standing to back it up is pure foolishness, especially since getting wounded right before deployment would spell doom for the squad. When the cadet tries to defend Jin's honor, Mesa firmly shuts him down, demanding to know if he forgot where they stand. This is the Runkendel clan. The only way to silence arrogant haters and humble their seniors is to execute their assigned mission flawlessly and return alive with victory in hand. Meanwhile, during their private training, Raitona whacks a clear stone with excessive force, causing the metallic orb to violently detonate. Leftona barely dodges the blast, while Jin absorbs the shockwave head-on. Raitona panics, but Jin coldly orders the brothers to take their clumsy explosions elsewhere. As they retreat, Jin notes they are causing explosions after just 1 month of training. But reflecting on the blast, Jin realizes something incredible. He clearly perceived the exact trajectory of the flying steel shrapnel like an incoming arrow in slow motion, knowing that if another sphere flew toward him, Jin realizes with absolute clarity that if another steel sphere came flying at him, he could easily dodge it with zero effort. He ponders whether this newly awakened perception is directly connected to the intense mind's eye training he endured with his eldest sister Luna, resolving to keep grinding relentlessly before this razor-sharp sensory instinct fades from his muscle memory. But before he can swing his blade again, Chief Instructor Zed announces that their official clan mission orders have officially arrived on the training grounds. The Tona twins immediately burst into dramatic tears upon hearing their assignment, attending a formal diplomatic event. They whine uncontrollably, complaining about why their destination always has to be the prestigious Vermont Empire, groaning that stuffy formal suits make them feel utterly suffocated and bored out of their minds. Zed offers zero sympathy, sarcastically delivering his condolences while dryly noting that thanks to his personal intervention, the boys will not actually have to dance at the Imperial Ball. However, Zed coldly reminds them that even if it is a high society banquet, it remains an official clan mission, demanding to know why they are whining like helpless toddlers. He aggressively warns the twins that if they display that pathetic attitude one more time, he will gladly show them what truly wanting to be dead feels like, forcing the terrified brothers to bow and apologize in pure panic. Jin smirks internally, noting how hilariously petty and cruel their older sisters Mew and Anne are for deliberately sending two socially inept, awkward clowns to a high society networking banquet in the Vermont Empire as a humiliating punishment. Zed adds that this grand imperial gathering is a massive political milestone that even the mighty Runkendel clan cannot afford to ignore, predicting that several elite heavyweight powerhouses will be attending while on vacation. He strictly orders the twins to observe those elite figures closely and actually learn something useful, which the trembling brothers accept with frantic, obedient nods. Turning his cold gaze directly toward Jin, Zed reveals that our protagonist has been officially assigned an entirely different, high-stakes solo assassination contract. Zed explains that the primary target is the favorite boy toy of Talaris, the terrifying master of the Hidden Palace, in other words, one of her many kept lovers. Zed asks if Jin knows anything about the Hidden Palace and its supreme ruler. Jin nods, smoothly breaking down continental lore. The Hidden Palace is a colossal, mythical fortress towering in the middle of the Western Sea, ruled by its 51st master, Talaris Endorma. Feared worldwide as the Abyssal Spider, Talaris is notoriously infamous for mercilessly slaughtering anyone who dares lay a finger on her lovers. Zed elaborates that the Hidden Palace is an independent superpower operating completely outside the spheres of influence of both the Runkendel clan and the Zipfel family, which should give Jin a terrifying perspective on how monstrously powerful Talaris and her stronghold truly are. Zed reveals that the designated mark is Alkarat Zingler, currently protected by elite palace agents and hiding out in Mammoth, the notorious lawless zone. Hearing that location, the Tona twins gasp in horror, noting that high-risk missions in Mammoth are typically assigned exclusively to seasoned Guardian Knights. Sensing something strange, Jin asks his uncle why the prestigious Zengler clan is putting a death warrant on one of their own bloodline members. Zed confirms that the Zengler family exhausted every diplomatic and financial option to drag Alkarat back home, but failed completely, deciding it is far safer to eliminate him than risk clan secrets leaking to the outside world. Zed asks if Jin believes he can pull off such a suicidal hit, to which Jin answers with zero hesitation that he will easily succeed. Shocked by his unwavering confidence, Zed wonders where the boy gets such sheer audacity, knowing full well the kid understands the lethal danger of the 51st Master and the lawless badlands of Mimit. Zed admits he expected Jin to lodge an official protest against the flag-bearers for blatant sabotage, but smirks, declaring that he respects the boy's fearless answer. He announces that all three cadets deploy in 2 days, temporarily suspending evening training to let them prep properly for battle. Sweating bullets, the Tona twins nervously ask their uncle if Jin is genuinely marching straight into the meat grinder of Mammoth. Zed shrugs, replying that there is zero reason to stop the boy when he willingly accepted the challenge, ordering the cadets to stick to moderate personal training so they don't compromise their upcoming missions. Panicking for their younger brother, the cowardly twins pull Jin aside, desperately pleading that if things turn ugly in the lawless Badlands, he must immediately reveal his royal Runkendel identity to save his life. The Tona twins frantically insist that dropping the prestigious Runkendel name will keep him completely safe, leaving Jin genuinely amused that his cowardly older brothers are actually worried about his mortal survival. Naturally, the pathetic twins refuse to admit their concern, desperately coping by shouting that they just do not want the little brat dying before they get the personal pleasure of crushing him themselves. Jin smirks, telling the shivering duo that by the time he returns from his assignment, he expects them to have finally made up their minds. Stepping up to his clear stone, Jin delivers a masterfully calibrated strike, releasing a beautiful, melodious, crystal-clear chime that rings across the entire courtyard, leaving the brothers completely dumbfounded by his unnatural mastery. Jin hits them with a blunt ultimatum, telling the shivering pair to choose whether they want to align with him or remain obedient lapdogs to their abusive older sisters. Instructor Zed steps in, strongly reinforcing Jin's warning by telling the twins twins to get their mental fortitude straight and strictly avoid challenging their younger brother until they become significantly stronger at least, if they have any genuine desire to live long, healthy lives. Exactly 2 days later, Jin's loyal cadet faction gathers around him upon discovering that the young master is deploying straight to Mamet, the notorious lawless zone. Spotting his newly altered hair color, Jin explains that the black dye is an undercover disguise since having his true Runkendel bloodline discovered would compromise the entire solo operation. He notes that since their squads have different assignments, they will be using separate teleportation warp gates. Jin asks about their upcoming orc subjugation mission, and Mesa confirms their deployment, though Jin immediately spots the grim, somber look painted across her face. Asking what has her so down, Mesa claims it is nothing, quietly admitting she simply wanted to bid him farewell before he departs. Jin chuckles, asking why she is being so melodramatic since this is definitely not their final goodbye, but Mesa solemnly notes that with terrible luck, any one of them could easily end up dead in a body bag. Jin firmly reassures the nervous squad, stating that sweating over worst-case scenarios will not change reality, commanding them to lock in and focus entirely on their mission objectives. He confidently promises that he will return alive, and strictly orders them to avoid getting critically injured before Bellup tearfully wishes his master safe travels. As the cadets depart, Murakan strolls up, playfully teasing that the young master has collected quite a bunch of adorable little followers. Jin asks the dragon to tail the rookie squad from the shadows, and keep them safe from lethal threats. Murakan proudly accepts the bodyguard gig, boldly flexing that protecting human fledglings is child's play for the great black dragon. However, Jin strictly warns the beast not to get spotted or act overly conspicuous. Murakan gets instantly irritated, aggressively mauling as he tells Jin not to blow his own cover by dropping his guard before storming off to shadow the rookies. Watching the dragon leave, Gilly remarks that without Murakan's chaotic shouting, the estate will feel remarkably quiet for a change. Jin playfully tells the loyal maid to treat this break like a well-deserved vacation, promising to bring back rare souvenirs from his travels. Yet Gilly remains deeply anxious, reminding him that this high-stakes contract targets the personal lover of the terrifying master of the Hidden Palace. While she knows Jin is far stronger than any ordinary intermediate cadet, Mahmud is an unforgiving wasteland crawling with bloodthirsty cutthroats, pleading with him to watch his back before our protagonist officially departs. Lore describes Mammoet, the lawless zone, as an absolute sanctuary for criminals where the continent's most vile, unhinged outlaws gather under one lawless roof. The thick, malevolent energy radiating through the dusty streets is so suffocating that not even stubborn weeds can sprout from the dirt. Walking into the heart of town, Jin steps into a crowded tavern with a stone-cold expression. Ignoring the predatory stares from the surrounding cutthroats who eye the fresh meat, our protagonist casually orders a glass of ice-cold water and a simple meal, leaving the rowdy room utterly stunned by his bold, unfazed demeanor. A notoriously cocky local thug struts over, asking if the young rookie isn't acting a little too pompous for a fresh face in town, sarcastically asking who he thinks he is, some renegade 9-star knight? The thug rests a heavy, disrespectful hand on Jin's shoulder, stating that since he is a newcomer in Mamet, he needs a proper lesson on local etiquette, aggressively commanding Jin to kneel down quietly and lick his dirty boot. But without blinking an eye or offering a single warning, Jin cleanly executes the arrogant thug on the spot, dropping the lifeless corpse onto the tavern floor in a pool of fresh blood. Stepping over the body with total indifference, Jin looks directly at the trembling bartender, coldly asking how much longer he plans on making him wait for his meal. But contrary to what normally happens in a lawless tavern brawl, instead of erupting into a chaotic tavern riot, the surrounding criminals burst into hysterical laughter, mocking the dead thug for finally biting the dust and noting they all knew his reckless mouth would get him slaughtered sooner or later. Jin reflects on the invaluable street wisdom his master passed down to him. This lawless wasteland is crawling with unhinged maniacs, meaning the only way to earn respect among ruthless outlaws is by demonstrating fearless courage and undeniable martial dominance right out of the gate. Her teachings proved immensely useful in his past life, and continue to carry him in this second timeline, sincerely hoping he can properly repay her wisdom one day. The trembling bartender quickly rushes over with his meal, nervously stammering that the hot food definitely was not poison. Jin calmly replies that using poison is strictly outlawed in the city, at least he knows the local street laws. Highly impressed by the young wanderer's insider knowledge, the bartender asks if the boy has family connections in town, but Jin coldly tells him to mind his own business. The barkeep quickly changes the subject, asking what Jin is really after, inquiring if he wants to buy the high-grade narcotics currently flying off the black market shelves, or if he is hunting someone down. Jin confirms he is tracking a specific target, asking if anyone by the alias of Rister is currently staying in town. The bartender shakes his head with absolute certainty, stating he has never heard of that name anywhere in the district. Jin then asks for a lodging recommendation, preferably a clean inn that is not infested with crawling vermin. The barkeep points him toward a luxurious establishment on the western edge of town known as the Moonlight Well, explaining that it serves as the exclusive playground for the true kings of Mammoth, warning Jin that causing violent chaos over there will get him killed on the spot. Arriving at the luxurious estate, Jin profiles his mark. Alcarat Zengler is the trashy son of a count who grew up sheltered from hardship, completely addicted to luxury and pleasure. Jin notes that the spoiled noble possesses nothing of real substance beyond prestigious blood, and a pretty face a pathetic scoundrel who acts weak against the strong and bullies the weak. His sole motivation for hiding out in this lethal wasteland is likely to grab the attention of the master of the hidden palace, who has recently grown infatuated with a new lover. Recalling the bartender's mention of a new narcotic flooding Mammoth, Jin deduces that Alcarat is almost certainly high out of his mind in his private suite. As the kept lover of Teleris, the noble is naturally guarded by elite protectors, prompting Jin to scout the main hall to assess the situation. Right on cue, loud screaming erupts as an enraged man barks at his bodyguard, demanding to know why he refuses to fetch more drugs when securing them yesterday was effortless. Jin smirks, realizing it is his lucky day to spot his target so quickly. Alcarat throws a furious tantrum, demanding more narcotics, but the bodyguard refuses, reminding the spoiled noble that their sole duty is to keep him alive. Alcarat orders him to shut his mouth, screaming that if the guard fails to supply him, he will ensure their heads are chopped off the moment they return. The bodyguard sighs deeply, exchanging a grim look with his comrade before delivering a brutal punch straight into Alcarat's solar plexus, knocking the screaming noble unconscious on the spot. Groaning in pure disgust, the guard wonders how much longer they must protect this worthless piece of trash, wishing the addict would just overdose and die. His partner tells him to stay quiet, reminding him that their job is to follow orders without personal emotions. Observing their movements, Jin clocks that the bodyguards are martial artists of at least 6 stars. While executing Alcarat is simple, extracting the corpse or staging the assassination without getting caught by 6-star guards is the real nightmare. Using poison is a forbidden taboo that would trigger a full-scale war with the hidden palace, forcing Jin to brainstorm a stealthy, untraceable method to eliminate Alcarat right inside the Moonlight Well. By the following morning, a mysterious strike team approaches the district as their young female leader casually asks how many personal bodyguards the target has on standby. Her subordinate confirms there are 6 elite guards protecting him around the clock. The girl sighs in deep annoyance, lamenting that they had to waste valuable time and grueling effort tracking down an arrogant fool who does not know his proper place. Her subordinate quickly reassures her that since she personally arrived to oversee the operation, wrapping up the job today will be an absolute breeze. She coldly remarks that eliminating a pathetic scoundrel like him is effortless whenever she pleases, asking if the target is genuinely holed up inside the Moonlight Well as the scouts reported, barking urgent orders for her squad to hurry up. Looking up at the darkening sky, she comments that good news travels fast, but right as the words leave her mouth, dense thunderclouds violently gather overhead and unleash a catastrophic bolt of heavenly lightning. The colossal strike slams directly onto the roof of the Moonlight Well, instantly obliterating the entire luxury estate into splintered rubble, blazing fire, and thick ash. Stunned by the sudden apocalyptic blast, the girl dryly notes that she picked a remarkably terrible day to visit this lawless wasteland. Cutting back to Jin formulating his strategy inside his private room moments earlier, our protagonist devises a ruthless, completely unhinged plan to terrorize the Moonlight Well using ranged sorcery. While Jin is officially a 4-star mage, by infusing his high-tier spells with pure, concentrated spiritual energy, he can artificially amplify the destructive output to match a terrifying 6-star level. With that degree of overwhelming devastation, everyone on the scene will naturally assume the assault was orchestrated by a seasoned, high-ranking archmage. After all, nobody in their right mind would ever suspect that an unranked 15-year-old kid is slinging 6-star tier destruction, especially when the continent's greatest magic prodigy, Buradin Zipfel, only recently broke through to 6 stars himself. Thanks to the unique signature of spiritual energy, 0 traces of mana will ever link back to him. Jin smirks, knowing that summoning an aerial lightning bombardment will make the strike appear as if it descended from a completely external source high in the clouds. Releasing his dark spiritual energy, shadows violently engulf his room as Jin laughs at his own psychotic scheme before calling down the devastating lightning storm to wipe out the compound. Outside, Cirrus and Dorma watches the apocalyptic barrage unfold in real time. Her bodyguard nervously mutters that someone inside the Moonlight Well must have severely enraged a high-ranking archmage, but Cirrus points out a far darker possibility. This bombardment could be a coordinated assassination strike aimed directly at the hidden palace. Considering 6 of their elite palace guards are stationed inside alongside Alcarat, her mother's kept lover, Cirrus immediately orders her unit to breach the perimeter, coldly asserting that she could not care less if Alcarat gets vaporized, but strictly prioritizing the lives of her loyal men. Rushing through the burning debris, another massive lightning bolt crashes down, causing panicked outlaws to flee the rubble while screaming in utter terror. One frantic thug grabs an ally who recently bragged about murdering a zipful mage, suspecting the magic clan has arrived to exact bloody vengeance, only for the terrified mercenary to confess that his story was completely made up. Right then, another violent lightning bolt arcs directly towards Cirrus's subordinate, but the young lady reacts with blinding speed, intercepting and extinguishing the blast with her own steel. Analyzing the kinetic aftershock, Cirrus senses the overwhelming destructive force behind the impact, concluding that this was the final spell of the barrage as the storm clouds begin to dissipate. Meanwhile, emerging from the smoking ruins, our resident psychopath Jin brushes off the rubble after willingly tanking his own point-blank spell. He analyzes the final bolt, realizing that infusing it with dense spiritual power accidentally pushed the output to nearly a 7-star level. Luckily, Luna's protective pendant shielded his mortal body from taking a single scratch. Jin scans the smoking courtyard, noticing that all 6 of the hidden palace guards miraculously survived the blast without taking fatal damage. Jin immediately wonders where Alcarat is hiding, calculating that if the cowardly noble somehow survived the collapse, this smoke-filled chaos is his golden window to slip in and finish the assassination contract. But right as he prepares to hunt down his mark, Cirrus notices him standing in the debris, genuinely surprised to see another teenager in a lawless hellhole like Mammoth. The young lady approaches our protagonist, curiously asking if he is alright after getting caught directly in the devastating blast. Cirrus urgently tells the boy to get back on his feet and evacuate the smoking ruins immediately. Right on cue, her elite bodyguards regroup around her, reporting that while they suffered minor scratches and bruises, every single palace operative survived the catastrophic magical bombardment. Cirrus smiles brightly, relieved by the positive news, before issuing an ice-cold command. If any of her men are still actively shielding Alcarat, they should execute the worthless parasite on the spot. She closely inspects the smoking craters, noting that the uniform magical signature across all the lightning strikes proves this entire catastrophe was the devastating handiwork of a single rogue archmage. She barks strict orders to immediately bind and detain any suspicious spellcaster discovered among the rubble. Observing her commanding presence from behind his dark disguise, Jin instantly recognizes the young woman as Cirrus Endorma, daughter of the terrifying master of the hidden palace. Connecting the tactical dots from her conversation, Jin realizes that Cirrus personally traveled to Mammoth to dispose of Alcarat herself. With his designated target already marked for execution, Jin acknowledges that his clan assassination contract is practically fulfilled with zero extra effort required on his part. However, a far more delicate complication emerges. If the future ruler of the hidden palace remembers his face, it could trigger massive diplomatic headaches and blow his undercover status down the line. Jin resolves to conceal his facial features as much as possible, planning to stealthily slip away into the shadows while the crowd remains consumed by utter panic. Suddenly, a battered guard rushes over to deliver an urgent situation report, confessing that Alcarat was crushed beneath the falling roof during the initial lightning strike, apologizing profusely for failing their protective duty. But Cirrus surprises everyone by bursting into cheerful laughter, calling the news an absolute blessing. She reveals that her true objective in visiting this filthy wasteland was to relieve her men of their pathetic babysitting assignment, praising them for enduring that arrogant clown for so long before turning her sharp gaze directly toward the rest of the surviving mob. Stepping forward with absolute royal authority, Cirrus announces that the Hidden Palace is officially taking full control of the Moonlight Well territory. Cirrus loudly introduces herself as Cirrus Endorma, daughter of Talaris Endorma, the master of the Hidden Palace, and official captain of the 7 Swords of the Hidden Palace. She issues a chilling proclamation across the ruined courtyard, declaring that anyone who dares to defy their jurisdiction will be permanently branded an enemy of the Hidden Palace. An arrogant local thug steps forward, boldly telling her to drop the dramatic nonsense, arguing that while she may be highborn royalty in her ocean fortress, this lawless territory is Mammoth. He aggressively claims that seizing control over the city's self-proclaimed kings is a gross overstep of her authority, even accusing the Hidden Palace of bringing this catastrophic lightning strike upon them in the first place. Cirrus does not waste a single second arguing with common filth. Drawing her sharp blade with blinding speed, she cleanly decapitates the 2 loudmouths before their severed heads even hit the dusty dirt. Flicking the crimson blood from her steel, Cirrus coldly reiterates that anyone challenging her absolute command is an enemy mark. She openly laughs at their ridiculous titles, mocking them for pretending to be glorious kings over a filthy pigpen of lawless degenerates, asking if that laughable delusion makes them think they can look down on the mighty Hidden Palace. She lays down a fierce ultimatum. If investigations reveal this terrorist attack was aimed at the Hidden Palace, they will retaliate with total annihilation. But if one of their local bums provoked an archmage and dragged her men into the crossfire, that alone is more than enough justification for her to seize total control. Terrified by her merciless brutality, the surviving outlaws instantly yield, begging to assist in hunting down the perpetrator. Cirrus barks orders for the mob to search every survivor for hidden mages. When the outlaws insist none of them are spellcasters, she is not surprised, reasoning that a reckless idiot likely enraged a passing archmage. Turning around, Cirrus spots Jin lingering in the wreckage, demanding to know why on earth he is moving so sluggishly when she specifically commanded him to leave right away. Putting on a masterclass in act, Jin feigns the persona of a terrified rookie, stammering that he was paralyzed with fear from the explosion, adding that he injured his leg during the collapse and meekly apologizing for being in her way. Cirrus raises an eyebrow, dryly commenting that he is quite a massive coward for a grown man, though surprisingly handsome for a swordsman. Taking pity on the helpless-looking boy, she pulls out a small container of high-grade medicinal ointment, casually ordering him to roll up his pant leg. She remarks that he is remarkably lucky to have survived such a devastating blast, adding that he is 10 times luckier to have a great noble existence like herself personally applying medicine to his wound, strictly commanding him to consider this treatment a supreme royal honor. Jin plays along with the helpless act, curiously asking how someone of his low standing could ever repay such an immense favor. Cirrus flashes a playful, arrogant smirk, telling him not to worry about repayment after all. How could a nobody like him ever hope to repay a grand lady of the hidden palace? She tells him to simply cherish this encounter as a wonderful lifelong memory. Cirrus casually reminds the boy to bow in the direction of the hidden palace from time to time as a sign of respect, giving him a cheeky little wave before strutting away into the distance. Standing in the smoking ruins, Jin maintains an angelic, innocent smile on the outside while internally laughing his head off, thrilled that his high-stakes assassination contract was cleared with zero blood on his hands. While our protagonist is pulling off a god-tier scam on the young mistress of the hidden palace, his loyal rookie cadets are out in the wilderness putting in absolute work against the dangerous orc horde. Clearing through the snowy forest, the rookies count 18 dead monsters, bursting into pure excitement upon realizing they might actually finish this nightmare subjugation without losing a single squad mate. But Mesa immediately barks at them to wipe those goofy grins off their faces and keep their guards raised, reminding the unit that 7 orcs are still lurking in the woods. She points out that orcs are naturally pack hunters who coordinate their attacks in organized squads, making the fact that every single monster has been wandering around totally isolated suspiciously convenient. She remarks that it feels like the divine heavens are personally watching over them, or perhaps young Master Jin possesses the overwhelming blessing of a god, and his crazy plot armor somehow rubbed off on the entire squad. She strictly orders the cadets to fan out, maintain total battlefield focus, and sweep the remaining perimeter without getting careless. Meanwhile, hiding in the dense bushes nearby, Murakan is grumpily keeping watch over the rookies, counting down the last 7 targets so he can finally clock out and head back home. Flashback to a few days ago. The exact moment Jin's squad was deployed, the Black Dragon flew ahead of the unit, ambushed the entire orc horde, and laid down an aggressive ultimatum, barking that every monster must wander completely alone from now on, threatening to personally slaughter every single one of them if they dare form a group. Terrified of the dragon, the orcs immediately scattered in all directions. Murakan grumbles to himself about the kid constantly ordering him around for annoying errands, complaining that Jin must think being the chosen contractor makes him the absolute king of the world. However, the dragon sighs in defeat, admitting that being Solderlet's sacred contractor honestly does make the young master that important. But right as he wallows in self-pity over his tedious babysitting gig, a suffocating, unnatural aura suddenly crashes over the snowy forest, startling the ancient beast to his very core. Murakan's eyes narrow as he senses a monstrous entity advancing straight toward their location, frantically wondering where on earth such a bizarre abomination originated. Realizing the creature will definitely not leave on its own, Murakan feels genuinely relieved that the surrounding rookie cadets are only sitting at 3-star combat power, knowing full well that Jin would have detected his stealth barrier in a heart. Conjuring a massive pitch-black shadow dome, Murakan completely isolates the approaching entity from the rest of the mortal world. Outside the barrier, Bellup glances up at the sudden dimming of the sky, innocently wondering if a heavy rainstorm is about to hit the woods. Inside the shadowy barrier, Murakan transforms into his imposing dragon form, unleashing a deafening roar to demand who dares flex their presence without his royal permission. But as the dense fog clears, Murakan realizes that this incoming threat is not an organic living being at all, but an ancient relic from a forgotten mythological era. A terrifying graveyard giant. Murakan is left utterly dumbfounded, recalling with absolute certainty that the dragon race thoroughly eradicated every single graveyard giant over 2,000 years ago. He furiously questions why an ancient stone guardian meant to protect the sacred tombs of fallen gods is stomping through this random forest of all places. Recognizing that this encounter is far from a peaceful reunion, Murakan decides to end the threat in a single devastating strike, dropping a cataclysmic barrage of shadow claws directly onto the titan, completely obliterating the colossal monster into fine ash. Panting heavily, Murakan rubs his sore joints, noting it has been ages since he exerted real combat power. Yurikan analyzes the wreckage, deducing that this abomination is not merely a stray remnant, it is undeniably tied to the sinister operations of the Zipful clan. The dragon curses under his breath, wondering what kind of catastrophic conspiracy is brewing in the shadows. However, he resolves to keep this encounter an absolute secret from Jin, for the time being, figuring he can simply protect the boy from behind the scenes whenever danger strikes. Murakan calculates that if the young contractor continues growing at this insane, monstrous pace for the next 10 years, Jin will legitimately possess the power to wage war against the entire Zipful clan and come out on top. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a shady underground facility, a grotesque man who looks like he crawled straight out of an ugly bastard betrayal Dojin frantically reports to his superior, Lord Vishukal. Trembling in nervous sweat, the repulsive man confesses that they have a massive crisis on their hands, revealing that his greatest artistic masterpiece, the ancient graveyard giant, has just been utterly obliterated. The grotesque figure is officially revealed to be Bouvard Gaston, the notorious shapeshifter himself. Bishukal breaks the news, casually mentioning that the graveyard giant collapsed in the dead of night. Hearing this, Bouvard completely loses his mind, throwing a massive tantrum over who could possibly commit such an atrocity against a literal work of art. But Vishukal cuts right through the whining to drop a massive reality check. That is not what matters right now. The one who actually obliterated the cemetery giant was a dragon, and not just any oversized lizard, but the legendary shadow dragon himself. Vishukal personally inspected the wreckage, leaving Bouvard sweating bullets and frantically asking if the dragons have already caught on to their secret master plan. Vishukal admits nothing is set in stone just yet, but it is undeniably a crystal clear warning. For the time being, Bouvard needs to keep a low profile and properly guard the facility. To keep things locked down, Vishukal promises to assign several capable operatives to watch his back, noting that they must arrange an urgent summit with the Zipful clan in the very near future. Meanwhile, back with the rung candles, Refusade cannot help but hype up Jin, endlessly praising the young prodigy for pulling off an absolute miracle. Jin did not just complete his mission with flying colors, he walked right back out of that absolute hellhole known as the Mammoth in one piece. He completely outmaneuvered the arrogant flag bearers who set him up to die, and those scheming bastards are about to be utterly furious when they find out. Jin politely thanks his uncle for the support before Zed steps forward and officially dismisses the crowd. But as the loyal cadets swarm Jin with congratulations, the salty haters in the back immediately start running their mouths. A bunch of envious nobodies whisper among themselves, asking if everyone heard the latest juicy rumors. According to their desperate cope, some random, rogue magician just so happened to launch a freak attack on the exact inn where the target was hiding out, making young Master Jin nothing more than a ridiculously lucky fraud. They endlessly whine that life is inherently unfair. It is not enough that the kid was born a prestigious Runkindel, but he is also blessed with insane good luck. They bitterly complain that no matter how hard normal people grind, intermediate class cadet is the highest rank they will ever reach. It would sting a lot less if Jin actually had genuine combat skills to back up his prestige, but the young master is a 4-star warrior at the absolute best, surrounded by useless 3-star flunkies. One of the grunts turns to Kaijin, egging him on and asking if he is seriously just going to sit back and watch this absolute circus unfold. Kaijin shoots him down, asking what on earth he is supposed to do about it. Sure, they can despise the brat all they want, but the boy is still a pure-blooded Runkandel. On top of that, Myron and Anne gave strict, direct orders, leaving their hands completely tied. But right as they finish maulding, Jin casually strolls right into their circle. Kaijin sweats bullets, internally panicking and wondering just how much the young master managed to overhear from that distance. Jin smirks, shattering his hopes by confirming he heard every single disrespectful word. Looking Kaijin dead in the eye, Jin casually asks how his severed arm is healing up. Kaijin sheepishly replies that he ought to thank the young master for making such a clean, precise slice, which made it far easier for the medical staff to sew the limb back onto his torso. Jin playfully notes that they seem to be having quite the spicy conversation. Swallowing their pride, the cadets nervously stammer that all they can ever do is vent behind his back, praying the young master will let it slide. Jin coldly reminds them there is nothing to forgive, since he is not officially a flag bearer yet, meaning he technically is not their superior officer. Kaijin nervously mutters that technicalities do not matter when Jin could execute a subordinate with a single whisper. Jin asks why Kaijin assumes he would stoop so low. Kaijin insists it is because of his blatant disrespect, which Jin agrees is undeniably obnoxious. Kaijin doubles down, snapping that what is truly obnoxious is watching everyone endlessly glaze a pampered kid who only cleared a deadly trial through pure, dumb luck. Jin sighs, clarifying that he did not call Kaijin obnoxious because of some petty disrespect. Kaijin is a 5-star Night 1 of the elite heavy hitters among the intermediate class, which means he is supposed to be stronger than Jin. So why is he acting like a cowardly dog, barking behind people's backs? Jin makes it crystal clear. The open challenge stands, and anyone can test him in combat whenever they want. A stunned Kaijin asks if he is dead serious, and Jin boldly replies with absolute confidence, Jin commands Kaijin to draw his steel, making it crystal clear that he has zero intention of holding back, so they might as well settle this clash properly. Realizing the young master wants an unrestricted brawl without aura limitations, Kaijin smirks arrogantly, barking that the brat will instantly regret his suicidal death wish. The clash begins with explosive force as heavy steel screeches violently against steel. Jin calmly analyzes the kinetic pressure, noting that while Kaijin's swings are undeniably heavy, they are absolute child's play compared to the apocalyptic monsters he is destined to face down the road. Sweating from the sudden exertion, Kaijin mocks the young lord, asking if he finally sees the brutal reality of their power gap, claiming Jin is nowhere near the level required to pick fights with true veterans. Lunging forward, Kaijin thrusts his blade, but Jin cleanly halts the lethal edge right in front of his face with pinpoint accuracy. However, Kaijin immediately capitalizes on the close range, planting a heavy kick straight into Jin's gut that sends our protagonist skidding across the dirt. Pressing the offensive, Kaijin charges in for a decapitating follow-up strike, but Jin's heightened sensory perception instantly kicks into overdrive. Just like during the clear stone explosion with the Tona twins, Jin clearly perceives the exact trajectory of Kaijin's incoming blade moving in cinematic slow motion. Jin calculates that while a blade can theoretically cut through infinite angles, a 5-star knight's attack patterns are remarkably predictable, especially when an opponent is completely blinded by pure, unhinged rage. Jin coldly announces that he will end this entire duel in exactly 3 moves, stating that he has already downloaded Kaijin's attack rhythm from start to finish. Kaijin furiously malds, screaming that the brat is talking pure nonsense. But Jin executes his masterclass flawlessly. First, a deflection slicing from the left. Second, a clean upward vertical swing. And finally, a devastating surge of pure aura that no ordinary 5-star knight could ever hope to block. The explosive shockwave completely shatters Kaijin's defense, slamming the arrogant veteran onto the dusty training floor in total, humiliating defeat. Lying flat on the dirt, a trembling Kaijin gasps in pure disbelief, wondering how on earth a teenager managed to unleash such an overwhelming strike. Jin casually reflects that he originally thought reaching a 5-star aura would take a few more years of intense grinding. Panicking, Kaijin asks if the young lord secretly deceived everyone and was already a 5-star powerhouse all along. Jin shakes his head, clarifying that he never deceived anyone. Kaijin simply failed to understand him, noting that our protagonist never picks fights he cannot win. Right on cue, the Tona twins come sprinting into the courtyard demanding to know what the commotion is about. But the moment they spot Kaijin knocked out cold on the ground, their bodies freeze in utter paralysis. Jin casually brushes past them, softly murmuring that it was nothing, leaving his cowardly older brothers completely traumatized. Reporting straight to Mew and Anne, Kaijin confesses that he was utterly defeated by Jin in a direct duel. The older sisters refuse to believe their ears, asking if he expects them to buy such an absurd story. Anne aggressively accuses Kaijin of taking a bribe or throwing the match just because Jin is a royal Runkendel, but Kaijin adamantly denies it. Mew demands an explanation, furiously asking if he is seriously claiming that a 15-year-old kid reached 5-star aura mastery in a matter of months. Kaijin insists that the entire intermediate class witnessed the duel, confirming that the boy's explosive aura was unmistakably that of a genuine 5-star knight. Annoyed by his failure, the sisters label him completely useless and kick him out of their chambers. Left alone, the flag bearers mauled with absolute rage, wondering if Jin is openly baring his fangs at their authority. Mew coldly clarifies that Jin did not just bare his fangs at them, he officially bared his fangs at the entire Runkendel clan. She sinisterly vows to embed her personal assassins into Jin's next mission, promising to send him to an assignment that will become his permanent grave. Talk about toxic family dynamics, and she is supposed to be his sister. Imagine if she hated him. Meanwhile, Gilly delivers an urgent update to Jin, explaining that the entire Garden of Swords is in an absolute uproar, with every major clan elder in complete shock over his miraculous breakthrough. She notes that throughout the clan's legendary history, only 3 supreme monsters ever managed to become 5-star knights by the tender age of 15. The first patriarch Tamar, his father Chiron, and the unmatched prodigy Lady Luna. With this achievement, Jin officially possesses 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 4-star spiritual energy. Reaching 5-star swordsmanship so quickly was something nobody saw coming, and all it took was his relentless, daily grind with the clear stone. Before he even fully processed the breakthrough, Jin had already crossed the threshold into 5-star swordsmanship. He realizes that his 3 distinct power systems, spiritual energy, mana, and physical aura, actively feed into and amplify one another whenever one tier levels up. During his near-fatal brush with spiritual congestion, the explosive surge forcefully unblocked his aura pathways and widened his mana circuits, bumping his martial foundation up an entire stage. While 0 historical records exist to explain this phenomenon, since our protagonist is the only human in existence wielding all 3 forbidden forces simultaneously, their internal synergy is undeniable. Glancing over at his nightstand, Jin asks Gilly about the mysterious flower sitting in a vase. Gilly explains that the bouquet was delivered while he was out on deployment, asking if she should toss the suspicious plant into the trash. Jin tells her to leave it alone, sensing neither curses nor hostile mana radiating from the petals. He casually points out that openly flexing 5-star swordsmanship at the tender age of 15 is going to drive his royal siblings into pure, unadulterated panic, especially his ambitious older brother, Joshua, the presumptive heir to the entire throne. Ever since the first flagbearer, Lady Luna, formally abdicated her claim to the succession race, second flagbearer Joshua emerged as the undisputed frontrunner, aggressively solidifying his overwhelming political faction with the full backing of their iron-willed mother, Lady Rosa. While keeping his true combat prowess hidden under wraps would have been a safe play, Jin calculated that putting his monstrous 5-star tier on full display was a vastly superior tactical move. Broadcasting his breakthrough in front of dozens of intermediate cadets ensures the shockwave will explode far beyond the borders of the clan, turning our protagonist into the main character of continental headlines overnight. Murakami playfully teases the kid for glazing himself so shamelessly, but readily admits the boy is spitting straight facts. With the entire world watching Jin's every move, his scheming siblings will be forced to pump the brakes on messy, desperate assassination attempts for the foreseeable future, knowing that any suspicious moves will draw massive international scrutiny. Most importantly, this explosive revelation guarantees that their terrifying father, Lord Chiron, will personally return to the Garden of Swords. Chiron has long craved a worthy successor beyond Joshua. Aside from Luna, the patriarch was never truly satisfied with any of his other children, and since the only daughter who caught his eye refused the throne, Chiron deemed her unfit to lead the clan. In the wake of her departure, Joshua established himself as the prime heir, while Dipus, Luntia, and Mary settled in as secondary succession candidates. That was how the delicate balance of power operated until Jin's meteoric rise shattered the entire board. Knowing their father judges potential purely on merit regardless of age, Jin is certain Chiron will issue a direct royal decree, just like he did during the beginner class. Whatever that decree turns out to be, 2 outcomes are guaranteed. First, it will be a brutal trial designed to see if Jin can overcome the massive age and experience gaps separating him from his older siblings. Second, it will grant him absolute patriarch-level protection. Chiron will never allow his youngest prodigy to get butchered by envious siblings before taking the test, simply because Jin is a historic anomaly. Once the international news spreads, influential clans and major superpowers from across the continent will flood the estate with formal requests for an audience. There is no better venue to entertain high-profile foreign dignitaries all at once than a grand celebration. Jin predicts that the moment Chiron arrives, a massive welcoming banquet will be held, instructing Gilly to begin preparations immediately while keeping a strict eye on Murakami. Jin warns that if the ancient dragon shifts into a human form and sneaks into the crowded ballroom, their entire operation will collapse. Murakami pouts, furiously malding as he asks if Jin takes him for a reckless toddler, but Gilly readily agrees with the young master, leaving the great black dragon utterly deflated. A few days later, Gilly reports that the clan butlers are practically drowning in mountains of official diplomatic correspondence, with butler Petro confirming that even the prestigious Vermont imperial family submitted formal letters requesting an audience. Jin smirks, noting how incredible it is that his meteoric rise has piqued the intense curiosity of the continent's most powerful elites. Gilly adds that the Supreme Patriarch officially notified the main estate of his upcoming arrival through Butler Khan, planning an extended stay of 1 full month. To capitalize on the historic moment, the loyal maid coordinated the arrival of foreign delegations, noble dignitaries, and imperial envoys to seamlessly align with Chiron's schedule. However, Gilly points out that his ambitious royal siblings have been suspiciously quiet throughout the estate. She reasons that if they actively tried to sabotage or suppress him while he sits under the global spotlight, they would practically be announcing to the entire world that they are secretly trembling in fear of a 15-year-old boy. Jin agrees, noting that public perception and continental optics are everything right now. But right in the middle of their strategic discussion, a frantic butler practically kicks down the door, breathlessly announcing that official mission orders have arrived for Jin, directing him straight to the treacherous, blood-soaked Colin ruins. Cutting over to the Grand Matriarchal Hall, Lady Rosa is throwing an absolute cinematic fit, furiously dressing down her scheming daughters at the top of her lungs. The Black Panther aggressively demands to know how on earth they dare call themselves proud flag-bearers when they handle clan business with such childish incompetence, shouting how they could possibly be stupid enough to deploy Jin directly into hostile Zipful territory, straight up roasting the 2 scheming sisters with zero filter. The exact second Jin steps into the lavish chamber, he notices that senior flag bearers Luntia, Ran, and Vigo are also present for the brutal scolding. Rosa turns to her youngest prodigy, asking if he heard the news that his next deployment was assigned to the Colin ruins. Jin calmly confirms it, prompting the matriarch to drop an immediate royal veto, declaring that the suicidal assignment is officially revoked and he will not be setting a foot near those ruins under any circumstances whatsoever. Miu and Anne instantly whine in protest, begging their mother to reconsider. Rosa immediately shuts them down, calling them brainless wretches who think of nothing but clumsy schemes to murder Jin. Miu boldly pushes back, asking if it is genuinely that outrageous for them to want to eliminate their royal competition. Anne backs her up, complaining that she honestly cannot comprehend why their mother is suddenly shielding Jin with such aggressive favoritism. Rosa narrows her lethal eyes, asking what they just dared say, warning that unless they have completely lost their minds, they better keep their mouths permanently shut. The sisters argue that up until now, both Rosa and Chiron actively encouraged the siblings to butcher each other for supremacy while remaining totally indifferent. They demand to know if ruthless internal warfare is not the fundamental law of the Runkendell bloodline, arguing that every child in this room grew up being oppressed and sabotaged by older siblings during their own time in the intermediate class. Rosa calmly agrees that brutal competition is necessary and that dirty tactics have never been outlawed in this family. However, the matriarch drops an absolute hydrogen bomb of a counter question. Did either of you clowns manage to become a 5-star knight at 15 years old? The sisters' jaws practically hit the marble floor in pure humiliation. Rosa coldly states that Jin is built completely different from the rest of them, declaring that if they had achieved that legendary milestone at his young age, she would have shielded them just as fiercely. In other words, they are simply unworthy of her royal protection, delivering an emotional slap so violently painful that even the audience felt the secondhand damage through the screen. Rosa adds that watching their pathetic performance after becoming flag bearers only proves she has zero reasons to regret her decision. Turning to Luntia, Ran, and Vigo, Rosa decrees that as flag bearers of the same generation, they share collective guilt for failing to control these two clowns. For punishment, Luntia is sentenced to strict self-reflection, while Ran and Vigo must surrender a legendary clan-treasured sword from their vaults. The brothers gasp in disbelief, asking what on earth she means by returning a famous sword. Rosa coldly clarifies that she would gladly confiscate every single ancestral blade in their possession, telling the brothers they should get on their knees and thank her for limiting the penalty to just one blade each. With the punishment established, Rosa turns her sharp, calculating gaze directly toward Jin, eagerly waiting to see how her youngest son will react. Having deliberately dragged completely uninvolved siblings into the crossfire, the matriarch tests his true nature. Will Jin attempt to take the moral high ground and plead to take their punishment upon himself, or will he act smug, arrogant, and revel in this blatant display of royal favoritism? Eager to see how her youngest prodigy navigates this political landmine, Lady Rosa waits for his answer. Looking his terrifying mother dead in the eye, Jin calmly states that he actually loves the mission his older sisters assigned to him. Rosa raises an eyebrow, asking if he is making that bold claim fully aware of what kind of demonic death trap the Kholin ruins truly are. Jin confirms he knows the lore perfectly. It is heavily fortified Zipful territory that the Runkendell clan notoriously failed to conquer in the past. While it is undeniably suicidal, he has zero intention of running away from a fight. Jin adds with cheeky sarcasm that he does not find the assignment unfair at all, viewing it as a massive compliment to his elite combat skills from his dear older sisters. The scheming sisters mauled with pure indignation, while Jin smirks, playfully asking if acknowledging his greatness was not their true motivation all along. Rosa asks if the boy is putting on a dramatic theatrical performance to test her maternal authority. Jin clarifies his tactical logic. If official mission deployments are abruptly overturned by maternal favoritism, it signals to every clan vassal and foreign spy that the Runkendell power hierarchy is fragile and easily compromised. Rosa counters that loyal followers would never doubt their Iron Clan over such trivial matters, bluntly stating that Miu and Anne simply want him dead and are blatantly abusing their flag-bearer authority because they cannot strike him directly. Jin explains that is precisely the point. Clashing against two flag-bearers right now is a guaranteed defeat, but conquering this suicidal assignment is a battle he can legitimately win on his own merits. Rosa sternly warns that a single mistake inside the Kholin ruins is an instant death sentence, asking if he is truly that confident in his survival. Jin nods fearlessly, adding a high-stakes counter-demand. If he successfully returns alive, he wants to claim the legendary swords his older brothers were forced to surrender as his personal prize, calling it the bare minimum reward for clearing a mission his own mother judged as lethal. Hearing his audacious demand, Ran and Vigo completely freak out, frantically asking why Jin should get their treasured blades. Panicking for his mortal life, they offer to just gift him an ordinary sword from their personal armory if he wants steel that badly, desperately begging their little brother to drop the suicidal mission and stay alive until Lord Chiron returns. Jin hits them with a ruthless reality check. If they were so deeply concerned about his life, they should have stepped in and stopped Miu and Anne when the corrupt contract was issued in the first place. Rosa commands the room to silence, officially accepting Jin's terms. If he clears the Kholin ruins and returns alive, his brother's legendary swords belong to him. Dismissing the assembly, Rosa reflects in private, realizing she trampled on the pride of her older children out of fear that Jin might follow Luna's path of disillusionment, but concludes she worried over nothing. Chiron will be ecstatic to see the monster their youngest son is becoming. Outside the council chamber, Anne aggressively confronts Jin, asking what on earth is going through his head and inquiring if he honestly believes his dumb luck will bail him out again. Jin casually jokes that while she might not realize it, he is actually cursed with terrible luck. Anne sneers that this is the absolute end of his cocky, laid-back attitude, reminding him that this is not a solo deployment, meaning he will not be alone on his one-way trip to hell. Jin cheerfully thanks her for the hospitality, waving goodbye with a cheeky smile. At the deployment gate, his assigned squad members arrive, with an operative introducing himself as Hima Hazuki. The squad members put on a sickening display of fake humility, claiming it is an absolute honor to serve alongside the young master, while apologizing for their previous rudeness. Jin plays along with the friendly facade, telling them to bury the past and work seamlessly together on the battlefield. But Jin knows the grim truth. These three operatives are loyal thralls of Miyu and Anne, sent to backstab him. Jin knows full well that concepts like knightly honor and battlefield loyalty do not exist for these three snakes. Having been bought and owned by Miyu and Anne, their only true directive is to orchestrate a fatal accident and stab him in the back the moment they step foot into the hazardous ruins. Keeping his poker face locked in, Jin listens attentively as one of the operatives lays out the official mission brief, explaining that their primary objective is to infiltrate the dangerous ruins and recover ancient, lost relics. The operation targets the historic Kalin ruins, with their official objective centered on recovering a total of 4 ancient relics. Jin reflects on the dark history behind these sacred grounds. Centuries ago, thousands of indigenous tribes lived here in peaceful harmony, but today, it exists as occupied territory ruled by the Zipful clan within the borders of the Palan kingdom. When the Magic clan first stumbled upon the ruins hundreds of years ago, they brutally slaughtered and enslaved the vast majority of the native population. In modern times, the Zipful family publicly preaches that they respect and protect the Kalan natives, but that is nothing more than a superficial public relations facade. While the outside world sees a reformed administration, the indigenous people remain treated as subhuman slaves, with zero efforts made to improve their wretched living conditions since their fundamental human rights mean nothing to the continental powers. The sole reason the Zipful clan kept the remaining natives alive was to maintain the delicate ecological balance of the ruins while performing fake remorse for their past atrocities. Normally, the Zipful rulers pride themselves on cultivating reasonable, benevolent governance to secure natural obedience from the masses. However, in the Kalin ruins, their insatiable greed pushed them way over the line. Their fanatical obsession with this region, to the point of sacrificing their global reputation, stems from a legendary mirror artifact hidden deep within the ancestral lands. The existence of this sacred mirror is classified information known only to high-ranking Zipful elders, but before Jin's regression, a courageous investigative journalist exposed the entire scandal to the world. The exposé revealed testimonies proving the Zipful clan's brutal occupation was driven by the hunt for an artifact known as the Fountain of Mana. Legend states that merely gazing into this mythical mirror instantly elevates a spellcaster's mana core straight to the 7-star realm, allowing the Zipful clan to mass-produce elite archmages in his previous timeline. Jin calculates that this mass production did not begin until 10 years in the future, meaning the Zipfuls have not discovered the artifact yet, firmly vowing that he will never let his sworn enemies lay their greedy hands on it this time around. Arriving at the perimeter, the strike team scouts the area, noting that patrolling mages are rotating back to their barracks. 2 structures serve as residential quarters for Zipful magicians, while the 4 target relics are stored inside the 3rd warehouse. The operatives state that launching a stealth raid will not be difficult, though they anticipate a defensive barrier spell. The seasoned thrall who already took 2 beatings tells Jin not to worry, pledging with comical intensity that the squad will protect the young master no matter what, even if it costs them their very lives. Jin inwardly scoffs at this cringe theatrical performance, offering a fake smile and thanking them for the comforting words. He suggests they conserve energy to ensure a safe extraction, proposing a 1-hour rest before commencing the raid. The operatives eagerly agree. Jin pulls out rations and hands each member a piece of savory dried jerky, politely commanding them to eat up. The exact second they swallow the meat, Jin casually announces that he is heading in solo, warmly telling them to sleep tight. Before they can even ask what on earth he is talking about, all 3 operatives collapse flat onto the dirt, completely paralyzed as the heavy sleeping drug courses through their veins. Jin assures them not to panic, clarifying that it is merely a potent sedative rather than a lethal toxin. He openly mocks their terrible acting, explaining that they were painfully obvious for an assassination hit squad. Jin chuckles, pointing out that acting like their usual arrogant selves would have been 10 times less suspicious than this sudden kiss-ass routine, but admits that an obedient dog simply follows its master's orders. Moving out alone, Jin blitzes the compound, knocking out the sentries so fast they don't even realize they were attacked. Jin is genuinely surprised to find only 2 guards on duty with 0 outer sentries. Examining the entrance, he finds a basic mechanical lock with 0 defensive warding spells, deducing that the 3rd warehouse is routinely open for common tourists, which explains why the Zipfels treat it with such low security. But stepping inside the dark facility, his eyes widen as he discovers a sinister blood magic circle and a concealed barrier. Jin analyzes the glowing diagram etched onto the stone floor, recognizing it as an ancient biological detection ward. While common folk mistakenly believe these security arrays are designed to verify pure noble bloodlines, the circle actually functions as a screening mechanism to determine whether a subject is human, a beast, or carrying a contagious magical plague. In other words, the specific identity of the blood donor is totally irrelevant as long as it belongs to an ordinary healthy human being. Slicing the palm of the unconscious sentry, Jin lets a few drops fall into the array, avoiding the massive risk of using his own royal blood and leaving behind incriminating genetic traces. The circle flashes with intense crimson light, and Jin initially assumes bypassing the perimeter ward is going to be an effortless breeze. But suddenly, the array flares erratically, emitting a harsh alarm frequency while refusing to unlock the door. Realizing the security system actively rejected the sample, Jin calculates the grim reality. The knocked-out guard is either infected with a mutated disease, or is not an organic human at all. Before he can ponder the mystery further, the 2 sentries mutate into grotesque, feral beasts right before his eyes. Jin instantly casts Silent Wind, acknowledging that while unleashing active mana in hostile territory risks alerting nearby Zipfel magicians, soundproofing the chamber is essential since a lethal brawl is now completely unavoidable. Jin smoothly dodges a flurry of savage claws, planting a throwing dagger straight into one creature's vital organs. But the abomination continues its violent frenzy completely unfazed by the metal in its flesh. Forced to escalate, Jin draws his ancestral blade and coats the steel in dense, pitch-black spiritual energy. The mutated creatures instantly freeze in terror, instinctively recognizing that the shadowy aura radiates lethal cosmic danger. But during that brief hesitation, one monster rips the dagger from its torso, instantly regenerating its shredded tissue in real time. Observing this rapid cellular recovery, a trait exclusive to high-tier monsters, Jin realizes these organic puppets are classified as illegal living golems, exposing the horrific reality that the Zipfels are using the Kalin ruins as a clandestine laboratory for forbidden human experimentation. Jin notes that creating living golems is an internationally condemned taboo, proving the Zipfel clan has been exploiting these occupied lands to run horrific dark magic experiments on living subjects. Assessing their combat parameters, Jin clocks their physical strength and movement speed at the baseline of an early 4-star martial artist. However, because their biomechanics are clumsy and unrefined compared to an actual trained 4-star knight, dismantling them in close-quarters combat will be remarkably straightforward. Golems are infamous magical constructs capable of absorbing astronomical amounts of physical trauma while relentlessly advancing, but shattering their primary power core instantly shuts down their motor functions permanently. In standard arcane theory, a golem's power core is traditionally embedded in one of 3 anatomical locations: the head, the heart, or the lower dantian. Figuring that an organic construct forged from forbidden flesh alchemy operates on identical principles, Jin blitzes the first beast and cleanly cleaves its skull in half. But to his shock, the golem refuses to drop. In fact, losing half its head only sends the abomination into an even more violent, berserk frenzy. Having ruled out the skull, Jin strikes at the lower dantian, but finds no magical core energy radiating from the abdomen. With only one possible location remaining, Jin lunges forward and drives his shadow-infused steel straight through the creature's chest, shattering the corrupted heart core into pieces. Jin gags in absolute disgust, horrified that the Zipfels could commit such grotesque atrocities against living human beings. Right then, the second golem lunges for a lethal blindside ambush from behind, but our protagonist spins on a dime with blinding speed, skewering the monster's chest with pinpoint accuracy, and obliterating the second core on contact. Jin exhales in relief, noting that he neutralized both threats right before his Silent Wind concealment spell expired. But suddenly, a faint, raspy human whimper echoes from the dusty floor. Looking down, Jin watches the shattered golem revert into a shriveled, dried-out human corpse, desperately begging the young swordsman to end his endless torment. Overwhelmed by deep pity, Jin solemnly grants the dying soul his final wish of peaceful rest, acknowledging that while he does not know the full tragedy of the man's past, nobody in their right mind would ever willingly choose to live as a grotesque golem, especially knowing that transformation permanently reduces a human soul into a disposable, discarded tool with zero future. Jin reminds himself that losing his cool is pointless right now. An unexpected anomaly occurred, leading him straight into the darkest classified secret of the Zipfel clan. He strongly suspects his scheming older sisters, Miu and Anne, were fully aware of this demonic laboratory when they assigned the suicidal mission. However, discovering this conspiracy does not mean his official objective suddenly disappears into thin air. Even if he publicly exposed these atrocities today, the Zipfuls would easily deny every single accusation. Creating living golems is a heinous crime so universally condemned that even unsubstantiated rumors would trigger an immediate, full-scale imperial investigation from the Vermont Empire. Jin resolves to secure the physical evidence first while completing his primary heist, acknowledging that while the Zipfuls will inevitably use their immense political influence to secretly tamper with any formal inquiry, handling continental politics is a problem for down the road. Furthermore, zero movement has occurred among the surrounding Zipful magicians, indicating that ordinary station mages viewed this building as nothing more than a mundane warehouse. If the garrison knew the sentries were forbidden living golems, they never would have guarded the perimeters so carelessly, proving that only a select cabal in the Colin ruins is involved in forbidden flesh magic. Inspecting the vault, Jin notes that the ward on the target stones is relatively simple, though the sealing enchantment over the sacred relic bowl is remarkably intricate. Normally, unweaving such complex security requires tedious, delicate calculation. But with two mutilated golems rotting on the stone floor, the Zipfuls will be forced to hush up the entire incident regardless of how violently he breaches the vault. Fusing his dense mana spheres with blazing elemental fire, Jin compresses the swirling vortex into a sinister explosive core, smirking that things are about to get intensely spicy before detonating the blazing sphere to incinerate the vault wards completely and claim the ancient loot right away. Back at the Runkendale main estate, Lady Luna is absolutely furious about the recent sabotage. Cornering Miyu and Anne in her private quarters, the legendary white whale aggressively demands to know what on earth the two sisters were thinking when they sent Jin straight into hostile Zipful territory, asking if they are mentally sick for targeting a young cadet 10 full years younger than them. Luna demands an explanation for their despicable behavior, asking if they are seriously admitting that as recognized flag-bearers of the clan, they are actively waging an internal war for hegemony against an unranked rookie who literally just stepped into the intermediate cadet class. Luna sternly reminds them of the sacred unwritten law of the bloodline. Flag-bearers clash exclusively against other flag-bearers, while cadets compete among their fellow cadets, asking if they have completely forgotten clan tradition. The scheming sisters remain dead silent under her terrifying aura. Luna coldly declares that they should be utterly ashamed of themselves, stating she is personally disgusted that two such pathetic cowards share the title of flag-bearer alongside her. Anne tries to talk back, pointing out that Luna abdicated and never cared about the succession race, boldly asking what gives her the right to scold them. Luna instantly fires back, stating that she would not be lecturing them if they had actually triumphed after scheming against Jin. However, our protagonist already cleared the Colin ruins with flying colors, and their mother, Lady Rosa, is reviewing the official success report right this very second. Luna mocks them, pointing out that their clumsy sabotage only served to accelerate Jin's glory. She wonders aloud if there has ever been a single pathetic instance in Runkendale history where official flag-bearers got thoroughly humiliated while trying to crush their younger brother. Luna barks at them to get out of her sight, but stops them with a chilling piece of sisterly advice. Based on what she has witnessed, Jin is not merciful in the slightest, warning the duo to watch their backs moving forward. She speaks out of genuine concern, knowing that despite their foolishness, they are still her little sisters. After the humiliated sisters scurry away, Luna's personal nanny chuckles from the side, commenting that she never expected the young lady to discipline her siblings so harshly the second she returned from her travels. The nanny playfully jokes that for a moment, she thought Luna was entering another wild, rebellious teenage phase. Luna laughs warmly, assuring her loyal attendant that she has long outgrown teenage rebellion, but resolves to keep a protective eye over the storm brewing across the clan. The nanny chuckles, reminding Lady Luna that her own adolescent years were remarkably wild, rebellious, and extravagant. However, the loyal attendant grows solemn, admitting she is genuinely worried about Miyu and Anne, because Jin is definitely not the type of warrior to forgive and forget a lethal grudge. Luna asks if the nanny also believes the two scheming sisters are completely outmatched by their younger brother. The nanny nods without a shred of hesitation, predicting that within 5 short years, the sisters will not stand a microscopic chance against Jin even in a sanctioned clan duel, morbidly wondering if that means the arrogant duo only has 5 years left to live. Luna tells her not to utter such ominous words, quickly pivoting the conversation to ask if the nanny made progress investigating the historical assassination attempt on little Jin back at the Storm Castle. The nanny confirms that Miyu and Anne are officially ruled out, explaining that both sisters were merely low-tier intermediate cadets at the time, completely lacking the external resources or political network to orchestrate a covert strike. Luna agrees with the assessment, adding that Mary, Yona, and the cowardly Tona twins can easily be crossed off the prime suspect list as well. That leaves only the heavyweight flag-bearers, Joshua, Dipus, Ran, Vigo, and Luntia. The nanny points out that setting aside Ran and Vigo, the remaining 3 top contenders cannot be investigated easily without triggering a massive internal crisis. Luna acknowledges the harsh reality, noting that Joshua, Dipus, and Luntia possess rock-solid political foundations, meaning poking around their elite factions would trigger catastrophic headaches for everyone involved. For now, she decides that quietly observing from the shadows is the best tactical move, since launching a blind witch hunt without decisive proof will only cause needless clan chaos. Her nanny praises her mature judgment, reassuring the white whale that despite the traumatic childhood incident, Jin grew up miraculously healthy and terrifyingly strong, so she does not need to drown herself in constant anxiety over his safety. Meanwhile, Jin safely returns to his private quarters, where Gilly greets him with overwhelming relief and pure joy. Jin playfully boasts about his absurd combat growth, teasing that soon enough, even Gilly will not be able to stand against him in direct battle. But Gilly gets visibly emotional, reminding the young master that the Kallen ruins are an unforgiving, lethally dangerous death trap, passionately declaring that if anything catastrophic had happened to him, she would have willingly laid down her own life to avenge his death. Murakhan barks at his beloved strawberry tart, telling the loyal maid to drop the grim theatrics and never utter such depressing words. Shifting focus, Murakhan asks if Jin submitted his official mission completion report properly. Jin confirms everything was filed with the elders, adding that high-ranking officials probably assume he was carried by third-party external assistants, but notes he could not care less about their petty opinions. More importantly, Jin pulls out the glowing core of the shattered living golem and places it directly onto the table. Inspecting the corrupted artifact, Murakhan remarks that the kid is ridiculously lucky since Jin walked away without taking a single scratch. The construct must have been an unstable, defective prototype. Jin reveals that he discovered the golem in the heart of the Kallen ruins, explaining that two ordinary warehouse sentries mutated into flesh monstrosities that relentlessly regenerated from every slice until he pierced their heart cores. Hearing this, Murakhan freaks out with genuine alarm. First, an ancient graveyard giant appears in the forest, and now a forbidden living golem surfaces and Kallen the dragon furiously barks, demanding to know what kind of demonic conspiracy the damned Zipfel clan is cooking up behind closed doors. Remembering that the ruins sit directly inside Zipfel territory, Murakhan falls into deep contemplation before telling Jin to clear his schedule, declaring that the two of them are launching an immediate return expedition back to the Kallen ruins to uncover the truth. Jin admits he was hesitant due to the golem threat, but with the great black dragon by his side, total safety is guaranteed. Furthermore, Jin notes that this return trip provides the perfect cover to hunt for the Fountain of Mana, knowing the Zipfels will hush up any collateral damage. Following the completion of the mission, Kaijin and the Hazuki brothers return to the Garden of Swords completely on their own. However, furious over their utter failure to eliminate Jin, Mew and Anne ruthlessly stripped the trio of their cadet status and permanently exiled them from the Runkendel clan. Jin observes that banishment was an exceptionally brutal punishment for cadets who technically fulfilled their mission parameters, yet not a single soul in the bloodline felt even an ounce of sympathy for the discarded thralls. Fast forward to June of 1795, and the stage is set for the next catastrophic clash. Jin officially masters his grueling training with the Clear Stone, prompting Chief Instructor Zed to announce that starting tomorrow, only the pathetic Tona twins will be required to show up for afternoon drills. Zed adds that attending standard morning exercises alongside intermediate cadets is no longer necessary for our protagonist, dropping a massive hint that the Supreme Patriarch will likely deliver a direct royal decree next week. Hearing this, the Tona brothers are left completely flabbergasted, whispering in sheer disbelief as they wonder if Lord Chiron intends to promote Jin into a provisional flag-bearer on the spot. Earning the title of provisional flag-bearer means an unranked prodigy must officially depart the Runkendel territory, venturing out into the chaotic wider world on a solo pilgrimage to stack combat merits and accumulate glory before claiming true succession status. Under this trial, a young noble must operate entirely on their own without receiving a single drop of clan resources, military backing, or official protection. But rather than trembling in fear, Jin celebrates the news, knowing that escaping the suffocating surveillance of the Garden of Swords will finally grant him total freedom to grind his forbidden magic and shadow powers without worrying about prying eyes. Meanwhile, traveling across the continental border, Butler Khan informs Lord Chiron that their carriage will soon arrive at the gates of the main estate. Gazing out the window, the terrifying patriarch sighs in comedic annoyance, remarking that the youngest child he had in his twilight years refuses to stop disrupting his martial seclusion. Chiron grumbles that his original plan was to isolate himself deep within the treacherous Black Sea for at least 10 uninterrupted years, asking his loyal butler how many times he has already been forced to travel back solely because of Jin's reckless antics. Khan respectfully chuckles, recalling that he sensed the young master was far from normal ever since their encounter at the Storm Castle, but admits even he never anticipated the boy pulling off such earth-shattering milestones within the Garden of Swords so rapidly. Chiron analyzes his youngest son's mindset, noting that the boy's fighting spirit is completely abnormal. Chiron recalls that when he first visited the Storm Castle, despite being a mere toddler, Jin's eyes were already burning with intense resentment, though the kid desperately tried to conceal his inner malice from the world. The patriarch chuckles, admitting he will never forget how Jin ruthlessly provoked his older siblings the exact moment he arrived at the Garden of Swords. Without anyone ever teaching him ruthless political warfare, Jin instinctively understood how to dismantle and crush his opponents both psychologically and physically. His older siblings immediately recognized the existential threat and frantically tried to keep him suppressed under their iron thumb. Yet despite repeatedly sending the boy into suicidal death traps, Jin kept returning stronger and deadlier, achieving 5-star mastery in record time. Chiron notes that even more than surviving Mammoth or plundering the Kholin ruins, his very first border mission was the most bizarre anomaly, somehow defeating an elite White Wolf warrior in direct, brutal single combat. Chiron initially assumed the boy would sacrifice his rookie subordinates as expendable meat shields to secure the kill, but Jin slew the beastman entirely on his own, proving the unyielding core of his martial principle. Khan asks if the patriarch genuinely believes Jin killed the beastman solo, and Chiron confirms he does, though he suspects the boy might not have been completely alone during that snowy skirmish. Arriving at the grand gates, the entire household bows in absolute reverence. Lady Rosa welcomes her husband, stating that everyone was eagerly awaiting his return. When Chiron remarks that organizing the welcoming must have kept her busy, Rosa casually notes that their eldest son, Joshua, handled all the lavish preparations. Chiron coldly retorts that if his grown children behaved properly, he would not have been forced to leave the Black Sea, pointing out that foreign guests are trying to please him while his own flesh and blood only bring endless headaches. Rosa smoothly invites him inside for his favorite home-cooked feast, but Chiron's sharp eyes immediately lock onto Jin's waist, spotting 2 legendary ancestral blades hanging proudly from his belt. Chiron turns to Ran and Vigo, sternly asking if they voluntarily handed over their swords. Sweating bullets under their father's suffocating aura, Ran and Vigo instantly fold and spill the beans, confessing that Jin took the weapons fair and square after clearing the suicidal Kholin ruins assignment. Hearing how his youngest son Finesse robbed his older brothers of their prized armory, Chiron bursts into uproarious, booming laughter, playfully teasing the humiliated brothers to step up and try to take their swords back next time, openly amused by what a sly, brilliant schemer Jin has turned out to be. Chiron chuckles, remarking that moments like these genuinely make him question whether such a sly trickster could actually be his biological flesh and blood. As night descends upon the estate, the patriarch turns to the boy, asking how it feels to have his very first grand banquet officially announced in his honor. Jin falls into deep reflection. In his previous life, he only ever experienced banquets hosted by foreign powers thanks to his master's connections, making this the first time he has ever attended a celebration within his own family. Back then, he was forced to scurry through the dark corners like a shameful criminal hiding from his siblings. But in this second timeline, he stands proudly at the right hand of the Supreme Patriarch, shining as the undisputed main character of the entire evening. Jin inwardly laughs, noting that completely rewriting his tragic destiny only required dying once. Chiron points out that the Runkendel clan rarely throws lavish celebrations, hosting them exclusively when a milestone is monumental enough to shake the entire continent, emphasizing just how insane Jin's achievement truly is. Jin politely expresses his gratitude, prompting Chiron to ask how many foreign dignitaries the young boy expects in the grand hall tonight. Jin estimates at least 1,000 guests, and Chiron confirms the number is dead on the money, noting there are 200 more attendees than the last grand banquet held 7 years ago. Chiron asks if Jin understands the true meaning behind that massive international turnout. Jin replies that it demonstrates how significantly the clan's continental dominance has expanded over the last 7 years. Chiron hits him with an icy reality check. While a 1,000-person banquet is common among lesser clans, every single guest breathing in this room is an exceptional continental powerhouse. Chiron explains that all he did for the past 7 years was slaughter monsters and cultivate his aura deep inside the Black Sea. The sole reason their influence grew is because he stands as the only living Genesis Knight in the modern era, warning that if he vanished, every sycophant present would instantly abandon Runkendel. Jin acknowledges that his father is spitting straight facts. Without Chiron's demigod aura, the power gap between Runkendel and the Zipfel clan would widen exponentially, allowing the Magic Clan to rule the continent unopposed. But then, Jin looks his terrifying father dead in the eye and drops an absolute bombshell. If Chiron was not around, everyone turned their backs on the family, and the clan became completely powerless against Zipfel tyranny. Jin would simply pack his bags and abandon Runkendel altogether. Talk about having balls of pure vibranium. You have to respect the kid's sheer audacity in front of a demigod. Chiron narrows his eyes, demanding to know what on earth he just dared say. Jin calmly elaborates. If the mighty Runkendel clan crumbles solely because of the patriarch's absence, the true cause of that downfall would be the utter incompetence of the next successor, and Jin has zero intention of dying like a loyal dog under a brainless leader. Furthermore, Jin asks how much classified dirt and political leverage the clan holds over the foreign guests tonight. Chiron asks what weaknesses he is referring to, prompting Jin to reveal his tactical homework. When he extorted Vigo's treasured sword, he also forced his older brother to cough up the classified commission contracts reserved strictly for flagbearer. Jin smoothly lists the dirty secrets. The head of the Burn clan swindled the emperor and stole an imperial relic, yet attends this banquet safely under Runkendel protection. The greatest champion of the Cleaver clan previously hired their assassins to eliminate a Zipful maid, and the young lady of the Herald clan pawned her family's ancestral treasure to fuel a gambling addiction, begging Runkendel to recover it while still failing to pay her tab. Jin points out that with a single glance, he found countless non-sword weapons capable of checkmating foreign leaders, knowing countless more exist in the ultra-classified vaults only Chiron and Rosa can access. Chiron asks if Jin is claiming the clan could survive without a Genesis Knight by using these political weapons to defend its absolute sovereignty across the brutal international arena. Jin boldly replies that if a future patriarch who is not an invincible Genesis Knight takes the throne of Runkendel, the clan's survival will hinge entirely on that leader's cunning diplomacy, psychological warfare, and ruthless negotiation skills. Chiron smiles faintly, admitting that the young prodigy makes a remarkably sharp point, but concludes with an ominous reality check. Runkendel is far from the only superpower that hoards dirty secrets and sharp political leverage against its rivals. The Zipful clan definitely has a solid grasp on their own weaknesses, just like Runkendel does. The boy casually admits he has no doubt about that. However, he points out that the Zipfuls simply lack a valid excuse to actually exploit those vulnerabilities. Naturally, the patriarch raises an eyebrow and asks what the kid actually means by that. Jim smirks and drops absolute facts. It is because the villain role exclusively belongs to them, the Runkendel clan. Jim makes it crystal clear that even with an insane mountain of god-tier weapons, if the next patriarch fails to wield them properly, he will not hesitate for a single second to turn his back and straight up ditch the clan. Jim vows that he will cook up his own personal revenge against the Zipfuls, no matter how many decades it takes. The father listens to his youngest son casually plotting absolute vengeance and chuckles, admitting that staying alive is step one for any revenge plot, so the boy's strategy is not half bad. The patriarch muses that none of his other kids would ever have the absolute balls to hypothesize the literal downfall of Runkendel right to his face. Any other sibling would be mauling, stuttering excuses, or crying a river of tears. But Jim just calmly lays out his cold-blooded ambitions, swift, sharp, and totally unfiltered. The patriarch genuinely laments that Jim was born way after his own prime, because looking at the kid is insane. It is as if Luna's godlike talent, Mary's savage brutality, and Diffus's relentless fighting spirit were all mashed into one single monster. The old man notes he only has about 10 to 15 years left where he can personally protect the clan as patriarch. He grins, thinking it will be wildly entertaining to see if Jim can completely speedrun the ruthless succession battle before his own clock runs out, because watching the drama unfold is going to be absolute peak entertainment for the ages. The patriarch tells the kid it is time to head inside since most of the high-profile guests have pulled up. But before they step in, he drops one last teaser. He needs to share a massive secret with Jim right after the banquet wraps up, so the boy better stay on standby until summoned. Jim internally figures this is obviously about him securing the provisional flag bearer status, and plans to pack his bags and leave this place shortly after the party concludes. He groans internally at the fact that surviving this 4-day banquet is going to be an exhausting marathon. But right in the middle of his thoughts, an attendant comes sprinting over in pure panic, screaming for the Lord Patriarch. When asked what the chaos is about, the guard drops a bombshell. They have uninvited crashers at the front gates. The Patriarch is genuinely stunned, while Jim immediately puts his big brain to work, instantly suspecting the Zipfuls are pulling some sneaky moves. The guard confirms there are 5 gate crashers in total, led by Andre Zipful himself, the literal second-in-command of their rival clan, along with 4 other high-ranking family members. Hearing this, the Patriarch is utterly furious at the sheer audacity. Without skipping a beat, he coldly orders Hans to kick Andre to the curb and tell him to get lost, while casually permitting the other 4 family members inside. To maximize the disrespect, he explicitly demands that low-level servants deliver the humiliating message instead of high-ranking guards. Jim thinks to himself that while Andre rocking up uninvited is rude, totally humiliating the second-in-command of the entire Zipful clan by booting him away like a stray dog is outrageously petty. The Patriarch catches the boy staring and smirks, asking if Jim thinks the punishment is too savage. Jim simply replies that it is deliciously refreshing to watch. The Patriarch explains the trap with sheer villainous swagger. The very moment Andre lets his fragile ego explode and tries to storm off with his family, he will be directly defying the Runkendel Patriarch's generous permission for his entourage to enter. Disobeying an absolute decree inside the Sword Garden is a fatal crime, meaning Andre will be forced to swallow his pride and follow orders, unless he wants to limp back home missing an entire leg. With the power move successfully deployed, the Patriarch announces it is officially showtime. He steps into the Grand Hall, greeting the massive crowd as Siren, patriarch of Runkandel. He boasts with a proud grin that being blessed with such a ridiculously capable youngest son in his golden years makes life vastly more entertaining, asking the entire room to applaud his boy, Jim Runkandel. He reminds the massive crowd that a Runkandel banquet only has 2 absolute house rules. If a fight breaks out, the Guardian Knights will instantly drag the troublemakers to the arena, where the loser must immediately surrender while the winner shows mercy, because at the end of the day, this is supposed to be a celebratory party. Jim gazes across the packed room, realizing this grand hall is truly an arena of fated encounter. Gathered under one roof are thousands of apex predators who pull the strings of the entire continent, all tangled up in a complex web of deceit and bloody rivalries. If whatever they were hiding here suddenly came to light, absolute chaos would instantly erupt across the entire world without warning. If this were just a normal, boring high society party, all these powerhouses would simply trade petty passive-aggressive insults before heading home. But this grand gathering is held squarely within the infamous Sword Garden. As long as the guests respect the 2 absolute rules laid down by his father, they cannot straight-up murder their rivals, but they are fully permitted to beat them half to death and establish absolute dominance. Jim internally sweats, thinking this entire clan is certifiably insane. The patriarch tells Jim to go enjoy the festivities himself. If there is anyone in the room he wants to beat down, he should drag them straight to the arena. However, his father adds a strict condition. He is forbidden from challenging anyone who appears weaker than himself, unless that fool actively insults him or disrespects the Runkandel name. Jim replies that he understands the assignment, and he knows full well that taking an L is not an option under any circumstances. His father smirks, stating that absolute victory is a given, because if Jim somehow loses, he will ruthlessly strip away everything the boy owns, not just his prized sword Bradamante, but even his trusty nanny. Jim makes sure to engrave that ruthless warning into his mind. Reflecting on the moment, he realizes this is legitimately the very first time he has ever had an actual conversation with his father like this. In his miserable past life, sharing a casual, heart-to-heart chat with the patriarch was a fever dream he could not even fathom. But despite this oddly convincing father and son bonding session, playing the role of a sweet, obedient boy is nowhere on his agenda. In this second life, his ultimate objective is to surpass his legendary father, and that absolute supremacy is the only thing that truly matters. Right in the middle of the massive banquet hall, Jim's scheming siblings begin crowding around him, dropping fake smiles and insincere congratulations on him reaching the coveted 5-star rank at such a ridiculously young age. They awkwardly ask if they can hang out beside him for a bit to save face. Jim plays along with effortless charisma, casually asking Daytona how his light sword training is progressing. Daytona replies that things are improving rapidly ever since they switched to the custom weapon recommended by their uncle. Jim nods, pretending to care, before leaning in and whispering coldly under his breath that they can drop the fake act and vanish the moment they get tired of performing this cheesy theater. Right on cue, a prestigious guest approaches to greet the young prodigy, whom Jim instantly identifies as the esteemed first flag bearer of the Ken clan. His siblings immediately take the hint and make a hasty exit, allowing Jim to smoothly transition into business mode, telling the veteran warrior that he grew up admiring his legendary heroic tales. But out of nowhere, an arrogant loudmouth forcefully slaps Jim right on the back. The dude scoffs loudly, saying he was dying of curiosity about what kind of absurd monster managed to achieve 5-star rank at only 15 years old, only to find an actual toddler who is at least 10 full years younger than him. The clown introduces himself as Ruger, completely oblivious to the room's sudden silence. Jim glares with pure venom, offering a chilly greeting, but Ruger doubles down, complaining that the kid is a total buzzkill for making him look like a toxic jerk over some innocent horseplay. Ruger boldly declares that even if the boy is a proud Runkandel, he is still his seasoned elder in the martial arts hierarchy, claiming he was merely showing some affectionate big brother warmth. Jim does not let the blatant disrespect slide for even a fraction of a second. He coldly demands that Ruger of the Dooku clan listen with absolute focus, pointing out that his reckless clown behavior just directly insulted every legendary figure in the room who had shown Jim proper respect. In an instant, the entire surrounding VIP crowd turns hostile, practically mauling with furious murderous intent directed straight at the loudmouth. Jim ruthlessly breaks down the power dynamics. If Ruger genuinely wants to play the seniority card and preach about martial warmth, he should be infinitely more respectful, because the first and second flag bearers of the Khan clan, the elite Dragon King Knights, and the ruthless Black King mercenaries surrounding them are all his direct martial elders. Jim tells him he should have greeted him with the exact same refined dignity that those grand legends displayed, ordering Ruger to own his catastrophic blunder and immediately apologize to every veteran in the vicinity. Jim adds that since he is feeling generous enough to educate the fool, he will let the insult slide just this once. The veteran nearby steps up with an intimidating sneer, bluntly telling Ruger that young Jim just saved his pathetic life from being brutally dismantled, strongly advising him to swallow his pride and follow the kid's instructions before things get bloody. Another Grand Master chimes in from the side, mocking Ruger's arrogant stupidity and laughing that he always knew that loud, oversized mouth of his was destined to get him completely wrecked one day. The elders continue mocking the trembling clown, stating that his loud mouth was bound to land him in hot water eventually, bluntly telling him to drop the reckless bravado before he gets completely destroyed. Feeling the suffocating pressure of dozens of deadly masters glaring at him, Ruger finally snaps back to reality. Sweating absolute bullets, he frantically bows to the surrounding martial legends, begging them to forgive his foolish slip-up and excuse his overzealous warmth, before turning directly to Jim to offer a desperate, humiliating apology. Right on cue, the legendary Luna walks up with her signature aura, casually teasing that Jim clearly possesses a god-tier talent for making enemies wherever he goes. She sighs playfully, suggesting it would be nice if he could just act like a completely normal kid for once instead of an analytical mastermind. Luna reminds him that she stands as the undisputed representative of the supreme Runkendel clan, curiously asking what Jim would have done if Ruger had actually challenged him to a duel on the spot, especially since that arrogant loudmouth looked like a solid 6-star warrior. Jim casually brushes off the concern, explaining that if Ruger had dared to draw his blade, the patriarch and the top elders of the Dooku clan would have instantly intervened, as they had been sweating nervously and monitoring the clown's reckless behavior the entire time. Luna is genuinely taken aback that her little brother factored in the political surveillance of external clan elders while de-escalating the drama. She smirks and asks if some secretive noble mentor secretly taught him the art of supreme human manipulation behind closed doors. Jim deadpans in response, noting that if such a mastermind actually existed, keeping them as a personal advisor would definitely not be the worst idea. Luna wonders why anything other than mastering the absolute path of the sword even matters. Jim counters that while high concepts might make sense to a naturally overpowered monster like her, as the notoriously despised youngest sibling, he has to pull out every tactical galaxy brain maneuver just to stay alive. Hearing that, Luna ponders his dangerous situation deeply. She acknowledges that Jim is outrageously brilliant and talented, which explains exactly why an assassination plot was orchestrated against him back at the Storm Castle. She internally wonders which one of their conniving siblings was perceptive enough to recognize Jim's godlike potential so ridiculously early. Changing the subject, Luna announces that she only showed up to support his special celebration, but high society networking is definitely not her vibe, so it is high time she dipped out to find something actually fun to do. Jim asks if she is already leaving, and she playfully shoots him down, teasing that he is currently way too short to be her dashing dance partner. She promises that once he hits his growth spurt, they will share a proper dance, and she will take him to a legendary spot. Jim smiles, saying he is genuinely looking forward to it, but before bouncing, Luna decides she needs to deliver an undeniable public statement to the entire room, just like Jim did. Without warning, she gently pats his head with pure big sister affection. The whole banquet hall gasps in sheer shock, gossiping whether this gentle woman is genuinely the ruthless white whale they all fear, concluding that she must cherish her youngest brother immensely, ensuring that no one will dare disrespect him out of pure terror. Meanwhile, over in the corner, a hilarious simp starts shaking with pure unadulterated jealousy, crying out that he would literally give his entire soul just to rest his head on Lady Luna's shoulder. He passionately declares that he is going to write an emotional love poem for her tonight and sing it till sunrise. His companion looks at him in utter disgust, loudly telling him to shut his pathetic mouth. However, Lady Margiela steps in, gently telling the guard not to bully the poor romantic, pointing out that this delicate matter of the heart might mean the world to Boulevard. She notes that since Boulevard dragged her out here anyway, he should comfortably enjoy this fated gathering, insisting they treat his artistic soul with a little more dignity. Her companion gags at the idea, but Boulevard happily glazes Margiela, praising her godly empathy and proudly declaring that he will forever be their loyal footstool. Meanwhile, Jim rubs his temples, realizing that playing the refined young master is surprisingly exhausting. He scans the crowded room, wondering where those arrogant zipful clowns are hiding, annoyed that he might have to hunt them down personally. But right in that moment, an elegant beauty gracefully places a glass on his table. With an enchanting smile, she asks if a humble lady might share a drink with the blazing rising star of the Runkendel clan. Jim instantly recognizes the gorgeous powerhouse standing before him, Ciri Zindorf of the notorious Hidden Palace, who formally bows, declaring it an absolute honor to meet the formidable young master, Jim Runkendel. Jim instantly turns on the smooth diplomat persona, playing dumb while smoothly declaring that the honor is entirely his. She observes that he is 15 years old, the exact same age as her, and boldly asks how on earth he managed to achieve such terrifying martial prowess so ridiculously young. She playfully pouts, admitting she is profoundly jealous of Runkendel's famously blessed genetic cheat code. Jim smirks and agrees that his bloodline is undeniably a massive blessing. However, he points out that the Hidden Palace boasts an equally overpowered lineage, noting he cannot even begin to fathom how deeply the master of the Hidden Palace must treasure her. Siri chuckles, teasing that the Grand Master only cherishes her because, unlike a certain someone with a chaotic mob of siblings, she is the sole heiress. She immediately catches herself and offers a sweet apology, hoping her little joke did not hit a sore spot. Jim casually waves it off, assuring her that everyone knows he is the youngest among a massive pack of ruthless rivals. In fact, he confesses he is actually jealous of her, because dealing with a chaotic horde of scheming siblings is an absolute nightmare. Behind his relaxed poker face, Jim's brain is spinning at maximum overdrive. He is dead sure she recognized him instantly, wondering why on earth she has not brought up the fiery chaos back at Mammoth yet. There is zero chance a genius like her failed to recognize his face just because he had a little bit of tactical ash smeared across his cheeks. Dropping the fake pleasantries, the mysterious girl suddenly announces that she has a serious question for him. Jim gestures for her to shoot, and with a knowing smirk, she asks how his severely injured leg is healing up. Jim immediately knows the jig is up. He plays it cool, smoothly replying that his leg is completely fine, all thanks to a generous young lady who personally applied healing ointment to his wounds, shamelessly adding that he has no clue how he could ever repay such godly kindness. Siri scoffs in pure amusement, calling him far more shameless than she originally anticipated. She drops her playful tone, demanding an absolute explanation for what a Runkendel prodigy was secretly doing at the Moonlit Outpost back in Mammoth. She explains that her elite squad completely failed to track down the lunatic terrorist responsible for the explosion, which severely bruised her royal pride and made her fiercely question whether the real culprit was the suspicious kid she let slip away. Jim scoffs, pointing out that a Runkendel wielding forbidden magic makes zero logical sense, asking if she genuinely views him as the prime suspect. Siri clarifies that while she does not think he is a rogue mage, the math changes completely if he was on an official Runkendel assassination mission and hired an underground sorcerer after biting off more than he could chew. Since the only high-value targets at the inn were the Hidden Palace envoys, she declares that as a captain of the Seven Swords, she cannot let this blatant disrespect slide. Jim realizes her deductive reasoning is slightly off track, since she mistakenly assumes he was hunting her Hidden Palace crew. However, she is not entirely wrong, considering he definitely caught them in the chaotic crossfire while obliterating Alcaro. Still, Jim maintains absolute plausible deniability, coolly arguing that every single accusation she just spewed is purely circumstantial fanfiction with zero hard evidence. Seeing that the boy intends to shamelessly play innocent until the bitter end, Siri decides peaceful negotiations are officially over. She boldly declares her new plan. She is going to drag his smug face straight to the arena, beat him black and blue, and wipe that irritating smirk off his face. She formally challenges Jim Runkendel to an immediate duel. Jim feigns reluctance, reminding her that his father explicitly forbade him from bullying opponents who appear drastically weaker than himself. However, if she is practically begging for an absolute beatdown, he graciously accepts. Escorted by the elite Guardian Knights, the guards ask if the young master has arrived for an official duel. Jim confirms the fight and coldly orders everyone to clear the room, demanding only medical staff remain on standby alongside two standard training swords. The knights agree to seal the arena entirely until the match concludes. Jim calculates that bloodthirsty battle maniacs will flood the arena past midnight, realizing it would be unnecessarily cruel to utterly dismantle the prized daughter of the Hidden Palace in front of a massive crowd. But right as they take their stances, Siri halts the countdown, demanding Jim make a binding promise before they clash. When Jim asks what she wants, she points her blade directly at his throat, declaring that when she wins, he must confess every single dirty secret about what went down in Mammoth that night. No lies, strictly unfiltered truth. Jim instantly agrees to her terms, casually laying down his own counter condition. If he wins this scrap, she must act like they never ran into each other that day, totally wiping the Mammoth incident from her memory. Hearing that bold demand, Siri smirks, knowing for an absolute fact that the boy is hiding something massive. She tells him to bring it on, and Jim does not waste a single millisecond. He blitzes forward, launching a ferocious offensive. Suddenly, razor-sharp frost bites against his skin as an icy blade grazes inches from his chin. Jim instantly recognizes the trademark cheat code ability exclusive to the Endorf bloodline, the legendary 1,000 Miles Ice Blade. Jim playfully taunts her, stating he never expected an elite prodigy to bust out an ultimate secret technique right off the rip. He mocks her with faux innocence, teasing that as the coddled youngest sibling, he has not even been taught his clan's secret techniques yet, sarcastically asking how she expects him to defend himself. Siri snaps that his lack of preparation is not her problem, charging at the boy with unfiltered rage. Clashing swords at hyperspeed, she acknowledges Jim as legitimately a terrifying 5-star monster. While it looks like he is barely deflecting her relentless barrage, she realizes his terrifying instincts are taking taking over. However, she believes the raw power gap of a single star rank can easily be wiped out using the third form of the 1000 Miles Ice Blade. Knowing her stamina pool is smaller, she cannot afford a prolonged battle of attrition. Her big brain strategy is simple: wait for him to read her rhythm and unleash a counterattack, then instantly pivot to overwhelm and dismantle him. Jim quickly deduces her entire battle plan with god-tier perception. He calculates that Ciri is fundamentally still a 4-star knight. Even with overpowered ice magic amping her blade, she will inevitably fall behind in sheer offense and defense. Since she definitely realized the raw stat gap, she is bound to pull a high-risk trump card to violently flip the momentum. Jim figures she is gearing up to deploy her ultimate bloodline art, but without knowing the precise destructive output of her ice blades, winging his defense is too risky. As their training swords violently collide once more, Jim decides to match her flex with his own secret technique. Among the dozens of forbidden scrolls he casually speed-read back in the Stormcastle library, he decides to pull out the most brutally overpowered art in his mental arsenal. Right as he locks in his stance, Ciri lets out a confident, cocky chuckle, declaring that playtime is officially over. She unleashes the third form, Avalanche, charging forward with blinding momentum. Jim spots ultra-dense lethal aura supercharged inside every single swirling shard of frost. Ciri materializes inside a majestic, spiraling vortex of crystalline ice blades, glaring down at him with pure boss-level menace. Seeing her dramatic power move, Jim merely smirks with absolute composure. That relaxed chuckle instantly shatters Ciri's confidence. Even for a freakish 15-year-old 5-star anomaly, absolutely nothing should be able to cleanly shatter a high-tier secret technique of the Hidden Palace. Yet, a suffocating wave of primal dread washes over her instincts, leaving her utterly baffled as to why her body is shivering in terror. Before she can process the sheer danger, Jim's blade has already materialized an inch from her face, moving at speed so absurd she barely manages to twitch her neck out of the kill zone. The moment the edge passes her cheek, Jim realizes the lethal energy is about to combust violently and screams her name. A deafening explosion tears through the sealed arena, throwing up a dense curtain of smoke. Coughing through the debris, Jim internally facepalms, severely regretting pulling out the devastating blade storm of the Attila clan. That overpowered technique carries far too much raw destructive firepower for a fragile 4-star warrior to survive. He genuinely sweats, worrying that if she failed to dodge the direct impact, she is either completely crippled or straight up dead. But as the heavy smoke clears, he spots Ciri kneeling on the floor, her head hung low in complete shock. Her mind is spiraling into an existential crisis. She cannot believe that out of sheer, pathetic fear of dying, she instinctively dodged the strike just to save her own skin. Jim rushes over with genuine concern, asking if she is alright and casually tossing out an apology for almost sending her to the afterlife. Jim reflects that even after screaming a warning, the stubborn girl almost refused to dodge just to protect her martial pride. He sighs deeply, thinking that no matter how sacred honor and aristocratic dignity might be, throwing away your life over a petty sparring match is peak foolishness. Ciri is fundamentally still just a 15-year-old kid. Expecting someone that young to completely suppress their primal survival instinct is ridiculous. Jim gently reassures her, saying that had he been in her shoes, he definitely would have dodged as well. He adds that he is dead sure she would have warned him to dodge too, so he promises to drop the subject entirely. Jim internally figures this basic pep talk will barely console her bruised ego, but to his surprise, the girl simply reaches into her robes and pulls out a small container of healing ointment. Pointing out the minor scratch on his cheek, she gently applies the salve, declaring they are officially even since this petty favor fully pays off him saving her life. Jim playfully raises an eyebrow, asking if the sole heiress of the Hidden Palace is severely undervaluing her own life with such a cheap trade. Ciri sighs, replying that her life has been quite pitiful lately, though she promises to start cherishing it a lot more from now on. She firmly reminds him of their binding bet. Starting right this second, they are total strangers who just met for the very first time. She bids him farewell until tomorrow, leaving Jim standing there in pure disbelief, wearing a comically baffled expression. The next morning, the grand hall is significantly emptier. Jim figures the real meat of this fated banquet officially starts today, since the crowd is finally heading over to spectate the brutal duels. With the room thinned out, he can clearly spot the obnoxious Zipful delegation lounging across the room. He notes that every single Zipful representative is conveniently between 15 and 20 years old. That is an absolute jackpot for Jim, giving him the perfect baseline to accurately measure his current magical prowess against the elite prodigies of their rival clan. Jim reflects that there are definitely a few pressing questions he wants to investigate regarding the ancient ruins of Column, though interrogating the Zipfuls directly right now seems like a terrible tactical move. Still, he brushes the impatience aside, Once he officially secures his status as a provisional flag bearer, he will have an endless supply of free time to operate in the shadows. He can simply drag Murakhan along to thoroughly investigate the column ruins himself. With the ancient shadow dragon backing him up, tracking down the primordial mana source will be a total walk in the park. Jim smirks, firmly vowing that the scheming Zipfuls will not get a single chance to mass-produce artificial mega mages this time around. But right as he basks in his glorious galaxy brain master plan, he spots Murakhan across the room, and the dragon is shamelessly acting like an absolute flirt in his tiny cat form, shamelessly begging for affection from Siri. Siri strokes his fur, casually asking the cute little creature where his actual master is hiding. Over in the corner, Jim is clenching his fists with absolute fury, veins popping on his forehead as he watches his ancient guardian act like a complete simp. Siri spots a decorative tag on the collar, noting that the cat's name is Nabi Nabi Runkandel. Turning toward the furious young master, she asks if Jim was the creative genius who gave the cat such a goofy name. Jim grits his teeth and answers with forced politeness, struggling to contain his murderous rage. But before he can yank the dragon away, another voice chimes in, joyfully announcing that he knew following that weird cat would lead him straight to Jim. The newcomer dramatically gasps, celebrating their long-awaited reunion and passionately whining that Jim has zero clue how many endless hours he spent frantically searching for him. Jim deadpans, asking what random weirdo is currently talking to him. The boy looks completely shattered, crying that Jim's cold reaction is painfully heartbreaking, dramatically whining about how Jim could possibly forget someone who has been thinking about him literally every single day. Siri watches the chaotic interaction with pure cringe, wondering what kind of soap opera is unfolding. The dramatic boy offers a hint, telling Jim to guess his identity since his first name starts with the letter B. Siri concludes that the kid is a certified lunatic and casually scoops up Nabi to walk outside. The goofy stranger excitedly asks if the first letter rang any bells, but Jim coldly shoots him down with a flat no. The boy decides to drop a second clue, reminding Jim that their legendary first encounter took place right beside the magical teleportation gate in the Mithril Kingdom. Jim stubbornly claims he has zero recollection of any such event. Sighing dramatically, the stranger complains that Jim has a shockingly terrible memory, telling him to listen closely to his majestic name. But before he can strike a dramatic pose, Jim aggressively cuts him off, calling him Beraden Zipful. Jim asks why he could not take the screamingly obvious hint that he was intentionally playing dumb, roasting him for being utterly incapable of reading the room while endlessly yapping like an annoying mosquito. Beraden blinks twice in absolute silence, freezing with the most comically brain-dead, clueless expression imaginable. Jim stares back in utter disbelief, genuinely stunned that this goofy, airheaded clown is supposedly the supreme prodigy of the entire Zipful clan. Jim genuinely questions reality, wondering how this goofy airhead is destined to become a legendary 9-star archmage by age 30 and the future supreme patriarch of the mighty Zipful clan. Beraden brushes off the insult, whining that he spent all day yesterday searching for him, and even wasted 2 entire hours wandering around today without spotting him. Jim raises an eyebrow in utter disbelief, asking how that is physically possible given the banquet hall is not even that massive. Beraden explains that he would have pinpointed his location instantly with detection spells, but using magic is strictly forbidden deep inside Runkandel's sovereign territory. Jim figures the guy is either shamelessly lying or possesses zero sense of direction. Beraden smiles warmly, saying it is genuinely great to see him after 5 long years. He praises Jim for reaching the 5-star rank, claiming he always knew the kid was destined for absolute greatness. However, Beraden puffs out his chest, bragging that he has not been slacking off either, proudly announcing that his own magical prowess has officially reached the 6-star tier. He gloats that he is currently a whole rank ahead of Jim's swordsmanship, but Jim is internally baffled. How on earth is Beraden Zipful, the most hyper-talented prodigy in the world, merely a 6-star mage at 18 years old? Jim calculates that with that level of god-tier potential, he should have hit 7 stars by now, wondering if the boy is deliberately downplaying his true strength. Seeing Jim's intense reaction, Beraden starts wildly flexing, claiming that glorious shocked expression made the entire chaotic search totally worth it. He boasts that he cannot wait for the glorious day they clash as true rivals, telling Jim to hustle up and catch up to his level. Observing his shameless gloating, Jim realizes the boy is definitely telling the absolute truth about his rank. Jim internally smirks, calculating the big picture. If Beraden is only sitting at 6 stars at 18, then right after Keliark Zipful, the current supreme patriarch, Jim himself will inevitably become the very next monster to conquer the absolute pinnacle of magic. This unexpected encounter gives Jim a golden opportunity to objectively measure his own ridiculous dormant talent. Cutting the flexing short, Jim tells Beraden that he needs to learn how to shut his mouth and save his breath. Beraden pouts, complaining that Jim sounds exactly like his strict father. Jim deadpans, assuring him that literally anyone on the planet with functioning ears would tell him the exact same thing. Changing the subject, Jim asks why the Zipfuls pulled up uninvited without an official summons. Beraden casually reveals it was entirely his fault. He threw a massive tantrum and begged his uncle so he could see Jim. Jim finds that wildly suspicious, baffled that the literal second-in-command of an enemy clan willingly breached rival territory over a spoiled kid's childish whim. Beraden explains he heard news of the banquet while passing through Hofstra and felt it was fated destiny. Jim warns him that he should be immensely grateful this is a formal celebration and behave himself appropriately. Beraden whines that Jim is treating him with far too much cold indifference. He admits Jim's father was surprisingly generous with his uncle Andre and decides to offer an exclusive, high-value vow right on the spot. If Jim ever decides to gatecrash a Zipful banquet uninvited in the future, he personally promises zero harm will come his way. Jim sarcastically questions if that offer stands even if he launches an open attack. Beraden proudly declares that a true Zipful always keeps his word. Even if Jim starts swinging, he will neither kill him nor raise a single finger against him during the brawl. Jim scoffs, calling the absurd offer pure foolishness as he turns his back and walks away. Beraden frantically asks where he is going, to which Jim points out that a creepy weirdo has been aggressively staring at him for the past half hour. Marching straight toward the eccentric stalker, Jim confronts the bizarre character, asking if he has something urgent to say. Boulevard suddenly leans forward with desperate, sparkling eyes, timidly asking when the glorious Lady Luna will return. Jim stares back in sheer, unadulterated disbelief. Completely ignoring Jim's visible disgust, Boulevard repeats the question with burning passion, revealing that he desperately needs to hand over a sacred treasure. He proudly presents a customized leather notebook, decorated with an awkward couple portrait of himself glued beside Lady Luna surrounded by drawn little hearts, passionately explaining that it is a masterwork collection of original love poems he personally wrote just for her. Boulevard proudly claims that this notebook is overflowing with his pure, burning love, passionately asserting that once Lady Luna reads his poetry, she will finally realize he is a vastly superior gentleman than he appears. He even boldly suggests that in the very near future, he might have the absolute honor of calling Jim his dear little brother-in-law. Hearing that absurd audacity, Beraden instantly does a massive spit take, choking on his high-end wine. Jim's expression darkens into pure, unadulterated rage as dark veins throb on his forehead. Glaring with murderous intent, Jim coldly informs the unhinged guest that he desperately needs a ruthless reality check. He fumes that this clown not only had the nerve to breathe his sister's sacred name, but went as far as claiming brotherhood with a Runkindel. Jim decides the fool is severely underestimating the consequences of crossing their bloodline, and barks an immediate order for the Guardian Knights to drag him straight to the arena. The guards instantly seize the stalker, who desperately wails, pleading with his future brother-in-law to explain why he is being dragged off when expressing pure love should be every man's fundamental right. Jim, you better keep this absolute creep miles away from your sister. The man genuinely looks like he walked straight out of a cursed doujin and belongs on an international watch list. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Boulevard whines that treating a formal guest with such barbarity is unacceptable, claiming all he did was praise her divine beauty. Jim dismisses the excuses, announcing this duel will strictly be an unarmed brawl, because he personally wants to tenderize that ugly face with his bare fists. Dragging the hopeless romantic into the arena, Boulevard tries desperately to negotiate, but Jim tells him to shut his mouth, instantly shutting down the yapping with a brutal right hook straight to the jaw. Boulevard reels backward and unleashes a ferocious burst of concentrated aura in retaliation. Jim's eyes narrow as he senses the dense energy, calculating that this clown is secretly teetering on the edge of the 6-star tier. Spectating from the VIP box, Siri notices Jim purposely picked a fight with someone carrying raw stats significantly higher than his own, observing that the opponent happens to specialize in brute martial arts. Beraden chimes in, sweating nervously, noting that losing this match would be an absolute catastrophic humiliation for the Runkindel prodigy. Capitalizing on the raw stat gap, Boulevard lands a heavy counterstrike, arrogantly barking that a weakling with low-tier skills should never dare lay a hand on him. But before the stalker can finish his arrogant barking, Jim lunges right through the opening, burying a palm strike straight into the fool's nose and driving him backward with a relentless barrage of devastating punches. Beraden excitedly yells that the brawl is practically over, praising Jim's god-tier battle instincts for baiting the idiot into dropping his guard before landing a lightning-fast counter-offensive. From the gallery, Lady Margiela watches in deep distress, complaining that she cannot comprehend young Master Jim's ruthless cruelty. She whines that the victor has already been decided, questioning why he continues to brutally pulverize a man who has lost his will to fight. She calls Jim's merciless assault excessive against an allegedly weaker opponent, turning to her companions and asking if they should just stand by while their dear friend gets turned into ground beef. Her companion coldly points out that Boulevard is actually stronger than Jim on paper, but Margiela refuses to listen, expressing profound disappointment in her brother and demanding he step into the ring to teach the arrogant Runkandel a proper lesson. She explicitly orders him to handle the dispute through far more honorable methods than Jim's brutal street fighting beatdown. The surrounding crowd bursts into laughter, playfully teasing the fierce lady and egging the older brother on to fulfill his sweet sister's dramatic request. Yielding to the peer pressure, the powerhouse steps toward the ring, calling out to Jim and offering to take over for the unconscious simp. Jim turns his gaze upward, sizing up Vishu with analytical focus. Realizing he is about to cross swords with a genuine 7-star titan, Jim smirks, noting that regardless of the match's final outcome, this clash is an absolute jackpot for his growth. Being able to experience the legendary swordsmanship of the Yavillian clan firsthand is a priceless masterclass, especially since the previous head of the Yavillian family was a transcendent monster whom even his own father deeply respected. Still, Jim cannot help but chuckle at Margiela's manipulative antics, thinking she is quite a funny young lady for enjoying the bloodsport while putting her own brother in a politically dangerous spot. Jim remarks that he must care deeply about his sister's whims, to which Vishu coldly retorts that stating the glaringly obvious is an absolute waste of breath. Jim replies that as someone who also has a sister, he completely understands the sentiment. He explains that he genuinely cares for his own sister, which is why he hopes they will keep a tight leash on their subordinates' mouths moving forward. Vishukal counters that Jim seems to have misunderstood something major. The guy he just brutalized is not his servant, but rather a personal assistant. Vishukal asks if Boulevard Gaston had offended him in some way. Hearing that specific name, Jim is genuinely shaken. Vishukal casually explains that Boulevard is only attending to assist his sister, who suffers from mobility issues, describing him as a simple artisan who does not really belong at an elite banquet. While Vishukal talks, Jim's mind races as he pieces together the identity of the artisan, Boulevard Gaston. He realizes only now that this man was the infamous Transformer. Jim internally questions what possible connection Vishukal and Boulevard could have, noting there were zero records linking Boulevard to the Yavillian clan when he was captured in his past life. He wonders whether Vishukal even knows Boulevard is the Transformer, realizing that encountering him has only multiplied his questions. However, he quickly reminds himself not to get distracted, considering his opponent is a terrifying 7-star knight. Vishukal formally asks Jim to take care of him, and Jim locks his full concentration onto the battle. Vishukal immediately charges, and from the very first clash, Jim instantly senses that this terrifying power does not belong to a mere 7-star knight. This swordsmanship carries a profound depth rivaling that of his uncle Zed, displaying intricate sword paths that Jim simply cannot comprehend at his current developmental level. The spectating crowd notes that Jim is being utterly suppressed right from the start, though they acknowledge it is already mind-blowing that he is enduring such pressure. They remark that Yavillian swordsmanship is notoriously fluid, intricate, and lethal, ensuring anyone who faces it never wants to clash with an Yavillian again. Watching from the sidelines, Baradin observes that Runkandels shine brightest in desperate situations. He muses that while the Yavillian sword is like a cunning serpent, the Runkandel sword is like a charging rhinoceros. Even if its horn shatters, the brutal headbutt cannot be stopped. Jim gets pushed deeper into a corner, recognizing that Vishukal is clearly going easy on him. Still, holding his ground against an opponent far beyond 7 stars with only 5-star abilities is an incredible feat. As he nears his physical limit, a familiar surge awakens inside him. He recalls the intense sensation from the time he severed an enemy's arm, feeling as though his blade is catching absolute fire. Vishukal acknowledges the good fight and closes in for the finish, but Jim remains completely motionless until the final millisecond. When Jim's sword fractures and shatters, Vishukal's strike drives straight toward the boy's neck. Just before impact, Jim slips sideways and cleanly slashes Vishukal across the neck. Vishukal stands completely bewildered, wondering what on earth just occurred. The moment Jim's blade shattered, he felt a lethal chill against his throat. He denies the possibility that Jim reached the transcendent realm of the Mind Blade mid-fight, realizing that if Jim had reacted a single second faster, or if he had reacted a fraction of a second later, his head would have been cleanly separated from his shoulders. As they carry the unconscious boy away, Vishukal shivers at the realization that Jim is a truly terrifying monster. A few days later, Jim wakes up to find Moroccan sleeping directly on his face, quickly tossing the heavy cat aside. Baffled to find himself resting in his own bedroom, he realizes he passed out immediately after the duel against Vishukal. Jim quickly scrambles out of bed and frantically asks how long he has been completely knocked out. She tells him he was dead to the world, completely knocked out for 2 straight days. Jim instantly panics, realizing the entire 4-day celebration already wrapped up, and he completely missed the chance to greet the high-status guests who traveled across the continent just to meet him. She reassures him that he is overthinking things, because for the past 48 hours, his legendary brawl against Vishukal has been the single hottest gossip topic across the entire empire. That level of viral hype is more than enough aristocratic clout, especially since the entire buzz comes from him pulling off the mythical mind blade right at the climax. Jim reflects that tapping into that godly domain against someone secretly sitting at 8 stars is absolutely wild. Even if his execution was far from a refined, perfected state, he still bagged the exact breakthrough he was chasing. Those torturous hell training sessions under Luna are finally paying massive dividends. Back then, her cryptic lessons flew right over his head, leaving him endlessly amazed by how brilliantly she nurtured his combat instincts. Even if this cheat code state only awakens during life or death emergencies, he refuses to get impatient. Surviving an 8-star powerhouse, even with tactical plot armor, is an undeniable flex. Beyond the sheer combat gains, Jim tallies up the massive political bag he secured. He verified Baraden's actual magical ceiling, formed a promising alliance with the sole heiress of the Hidden Palace, and uncovered the secret connection linking Boulevard Gaston to Vishukli Villian. Endless dark conspiracies clearly surround that infamous transformation incident, but rushing to solve that puzzle today is unnecessary, since securing raw intelligence comes first. Noticing the lovely bouquet of flowers Gilly is tending to, Jim asks who sent them. Gilly reveals that the young lady from the Hidden Palace personally delivered them. Jim playfully wonders if she caught romantic feelings, but Gilly drops the lore. In Hidden Palace tradition, that flower symbolizes endless combat. She wants a brutal rematch. Huracan brushes off the violent warning, hyping up the fact that receiving flowers from a pretty girl for the very first time in his life is still a monumental milestone, loudly asking the lovely strawberry pie if she agrees. Gilly leaves the shameless cat on read, formally passing along the Patriarch's direct command for Jim to report immediately upon waking up. She adds that the time has finally come for him to prove his true worth. Jim feels a surge of genuine excitement, knowing this summons means he will soon be exiled far away from this suffocating clan. He asks for his father's exact location and heads out to find him without delay. The moment he steps into the Grand Hall, Siren instantly locks eyes with him. Jim feels a familiar wave of tension, while the Patriarch notes that it has been quite a while since one of his children dared to appear before him dressed in relaxed traveling clothes. Siren deduces that Jim already figured out he will be sent out into the world alone. Jim confidently confirms it, stating he is already packed and ready to leave. Siren looks slightly surprised by his son's absolute lack of hesitation, but Jim catches a subtle flash of deep satisfaction in the old man's stoic eyes. Jim muses that ever since his regression, reading his terrifying father has become surprisingly effortless. Shifting the atmosphere, the Patriarch asks if Jim knows the true nature of this sacred ground. Jim answers with precision, "This is the Grand Mausoleum, a sacred sanctuary where only those with god-tier achievements are permitted to enter, serving as the eternal resting place for immortal heroes who conquered supreme greatness and fiercely defended the clan's glory across millennia." The Patriarch praises his sharp intellect, affirming that this sacred sanctuary belongs exclusively to the legendary figures who shielded their 1,000-year legacy. However, he suddenly asks if Jim knows the dark truth behind their founding father, the first Patriarch, Tamar Runkandel. Siren reveals the chilling reality. Tamar is not buried within these sacred grounds. Jim solemnly nods, adding that he knows full well there is not a single gravestone or memorial dedicated to the founder anywhere in the Sword Garden. Siren explains the dark curse, the forbidden shadow power resting inside Jim's soul, is the exact reason the clan is forbidden from honoring their own founder. Right after Tamar passed away, the humiliated clan was forced to sign a disgraceful pact with the Zipfels, swearing never to wield magic again nor honor the magical heritage of their ancestors. As a catastrophic result, the corrupt gods aligned with the Zipfels united to place a devastating genetic curse directly onto the Runkandel bloodline. Because of that ancient seal, every single descendant born after the first Patriarch inherited a broken body fundamentally incapable of producing or channeling mana. Looking intensely at his youngest son, the Patriarch notes that back when Jim brutally wiped the floor with the Tona brothers, he noticed the boy was quietly defying that ancient curse. Back when Jim completely overwhelmed the Tona brothers with that shadowy energy, Siren intentionally never questioned how the boy acquired such forbidden power. The Patriarch asks if Jim remembers that moment, and Jim nods, confessing he even lied back then, claiming he would dedicate that strength exclusively to the clan's prosperity. Siren chuckles, noting it was fortunate Jim was merely a reckless toddler at the time, because had that deception occurred today, he never would have let it slide. Shifting his tone, Siren directly asks if Jim has ever heard the divine voice of Soldere. Jim honestly replies that he has, explaining the shadow god addresses him as his contractor, though he clarifies that in this current timeline, he has not heard the deity's voice directly. Siren remarks that his siblings would definitely consider this divine favoritism wildly unfair, but bluntly asks if Jim intends to wield that cheat code power to ruthlessly crush his rivals and seize complete control of the clan. Jim smirks, stating he is heading out to explore the vast world, declaring that if he finds nothing across the continent more worthy of conquering than Runkandel, he will gladly return to claim the supreme throne. Siren beams with genuine pride, bursting into an amused grin. He notes that while other fledglings leave the sword garden desperately begging for the family's validation, Jim is venturing out to see if the family is even worthy of his own personal acknowledgement. Siren muses that he cannot decide whether to feel deeply proud or scold the boy for his absurd arrogance. He grants Jim 5 years, declaring that within that strict deadline, he must either earn the clan's respect or deem the clan worthy of himself, returning with his ultimate answer. Swearing upon his blade, Jim expresses profound gratitude and promises to see his father in 5 years. Stepping outside, Gilly warmly greets the boy, asking if the farewell chat with his father went smoothly. Jim confirms everything is settled and that it is officially time to hit the road. However, he suddenly pauses, spotting a strange metallic band locked tightly around Gilly's wrist. Gilly gently explains that the artifact is a specialized mana suppression device designed to completely seal her aura, leaving her unable to channel any internal energy. She reassures him that senior nannies warned her about this strict protocol beforehand. Though she admits suddenly being stripped of her superhuman strength feels slightly awkward, she softly reminds Jim that as a devoted nanny, building her own personal martial fame does not matter. Her entire reputation is forever tied to the greatness of the master she serves. Seeing Jim's guilty expression, she tells him not to look so gloomy, because enduring this handicap is an honor she gladly takes on for his sake. Jim looks her dead in the eye, promising that not just for the next 5 years, but for the rest of his entire life, he will personally protect her from any danger. He offers a sincere apology, but Gilly waves it off with a radiant smile, assuring him that serving as his carriage driver is more than enough, noting she will happily reclaim her sealed power the second Jim conquers his grand trial. Jim glances back at the towering fortress one final time, reflecting that this 5-year journey marks the true beginning of his legend. Together, they step beyond the colossal gates, setting out to leave their mark on the world. Back inside the sacred sanctum, the stoic patriarch stands alone in deep contemplation. Siren reflects that despite ascending to the godly realm of a demigod purely through absolute swordsmanship, he fundamentally failed to break the humiliating ancestral curse forged with the Zipfels. However, Jim holds a genuine contract with Solderate and wields pure spiritual shadow energy, making the boy the clan's absolute final hope. Siren wonders if his youngest son will successfully amass the godlike strength required to liberate their entire bloodline, quietly holding on to deep, unspoken faith. Meanwhile, out on the open road, Gilly curiously asks Jim if it was truly wise to vanish without bidding a proper farewell to anyone, worrying that the trainees and especially Lady Luna might be deeply hurt by his sudden departure. Jim tells her not to stress over it, pointing out that Luna is a free spirit who hates emotional goodbyes, while dealing with the cadets would have been painfully awkward. He jokes that they are not marching to their deaths, realizing that had he announced his departure, the dramatic recruits probably would have staged a massive, cheesy sword salute right at the front gate. Gilly chuckles, asking what their first destination will be, mentioning that standard provisional flag bearers usually head straight to Mammoth since hunting notorious criminals there is the easiest shortcut to building public prestige. Jim calculates the strategic road ahead. Before earning the prestigious title of an official flag bearer, provisional trainees must venture across the continent to forge an undeniable reputation purely through their own martial prowess, without relying on a single shred of family support. Jim points out that Mary, for instance, ruthlessly slaughtered every high-tier powerhouse across the Southern Territories, earning the terrifying title of Mary the Storm Wind, the certified crazy dog of the South, before officially securing her prestigious flag-bearer status. Every single other sibling took anywhere between 6 months to 2 years before making their triumphant return to the clan. Yet, his father generously granted him 5 full years for one singular reason. The patriarch wants him to master the absolute pinnacle of his spiritual shadow energy before stepping foot in the Sword Garden again. Jim turns to Gilly and announces their first official destination will be the Akin Kingdom. Gilly raises an eyebrow in shock, pointing out that Akin belongs directly to the Lutero Magic Federation, making it hostile enemy territory controlled entirely by the Zipfel clan, curiously asking why he would choose the single most dangerous hotspot on the continent. Jim smoothly spins a cover story, claiming that back when he passed through the area during the Column Ruins mission, he caught rumors that rogue, unregistered mages were running wild and terrorizing innocent civilians alongside shady mercenary syndicates. Gilly instantly buys the heroic narrative, passionately declaring that she used to love beating down arrogant villains back in her prime, visibly getting hyped at the thought of delivering sweet, righteous justice. Internally, Jim smirks at his own deception. In reality, he never heard any random rumors. That piece of classified intelligence comes straight from his brutal past life. Every single rogue mage and ruthless mercenary infesting that region are actually low-level underlings belonging to a notorious criminal syndicate known as the Tessin clan. Jim's actual objective has nothing to do with playing the noble hero. His sights are locked dead onto their secret underground black market auction. That shady bazaar is overflowing with ridiculously undervalued legendary relics, including several high-tier forbidden magic tomes, and a specific overpowered ring that he desperately needs to purchase for himself. Gilly suddenly drops some harsh financial reality, reminding him that trainees are strictly forbidden from receiving external family aid and are given only 10 miserable gold coins to start. Gilly warns that without official family credentials, securing financial backing will be nearly impossible, meaning their upcoming journey is about to get brutally tough. Jim casually reassures her, revealing they will easily solve their cash problem by making a quick detour to the Zhan Kingdom first. When Gilly asks how they could possibly travel such a massive distance without warp gates, Jim smirks and says they will simply fly. He turns to the lazy cat, ordering Murakhan to drop the cute disguise and transform. Murakhan perks up, asking if he is genuinely allowed to flex his true form in broad daylight. Gilly panics, nervously asking what happens if someone spots a mythical beast soaring through the sky. Jim waves off her fears, noting the ancient shadow dragon desperately needs to stretch his massive wings anyway. Murakhan instantly transforms into his colossal black dragon form, telling them to hold on tight for a non-stop, one full day flight across the skies. Down below, Luna takes a peaceful stroll when a massive presence catches her attention. Looking up, she spots the colossal dragon soaring into the horizon, instantly realizing Jim is casually riding a dragon right after becoming a provisional flag bearer. She bursts out laughing at the sheer audacity of her heartless little brother who vanished without saying goodbye, warmly wishing the reckless boy good luck on his wild journey. Arriving in the Zhan Kingdom, Murakhan frantically coddles his beloved strawberry pie, who is pale and violently dizzy from motion sickness. Murakhan angrily glares at Jim, blaming the boy for terrifying the poor lady. Jim fires back, roasting the legendary black dragon for having the absolute worst driving skills with nauseating turbulence. Murakhan counters that Jim demanded the flight, gently laying Gilly down to rest and declaring he will nurse her while Jim secures the bag. Jim warns the dragon to behave and heads toward the capital's lavish district, approaching the grand manor of the Beale clan. Inside the mansion, a young noble sighs deeply, having learned about the banquet after it ended, desperately wondering when he will ever reunite with Jim to finally repay his massive, unpayable life debt. Jim slips silently into the luxurious bedroom and immediately clamps his hand over Samber's mouth to prevent him from screaming bloody murder. He whispers for the boy to chill out, reminding the trembling noble that it is just him, the handsome hero who saved his life from the Kinzello group. Samber's eyes widen in total recognition, wondering how on earth Jim managed to sneak inside his heavily fortified estate. Jim reminds him of his own generous parting words. He told the boy to seek him out whenever he needed help. Samber frantically nods, asking how he could ever forget his miraculous savior, noting that without Jim's timely intervention, who knows what horrific fate would have consumed him. Jim smirks, declaring it is wonderful they are on the exact same page, and casually orders the young master to hurry up and fetch a massive bag of cold hard cash along with high-value treasures. Samber freezes in utter shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor as he processes the shameless demand. Under normal circumstances, clan rules strictly dictate that a provisional flag-bearer must conceal their noble Runkindel identity and build their entire martial reputation from pure scratch without a single penny of family backing. Naturally, every other Runkindel prodigy spent their first 2 months starving in utter poverty, eating dirt since they were only raised as ruthless killing machines until they could hunt down a bounty or take dirty mercenary gigs. But Jim has zero intention of playing by the broke boy rules. Enjoying a lavish feast, Jim remarks that the local cuisine of the Zhan Kingdom is surprisingly delicious. Gilly smiles, confessing she mentally prepared herself to starve for days like every past nanny. But thanks to him, their journey is starting with absolute 5-star luxury. Murakhan bursts out laughing, exposing Gilly for whining yesterday about whether extorting a traumatized noble kid was a blatant crime, teasing her for instantly flipping her morals the second gourmet food hit the table. Jim defends his hustle, insisting it was not extortion at all. Samber simply cleared his massive life debt by happily handing over a colossal bag overflowing with pure gold. Jim glances over at Murakhan, roastingly asking if the ancient shadow dragon ate way too much, given the fat cat is rocking an undeniable beer belly. Jim warns him that they are heading to the transfer gate, asking what on earth he plans to do if he starts aggressively barfing again mid-teleport. Murakhan tells him to shut his mouth, arrogantly declaring that eating until his stomach bursts is the supreme birthright of an apex predator. Jim claps back, roasting the mythical beast as a total fraud predator who would be straight up starving in an alley without Jim's endless wallet. Murakhan snorts, arguing that if Jim hates watching him get motion sickness, they should simply ride on his glorious dragon back instead. Gilly speaks up, desperately admitting she cannot endure another minute of nauseating aerial turbulence. Murakhan instantly folds, sweetly apologizing to his precious strawberry pie for the trauma. Jim points out that while Gilly's motion sickness is real, the catastrophic danger lies elsewhere. Their destination is the Aking Kingdom, an integral territory within the Lutero Magic Federation ruled entirely by the Zipfel clan. Around 80% of all active dragons on the continent are pledged to the Zipfels, meaning flying an unregistered mythical black dragon directly across enemy airspace is basically an open declaration of total war. Murakhan scoffs with supreme arrogance, bragging that over half of those cowardly winged lizards would flee in pure terror just hearing his legendary name. Jim warns him to stop daydreaming and strictly forbids him from casually transforming in crowded public streets. Jim reflects on the terrifying geopolitical balance. The Zipful Empire is currently propped up by dozens of dragons and divine contractors, while Runkindel solely relies on Jim as a true contractor. If his monster father was not holding the line, Runkindel would have been wiped out centuries ago. But Jim notices a massive anomaly. How did the Zipfuls amass dozens of god-tier contractors within a single generation? That statistical impossibility is far too abnormal to be mere luck. Right as Jim gets lost in deep thought, a border guard abruptly barks for his identification. Jim snaps back to reality, smoothly presenting their fake aliases as John Gray and Gilly Python. Jim smoothly claims they are visiting the Akin Kingdom purely for sightseeing and tourism, prompting the border guard to stamp their passes and announce the teleportation gate will activate shortly. Gilly marvels at the unmatched quality of their forged clan documents, noting they slipped past international security without a single hitch. Jim smirks with absolute confidence, noting the paperwork was crafted so flawlessly it could easily deceive the elite intelligence operatives of the Vermont Special Forces. As the massive teleportation circle ignites with roaring arcane energy, Murakan starts trembling violently from sheer portal trauma. Watching the glowing runes swirl around them, Jim reflects deeply on the Akin Kingdom. This exact lawless territory was where he spent the tragic, miserable final year of his previous life before his miraculous regression. Though his vivid memories belong to 15 years in the future, the grim scenery has barely evolved at all. Impoverished beggars crouch in filthy alleys, shady street vendors hawk suspicious goods, and every passing civilian wears a hollow, traumatized expression. Gilly observes that despite the bright, sunny weather, the entire city carries an uncomfortably gloomy, dangerous aura. Internally, Jim knows the suffocating misery is entirely caused by the ruthless tyranny of the notorious Tessin clan, vividly recalling how horrific their reign of terror was during this exact historical timeline. Jim calmly instructs his crew to secure a discreet, low-profile inn first before they begin actively hunting down their designated prey. Arriving in a decrepit, crumbling back alley, Murakan wrinkles his nose in pure disgust, loudly complaining whether Jim has genuinely lost his mind by forcing them into such a foul dumpster. Gilly loyally defends Jim, trusting that her young master definitely has a brilliant galaxy brain strategy cooking. Murakan aggressively mauls, whining that they are literally rolling in heavy bags of extortion money and have zero logical reason to sleep in filth. Gilly counters that flashing stacks of cold hard cash in a lawless slum crawling with rogue mages and cutthroats is begging to get jumped. Murakan scoffs, barking that this revolting rat hole is a trash heap even feral orcs would actively avoid, but Jim completely ignores the cat's relentless whining and casually steps straight inside. Stepping into the dim lobby, they find the scruffy innkeeper passed out cold on the counter. Jim calls out, asking if he runs this establishment. The man jolts awake, completely stunned that actual paying customers walked through his door. Sizing up the trio with greedy eyes, he spots a rough tail hunter, a seemingly rookie swordsman, and an undeniably gorgeous lady who looks like an elite maid. Putting on an oily, welcoming grin, he pours 3 glasses, introducing the place as Jet's Inn and boasting they have plenty of vacancies. He slides over the drinks, claiming it is his house special orange juice, urging them to drink up before picking any room they like. Internally, the greasy scumbag is cackling with sadistic glee, praying they chug the spiked juice so he can ship their unconscious bodies straight to the underground slave auction. But before the glass even settles, Murakan's instincts flare with pure rage. Roaring whether this pathetic insect has lost his mind, Murakan violently slams the heavy glass straight into the innkeeper's skull. The man stumbles back in confusion, only for Murakan to leap over the wooden counter, burying a savage kick directly into the swindler's face. Murakan screams with venom, asking how a filthy cockroach dares serve spiked poison to him. Jet frantically plays dumb, but Murakan vows to end his miserable life right on the floorboards. Jet desperately begs to talk it out, but Murakan barks that he can negotiate with his boot, delivering another brutal stomp. Jim calmly spectates the beatdown, recognizing the crooked crook as the self-proclaimed special informant, Jet. In his past life, when Jim was brutally exiled with empty pockets, Jet helped him establish footing in Anicaps. However, their bond was toxic. Jet ruthlessly scammed naive past-life Jim under the guise of the Tessin auction, stripping the boy of every coin until he had nothing left except his clothes. Jim feels his blood boil just remembering the humiliation, but smirks knowing this time Jim will be the one using Jet. Spitting blood on the floor, Jet desperately bluffs, crying that if they keep beating him up, he will not sit still, claiming that despite his weak appearance, he has dangerous connections. Jet desperately bluffs that he is secretly a 5-star combatant, but Murakan scoffs, asking what on earth that pathetic rank is supposed to do against an apex predator. Sweating profusely, Jet backpedals, swearing it was not lethal poison, just a mild sleeping potion to knock them out. Naturally, That pathetic excuse only enrages Murakun further, earning the scammer another vicious round of stomps. Jim decides the scumbag has suffered enough and calls off the dragon, stating they should hear the crook out. Murakun glares in disbelief, asking why on earth Jim is trying to have a civilized chat with a lowlife who just attempted to drug them. Jet crawls on the floor, desperately begging Jim for mercy and promising to do whatever it takes to atone for his sins. Murakun tells him to shut his mouth and stay dead silent, but Jim steps forward with a bone-chilling aura. Jim announces he will ask a few simple questions. If Jet lies, he dies on the spot, judged strictly by Jim's mood, criteria, and instincts. Jet frantically nods in terrified compliance. Jim asks who he truly is, and Jet stammeringly answers that he is Jet, the humble owner of this inn and an underground informant. Jim maintains a piercing glare, clearly demanding the unfiltered truth. Shivering in terror, Jet cracks, confessing that he regularly cons travelers and runs a human trafficking operation. Murakun's murderous intent flares up again, but Jet wails for his life, swearing he knows the entire Akin kingdom like the back of his hand and can be genuinely useful. Jim asks if his plan was to drug them and sell them off like livestock. Jet tearfully admits it, begging for forgiveness. Jim calmly places his boot onto Jet's fingers and crushes them until the bones shatter. Screaming through the agonizing pain, Jet confesses they were going to be shipped directly to the Tessin underground black market auction. Jim demands every dirty detail, and Jet hurriedly explains that the shadowy Tessin syndicate runs the operation, auctioning off everything from enslaved captives, illegal drugs, and smuggled contraband to stolen treasures and forbidden ancient artifacts. Jim internally grins, thrilled that he smoothly extracted the exact location of the Tessin black market auction. Keeping his poker face solid, Jim declares that everything is settled and promises to have Jet's shattered body fully patched up by dinner time, casually asking if the crook understands his role moving forward. Jet tearfully bows, thanking the young master for his divine mercy. Murakun rolls his eyes, complaining why Jim is wasting good coin hiring a healer for such a worthless cockroach. Jim plays along, conceding that Murakun makes a valid point about Jet being an untrustworthy rat who might scheme behind their backs. However, Jim asks if there is any greater opportunity than utterly dismantling a criminal syndicate's underground operation. He adds that they can always dispose of Jet later, asking his crew to trust his judgment since navigating the city requires a local guide anyway. Murakun and Gilly find the setup surprisingly elaborate, but let it slide. Stepping outside to hire a medic, Jim sighs, realizing how mentally exhausting it is to act clueless about past life events, though keeping his regressor identity secret is non-negotiable. After a quick treatment, the hired healer notes Jet should rest, leaving Jim genuinely impressed that even a random back-alley healer in the Lutero Magic Federation possesses top-tier magical skills. Meanwhile, Jet sits nursing his wounds, internally cursing this psychotic crew who pulverized his bones only to heal him right after. He nervously speculates that Jim is likely the elite heir of a legendary martial clan or an undercover operative from the Vermont Special Forces, knowing with absolute certainty that crossing this monster will result in instant death. Jim returns and barks the order to mobilize toward the black market. Arriving at the entrance, the guards eye the group suspiciously, asking why Jet brought an entourage and crudely questioning if they are fresh merchandise. Jet snaps, telling them to watch their mouths and open the gates, claiming they are his VIP guests. Slipping inside, they find a lavish hall filled with classical music. Murakun laughs sarcastically, remarking that an underground den run by trash has surprisingly classy vibes. Jet quietly points upward, whispering that the supreme boss of the Tessin clan is already watching. Jet points out that while the man visible above is a notorious commander known as Salka, the true shadow boss sits far higher up the criminal food chain. He quickly passes out decorative masquerade masks, warning that concealing their facial identities inside the auction house is mandatory if they want to keep their heads attached. Jim raises an eyebrow, asking who the real mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes actually is. Jet whispers that the Supreme Kingpin is a terrifying monster known as Alu the Spider-Hand. Jet explains that the extravagant musical banquet and classy decor are just an elaborate facade to mask the fact that Alu is an unrefined, ruthless street thug. However, Alu is on a completely different dimension compared to a disposable pawn like Jet. He completely dominates the criminal underworld and reigns as a genuine 7-star martial artist. Jet adds that according to underground rumors, Alu even maintains high-level secret connections with a pureblood Runkindel living across the ocean. Hearing juicy, treasonous gossip about his own family, Jim's analytical interest is instantly piqued. Murakun immediately scoffs, telling Jim to ignore the baseless rumors and asking if he genuinely believes proud Runkindel aristocrats would mingle with disgusting backwater gutter trash. Gilly agrees with the dragon, doubting anyone in the Supreme Clan could ever be that utterly foolish. Jim firmly counters that they are completely wrong. There is definitely someone in the clan who placed a catastrophic curse on him in his past life so he could never wield a blade. If anyone in the family is secretly in bed with the Magic Federation, it has to be that shadowy traitor. Jim reflects on the bladed illusion, a terrifying 9-star curse designed to cripple his swordsmanship forever. After spending 10 long years in the Storm Castle and 5 years in the Sword Garden, linking that forbidden curse to the Tessin clan was the single lead he managed to uncover. He vows to unearth the truth no matter what it takes, declaring that turning this entire black market upside down is fully justified to expose Alu's true master. Murakan scratches his head, casually asking what the grand battle plan is, wondering if they are just going to blitz the entire syndicate and wipe out every single gangster on their very first day here. Gilly points out that the syndicate guards stationed around the perimeter look exceptionally sharp, noting there are even multiple unregistered mages lingering in the crowd. She advises caution, arguing that instigating a brawl deep inside enemy territory is far from a wise tactical decision. Jim tells them to relax, assuring his companions that he has a flawless strategy mapped out. Gilly curiously asks what scheme he cooked up, prompting Jim to whisper the blueprint directly into their ears. Hearing the absurd master plan, Murakan stares at him in utter disbelief, questioning what kind of chaotic madness brews inside the kid's mind to spawn such an unhinged idea. Gilly gasps in pure shock, nervously asking if pulling off such a shameless stunt is truly fitting for a proud Runkindel. Jim smirks, telling them not to stress. If anything goes sideways, their only job is to sprint. Jet leads them toward a discreet private booth, enthusiastically welcoming the trio to the Flower of Tessin underground auction. Right on cue, the flamboyant host steps onto the stage to unveil the opening lot, boasting that it does not matter where buyers came from, presenting living human slaves as disposable tools for the highest bidder. The auctioneer points out a muscular brute in prime condition, ideal for manual labor. Jim side-eyes Jet, asking if that was the exact fate he had planned for them. Jet sweats nervously, apologizing profusely for his past foolishness. Jim gazes at the chained captives, privately relieved that no children are among them. Murakan asks what their next move is, but Jim tells him to stay patient. He plans to snatch up any genuinely useful items that hit the stage before executing his true plan, internally noting that the legendary ancient ring artifact should currently be rotting forgotten inside the syndicate's private vault. The host officially begins the bidding, and Jim advises patience. One full week later, Jet approaches Jim in sheer disbelief, remarking that the young master spent an entire week. Jet approaches Jim after an entire week of doing nothing but passively observing the merchandise, sweating nervously and complaining that if the young master refuses to bid on anything today, the Tessin syndicate managers are going to start making serious trouble. Jim calmly asks if dealing with syndicate complaints is not supposed to be Jet's primary job as their local guide. Jet stutters in frustration, telling the boy to act however he pleases, warning that if he keeps acting like an idle freeloader, they will eventually get flagged or tossed out regardless of his mysterious background, practically begging Jim to buy some random junk before the syndicates put them on the spot. Right on cue, the flamboyant auctioneer struts forward to unveil a new item, dramatically announcing that it is the first magical tome of the day purportedly written by Matthew Wonig, the legendary wizard who once ruled the ancient world. The host hypes up the artifact, claiming that while nobody has successfully decrypted its complex runes, a massive reservoir of dormant magic is undoubtedly sealed inside, kicking off the opening bids at 80 gold coins. Internally, Jim facepalms and curses the auctioneers as absolute morons, recognizing instantly that the author is not Matthew Wonig at all, but rather the notorious Matthew Mornig. Every single authentic tome belonging to Mornig originates strictly from the ancient dark factions, proving this displayed item is an obvious fraudulent scam. Jim mutters that it has barely been a week since the black market opened, and the syndicate is already resorting to cheap counterfeit tricks while the host yaps total nonsense. Moving right along, the host introduces the next lot, an obscure magic tome authored by an unknown figure named Zenmi, setting the starting bid at 50 gold coins. Jim notes that miscellaneous esoteric tomes like this function just like freshly purchased lottery tickets, when suddenly Murakan gives him a sharp poke in the ribs, whispering urgently that he absolutely needs to buy it because if it genuinely belongs to the Zenmei he remembers, it is an absolute goldmine bargain deal that they cannot afford to miss. Without hesitation, Jim raises his paddle and casually bids 150 gold coins. The surrounding VIP audience gasps in total shock, murmuring amongst themselves and wondering if the masked kid belongs to an obscenely wealthy dynasty. Jim figures that any magic tome personally endorsed by an ancient dragon has to be legitimate, so the item is promptly sold to him without further questions. Moving swiftly along, the auctioneer introduces the next manuscript, claiming it was crafted by master authors like Shug or Hister. This revelation instantly catches Jim's eye, though the rest of the crowd looks clueless, muttering that first Zenmi, and now this, the mysterious buyer is exclusively snapping up unverified junk. Ignoring the stares, Jim immediately raises his paddle and slaps down a bid of 200 gold coins. The spectators grow increasingly unsettled, whispering in pure confusion about who this eccentric buyer could be and why he is wasting a fortune on weird garbage. Murakan leans over, asking if Jim actually recognizes the manuscript to bid 200 so nonchalantly. Jim casually lies that he merely thought it would be nice to collect another weird book, but internally, his heart is pounding. He never expected to stumble upon a sacred relic belonging to the lost clan of his past life master, Hister. knowing her lineage collapsed centuries ago. Finding an artifact here blows his mind, and he plans to gift it to her when they reunite. Winning the bid, Murakami flips through the pages and confirms it originates from Hister, though he complains the seals are bizarrely complicated. Jim smiles inwardly, knowing the only two people capable of deciphering those runes are himself and his master. Jet wipes his sweat. Thrilled Jim finally spent money, warning leaving empty-handed would be bad. Jim tells Jet to arrange an immediate meeting with Alu the Spider. Jet stutters that even as a VIP client, the Kingpin is untouchable. Jim calmly tells Jet to deliver one message to Alu, inform him that Baraden Zipful is requesting a formal audience. Hearing that legendary name, Jet's heart practically leaps out of his chest. Jet sprints down the long hallway like a desperate madman, loudly cursing everything in sight as his terrified brain races at hyperspeed. He abruptly concludes that the terrifying masked kid is not some Vermont Special Forces operative at all, but rather a high-ranking pure-blood aristocrat belonging directly to the mighty Zipful clan. Ecstatic with sudden realization, he figures this is his ultimate golden ticket. If he can somehow secure Baraden Zipful's favor, he can finally escape this syndicate hellhole once and for all. Bursting through the heavy mahogany doors with a violent kick, Jet screams at the top of his lungs, demanding that Alu drop everything and come running immediately because Baraden Zipful is personally looking for him. Inside the luxurious lounge, all the syndicate members stare daggers at Jet for his completely unhinged, suicidal audacity. A moment later, an intimidating enforcer approaches Jim, coldly asking if he is indeed Baraden and instructing the kid to follow him because the boss wishes to grant a private audience. Without a fraction of a warning, Jim channels raw kinetic force and buries a devastating right hook straight into the guard's jaw, asking if the thug has lost his absolute mind. Snapping his fingers, Jim conjures a blazing, highly volatile fireball in his palm, projecting a suffocating wave of heat as he glares and demands to know if the lackey is Alu. The bruised guard stammers in absolute terror, explaining that the boss merely sent him to escort them to his private office. Jim keeps the scorching fireball hovering right in the man's face, raging that even after dropping the sacred Zipful surname, they still had the gall to treat him like stray garbage. He leaves a chilling ultimatum, ordering Alu to crawl over here on all fours like an obedient dog. To everyone's utter shock, the syndicate kingpin actually complies, trembling as he slithers across the polished floorboards right to Jim's feet, whining apologetically that he manages the Tessin syndicate and completely failed to recognize true sky-dwelling royal blood today, begging for absolute mercy. Alu trembles as he bows low to the ground, reflecting that had any random imposter claimed to be Baraden Zipful, he would have laughed them off and had them brutally executed. But this boy is fundamentally different. His terrifying aura is razor sharp, and summoning a 5-star fireball at such an absurdly young age is a feat impossible for anyone outside the supreme Zipful bloodline. A week ago, Jim calculated that impersonating Baraden was a foolproof tactical play. Even if Alu somehow interacted with a real Zipful servant, the syndicate boss is just local gutter trash who could never disprove the claim. Still, Jim acknowledges the massive hidden gamble. If his own Runkindel family or the monstrous patriarch ever discovers he pulled a treasonous stunt using a rival clan's name, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jim coldly orders Alu to stand up, and the syndicate boss instantly obeys. Jim holds up the confiscated books, asking what they are. Alu trembles, apologizing profusely for unlawfully hoarding ancient magic tomes without Zipful permission. Admitting they are heavily prized by the Grand family, Jim demands to know how much profit he made off them, throwing Alu into a blind panic. Crying for mercy, Alu whines that as a brute martial artist, he was too ignorant to recognize their true value. Jim cuts him off, ordering Alu to hand over his secret ledger and complete client list because his family is launching an official investigation tomorrow morning. Alu freezes in absolute despair, realizing that while Tessin rules the shadows here, they are mere insects compared to the wrath of the Zipfuls. If their illicit crimes are exposed, Tessin will be entirely annihilated. Alu stammers that more ledgers are hidden in the warehouse, needing 2 hours to retrieve them, but Jim narrows his eyes, knowing the slime is just trying to stall time to shred evidence and silence his bribed cronies. Jim tells the trembling kingpin to go ahead and do whatever desperate tricks he can, calmly reminding him that he remains completely trapped in the palm of Jin's hand. Burning with boiling hatred, Alu forces a fake smile, muttering through gritted teeth that he will be right back. Before exiting the luxurious room, Alu orders his personal enforcers to escort Baraden to the private VIP mansion and keep him securely locked inside until he returns. Striding down the dark corridor, Alu curses Jim's absolute arrogance, vowing to squeeze every single penny out of the auction house to buy back his lost dignity. Meanwhile, Murakami and Gilly are casually turning the syndicate's private underground warehouse completely upside down. Murakami urges Gilly to snatch whatever shiny treasures catch her eye, though she notes that since everything here is stolen loot, the vault is basically a giant pile of trash. Murakami turns to Jim, asking what Alu is going to do when he returns and realizes he got scammed. Jim chuckles, replying that they are simply pulling off a massive free shopping spree, and executing their exit strategy before the boss even steps foot back inside the room. Right in the middle of looting, Jim's eyes lock onto a glowing, ancient artifact. He has finally found the legendary ring he was hunting for. Gilly sighs nervously, asking if they should really keep pulling such reckless, high-risk stunts right under the enemy's nose. Admitting she is still deeply shocked by his nerve, Jim casually deflects, telling her to take it as a high-tier compliment. Suddenly, Jet comes sprinting into the room, screaming frantically for Jim as he brandishes the stolen slave account ledger complete with all ages and birthplaces. Jim praises Jet, telling him he did a magnificent job wrapping up the task. A syndicate guard steps forward, sternly warning that the boss will be returning shortly with the main accounting books, ordering them to wait inside the manor right now. Without missing a beat, Jim casually knocks the guard out cold with a swift, brutal strike. Jet's jaw hits the floor in pure disbelief, praising Jim's incredible dual mastery of magic and physical martial arts, though loudly wondering why the kid is assaulting Alu's trusted men. Jim ignores the flattery and asks Jet if he has any family waiting for him at home. Jet answers that he has a young son. Jim immediately orders him to grab his boy and flee the region immediately, heading straight to the Vermont Empire and presenting himself as a skilled informant to survive. Jet adamantly refuses, begging to stay by Jim's side until the very end. He whines that he worked too hard for this golden opportunity, pleading to serve in Jim's grand ambitions so he can finally taste true success just once in his life. Jim delivers the ultimate crushing blow, coldly apologizing and stating he is not actually Barrett Zipfel. Jet's entire universe shatters into a million pieces as he registers the massive betrayal. 2 hours later, a syndicate subordinate rushes to Alu, reporting that he heard over a secure communication line that the real Barrett Zipfel possesses long gray hair. Alu realizes in absolute horror that he was utterly scammed. The subordinate adds that the imposters stole the slave and client logs and escaped while shouting that Tessin is finished. Enraged beyond human limits, Alu hurls the lackey against the wall, screaming orders to hunt down the remaining liars and drag those treacherous bastards back. Alu swears he will exterminate them with his own bare hands. Murakami asks Jim if he has any other hidden motive for lingering around, doubting there is any real profit left in provoking Alu further. Jim replies he needs to check if Alu is connected to Runkindel. Murakami agrees. As they finally depart into the open air, Murakami marvels at the ancient grimoire of Hister and the priceless masterpieces Jim secured, utterly baffled at how the kid magically knew about such ancient relics. Just as the boys finish snatching the prize and start chilling, a sinister red flare lights up the entire night sky, locking right onto their exact location. Jim calmly hops to his feet, cracking a confident smile and stating that it is officially time for a nice little chat. Out of nowhere, Alu pulls up with his entire crew, breathing heavy, absolutely mauling, and screaming that he finally caught these little scamming rats. He asks if they genuinely thought they could play the almighty Alu for a fool and walk away alive, declaring that he is going to hang their bodies in the middle of the black market as a brutal lesson for anyone who dares cross the Spider-Hand boss. Jim does not even blink. Instead, he drops a massive truth bomb, casually explaining that the stolen ledger containing every kidnapped Vermont slave has already been rewritten. Alongside the transaction log for the ancient grimoire, the Zipfel clan is obsessively hunting, plus the dirty client list exposing every corrupt noble who turned a blind eye to their schemes. In fact, Jim already scattered those juicy leaks across the globe, and by tomorrow morning, the entire world will be hunting Alu down like a rabid dog. Jim adds that the Magic Express is crazy convenient, which means Alu is already dead meat. Losing his absolute mind, Alu begins sweating bullets of pure rage, promising he will not grant the kid a clean death. He vows to rip him apart limb by limb, and every single time the boy passes out from sheer agony, he will wake him back up with searing flames. Unbothered, Jim turns to Murakami and asks to take the boss in a 1 versus 1, prompting Murakami to step forward to handle the fodder. Alu laughs hysterically, asking the brat if he actually thinks he can win alone, and screams at his goons to stop standing around like statues. Alu orders them to bring the kid back breathing, but slaughter everyone else on sight without mercy. The goons charge forward screaming at the top of their lungs, but Murakami literally just flicks his wrist and wipes the floor with the front line like he is swatting annoying flies. The mighty shadow dragon casually strolls forward, dropping enemies left and right with effortless one-hit knockouts, turning the entire battlefield into his personal walking path while the bad guys burst into smoke. Panicking, Alu roars at his mages, demanding to know why they are just watching instead of blasting the intruder into dust. The mages nervously stammer that firing heavy spells right now will incinerate their own homies, forcing Alu to scream at them to target the backline instead. Jim quietly tells Gilly to step back as the enemy spells come raining down on him. However, Jim immediately notices that every single caster is below 5 stars, meaning their magic is complete trash. Sure enough, his enchanted necklace completely shrugs off the entire barrage without a scratch. Jim smirks, realizing Big Sister Luna's gift just made his life 10 times easier, though Gilly playfully grumbles that he left home without even giving his sister a proper goodbye hug. Meanwhile, Markan starts wilding out, calling the entire crowd a bunch of useless weaklings who only have numbers on their side. He summons a roaring wave of black flames, telling every single one of them to drop dead at once as the blazing fury rips the very ground apart. Alu stands there looking completely flabbergasted with a goofy blank stare before breaking into a psychotic laugh. Without warning, Alu slashes his own men with a massive horizontal strike, leaving his surviving henchmen wondering if their boss has totally lost his marbles. Gilly secretly thinks that if the boss is going insane, it saves them the hassle of cleaning up the trash. Murakan turns to Jim, boasting that he cleared out the entire mob just as requested, so the kid can finally take the stage. Alu grits his teeth and barks at them, desperately demanding to know who sent them and which shadow faction is pulling the strings. Murakan merely scoffs, telling the bald fraud that it is none of his business since he is catching a one-way ticket to the afterlife anyway. Alu suddenly rushes Gilly with a lightning-fast blade strike, taunting that he will never know if the kid was telling the truth unless he beats it out of him, swearing he has zero intention of taking an L tonight. Murakan casually observes the clash, laughing that Jim finally found an opponent worthy of throwing hands with. Turns out, the juicy rumors were legit. Alu is indeed a certified 7-star martial artist. Murakan warns Jim that this psycho is built completely different from the brainless beasts he fought before, especially since this dude is violently obsessed with turning him into minced meat. He tells the boy to pop off, go all out, and try not to die. Absolutely furious, Alu sneers at Jim, calling him an arrogant little parasite and demanding to know how a nobody dares step into his territory. Facing a supposedly squishy mage in direct hand-to-hand combat, our arrogant villain genuinely wonders if this little punk is taking him for a complete fool. Without wasting a single breath, Agile smoothly draws her sword and tosses it over to the young boy, instantly short-circuiting Alu's remaining brain cells. Wait a minute, since when do nerdy robe-wearing spellcasters casually pack cold steel? Alu immediately swings his heavy blade to chop the brat's head clean off, but Jin effortlessly weaves under the strike with pinpoint precision. That is when the underworld boss finally realizes this kid was never a fragile glass cannon mage to begin with. Enraged, mauling, and sweating bullets, Alu presses the offensive with pure bloodlust, yet Jin manages to parry and deflect every incoming slash with terrifying composure. Just as Jin attempts to launch a clean counterattack, Alu vanishes into thin air, pulling off a textbook anime teleport right into the boy's blind spot. Jin's eyes widen in genuine shock, and although he manages to twist his body away in the nick of time, the razor-sharp edge still grazes his side, leaving a superficial cut. Right then and there, Jin acknowledges that Alu is shockingly fast, and what is worse, the ruthless gang leader is not even taking this duel seriously yet. Meanwhile, trembling on the sidelines, one of the anxious gangsters nervously asks if that catastrophic blazing fireball from the auction was actually generated by some expensive high-grade artifact. Alu grimaces in pure disgust, kicking himself for falling into such a simple trap, but deep down, he knows this boy is the least of his problems. His absolute worst nightmare is that terrifying dark-haired powerhouse leaning back in the shadows, who effortlessly folded every single one of his elite henchmen solo without breaking a sweat. Alu knows for a fact he would get turned into paste against a monster like that. So why on earth is Murakan just casually chilling and spectating? Not only is the dragon doing nothing, but he is actively roasting the kid from the sidelines. Agile turns around completely exasperated, asking Murakan if he honestly plans to sit back while Jin duels a ruthless 7-star powerhouse all alone. Murakan simply turns to his favorite little strawberry pie and chuckles, casually waving off her frantic concerns with a cheeky grin. He explains that getting tossed around like a rag doll is fantastic character development, because our stubborn protagonist seriously needs to learn how to value his own life. Agile sighs in defeat, admitting he has a very valid point, but Murakan smirks even wider, teasingly asking if she genuinely believes the young Runkandel heir is going to take an embarrassing loss here, leaving the poor maid completely speechless and terrified. Back in the intense clash, Jin barely deflects another brutal strike from Alu, his eyes going wide as the crime boss winds up a devastating follow-up attack. Alu screams at the top of his lungs that this is the boy's final breath, fully convinced victory is in the bag. However, Murakan just laughs out loud, mocking the thug, and reminding everyone that back in the ancient golden age when the legendary Runkandel magic swordsman ruled supreme, a measly 2-star power gap was practically child's play. Right on cue, Jin unleashes that trademark point-blank fireball straight into Alu's face. Alu frantically raises his guard to block the scorching explosion, suddenly realizing in sheer horror that this was no cheap artifact gimmick. The monster in front of him is a true, hyper-lethal magic swordsman. Tossing his heavy black cloak aside, Jin violently plants his blade into the stone ground, calling down a torrential storm of roaring electrical energy. Charging straight ahead with crackling lightning slashes, Jin leaves himself wide open, prompting Alu to scoff and mock the boy's clumsy form, warning that dropping his guard like that will get him slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Yet, Jin remains completely unbothered, standing dead still while pumping an insane density of pure spiritual power directly into his ring to summon an ancient relic. Alu lunges forward for the decapitation, but halts mid-swing when a pitch-black demonic helmet materializes over the boy's head. Before the panicked boss can even process what kind of absurd cheat code this is, Jin rips his sword from the earth and slices Alu clean in two, flashing behind the collapsing villain as his dark helmet partially disperses. With half of the ominous dark helmet quietly dissolving into thin air, the legendary ancient relic is finally laid bare. Murakami steps forward, examining the intricate craftsmanship closely, and confirms his original suspicion: it is without a doubt the mythical rune of Mjolnir. Jin raises an eyebrow, genuinely curious about the ancient lore, prompting Murakami to explain that this legendary masterwork was forged several thousand years ago during an era of endless, bloody warfare. A powerful female demon named Mjolnir originally crafted this divine treasure as a gift of supreme devotion for her lover, who happened to be the very first founding emperor of the Vermont Empire. On top of looking totally badass, this historical masterpiece possesses an absurd passive enchantment that completely nullifies all incoming physical and magical attacks from anyone ranked 7 stars or below. Naturally, Murakami cannot help but wonder how such an illustrious imperial heirloom somehow wound up in the greasy hands of low-tier black market bandits. Hearing the name, Jin's memories from his past life instantly trigger. He vividly recalls that the rune of Mjolnir was not supposed to be revealed to the world until roughly 5 or 6 years later, when it was presented as a grand imperial tribute to the reigning emperor of Vermont. Back then, every scholar, news publication, and magical academy spent months endlessly obsessing over the mysterious helmet, which now allows Jin to instantly deduce the exact secret location where this lost artifact was initially excavated. Turning his gaze back toward the floor, Jin stares down at the dying gang leader gasping for air in a pool of blood. Jin demands a straight answer before the criminal's soul departs, pressing him firmly on whether his syndicate truly has clandestine connections to the great Runkindel clan. Murakami simply shakes his head and facepalms at the kid's stubbornness, openly mocking him for trying to squeeze top-secret political intelligence out of a half-dead villain who is literally drawing his final breath. Instead of begging for mercy, Alu suddenly bursts into a wheezing laughter, mocking Jin as the puzzle pieces finally fall into place. He sneers that everything makes total sense now. This brat standing over him is none other than Jin Runkindel, the infamous disgrace of the clan. Alu chuckles darkly, noting that while the underworld heard rumors claiming the kid completely failed his swordsmanship trials, he remains merely the powerless youngest child who could never stop that terrifying person. Jin scowls in annoyance, wondering what kind of cryptic nonsense this dying thug is spouting, but quickly deduces that Spider-Monk Alu is definitely an alias. Jin silently resolves to investigate this criminal's true background, realizing Alu was far more than a corrupt 7-star martial artist running an illicit syndicate. He clearly possessed deep, covert ties to the Runkindel family itself. Murakami casually shrugs this off with a yawn, reminding the young master that clan members meddling in shady side businesses is nothing new. Heck, one legendary 9-star ancestor even owned a bustling tavern back in the ancient days. Jin counters that he still must identify the mastermind Alu mentioned, especially since Jin fully intends to take absolute leadership over the Runkindel clan in the near future. Deconstructing Alu's cryptic parting words, Jin carefully analyzes why the thug thought a plan had failed and why being the youngest mattered so much. If Alu recognized his lineage, the failed plot likely referred to the childhood curse of the bladed illusion that had crippled his past growth. Furthermore, the dark warning about being powerless points directly to the cutthroat war for clan succession among his elder siblings. Jin systematically eliminates the suspects. Yona is completely out of the equation since she abandoned the family household entirely. It cannot be the younger triplets, Nem, Mew, and Anne, because they are way too young and inexperienced to command this kind of underworld influence. As for the rest of his brothers and sisters, none possess the sheer intellect or ruthless diligence required to orchestrate such an elaborate conspiracy. The true culprit must be someone hypersensitive to clan hegemony who immediately moved to eliminate potential rivals after noticing Jin's hidden talent, none other than the supreme favored successor, Joshua Runkindel. Whether he is jumping to wild conclusions or hitting the absolute bullseye, Jin knows the undeniable truth will reveal itself soon enough. By the very next morning, lively news criers flood the busy city streets, loudly announcing the dramatic collapse of the notorious Tezing Syndicate during a high-profile joint investigation between the powerful Zipfel clan and the Vermont Empire. The public rejoices across every crowded market square, enthusiastically celebrating how a vicious criminal organization that terrorized innocent citizens was thoroughly dismantled in a single night. Jin smirks knowingly, remarking that Jet did a phenomenal job setting up the elaborate diversion and spreading the narrative. Although Jet is sweating bullets after being terrorized and relentlessly threatened by both Zipfel agents and Vermont authorities, Serving as a convenient scapegoat is a tiny price to pay for keeping his head firmly attached to his shoulders. Murakan grunts in complete agreement, noting that the cowardly underworld informant deserved far worse, but points out the hilarious irony of the whole situation. While the haughty Empire and the prestigious Zipful magicians soak up all the public glory, the real winner walking away with the absolute jackpot is Jin himself. Jin heartily agrees with a triumphant grin. After all, he secured the ancient magical ring, priceless lost spell tomes, and the invaluable live combat experience of slaying a formidable 7-star combatant in raw melee. However, Gilly quickly steps in with a grounded reality check, firmly warning the ambitious young master that not all 7-star fighters share the same combat caliber. She scolds him gently, stressing that taking down an undercover brawler like Alu should never make him drop his guard, urging him to exercise far greater caution during future perilous battles. Jin humbly accepts the critique, acknowledging that he is nowhere near strong enough to clash against a true elite master like Gilly herself, reassuring his loyal companions that Jet's clever cover story wiped their tracks completely clean. Jin prepares to smoothly depart without fearing immediate pursuit from any hostile faction. When Gilly curiously asks about their next big move, Jin reveals their long-awaited destination, the lawless, bustling free city of Tikan. Gilly instantly realizes his hidden angle, asking if he chose Tikan specifically to contact the legendary 7-colored peacock. Jin nods with a confident smirk, while a totally clueless Murakan scratches his head, asking what kind of weird bird that is. Jin explains that the 7-colored peacock is actually a massive underground information network, operating out of the Free City, universally recognized as the most reliable intelligence agency in the entire world, right behind the Big Three: the Runkandel clan, the Zipful clan, and the Vermont Imperial Intelligence Bureau. Murakan's eyes light up, asking if Jin intends to use these elite informants alongside Jet to selectively hunt down their enemies and decide who gets put 6 feet under next. Murakan chuckles, admitting it sounds like a solid plan. Jin completely agrees, recognizing that to validate his future actions to Gilly and Murakan without raising suspicion, he desperately needs a reliable external organization to mask the cheat codes from his past life memories. With their course firmly plotted, the trio boards their ship, setting sail across the open waters toward Tikan to claim their next slice of power. Reflecting on the heavy realities of his regression, Jin knows his future moves must be calculated with absolute precision. Beyond crafting a plausible cover story for his loyal companions, he carries an overwhelming mountain of dangerous mysteries that demand urgent investigation. The deep political friction involving Vishuk and Gillian, the enigmatic underground movements of Bouvard and the Kinzello group, Alu's shadow syndicate secretly tied to the Runkandel clan, the ancient Kolan ruins, and the lost taboo of forbidden magic that makes the lawless free city of Tikan the ultimate strategic hub for their next move, all thanks to the omniscient intelligence network of the 7-colored peacock. Breaking the silence during their voyage, Murakan reveals a massive discovery. He has finally deciphered the secret magical legacy left behind by the legendary battle god, Theon. It turns out to be ancient light magic. Jin is visibly stunned, having genuinely believed that all light spells had been wiped from the face of the earth since antiquity. Murakan scoffs with a heavy sigh, explaining that Theon and the mighty Zipful clan were bitter mortal enemies back in the ancient era. Erasing anyone they deemed a massive political nuisance from the pages of history has always been the Zipful clan's signature specialty, which explains why absolutely no written records survive today. Murakan gravely warns the boy that if Jin fails to conquer the apex of spiritual energy and magic, the great Runkandel clan will suffer the exact same erased fate. That makes mastering this lost ancient art an absolute necessity for their survival. Intrigued, Jin asks if the Shadow Dragon is ready to demonstrate the spell right now, thoroughly amused by how Murakan is aggressively rolling up his sleeves. The dragon tells the brat to get hyped, because this versatile technique is the exact trump card he needs most. Suddenly, Murakan gathers a swirling, pitch-black sphere resembling a dark Rasengan right in the palm of his hand, commanding the kid to look closely. Jin leans in, squinting skeptically, wondering why light magic is black. Before Jin can blink, an instantaneous, blinding flashbang detonates right in his retinas, leaving the young master completely disoriented and flash-blinded. Murakan bursts into wheezing laughter at the boy's misery, howling that Jin looks like he swallowed his own eyeballs after taking the light blast directly to the face. Jin rubs his burning eyes, groaning at the dragon's reckless troll behavior, yet he begrudgingly admits the technique is pure genius, serving as an unpredictable, versatile weapon for both blinding defense and lethal surprise offense. Murakan proudly confirms it, explaining that this signature technique is called the Photon Cannon, the crown jewel of Theon's ancient magic. With that spell sorted, Jin asks about that bizarre Hister magic tome they retrieved from the black market. Murakan clicks his tongue in pure annoyance, explaining that the text is locked under an ancient encryption so irritatingly dense and headache-inducing that even a legendary dragon cannot crack it, though he suspects it holds something wildly valuable. Jin tells him to let it rest for now, noting that they will eventually track down a genius cryptologist somewhere down the road to decipher the hidden script. Exactly 1 week later, the crew safely disembarks at the sunny port of the free city of Tikan. The island is breathtaking, a radiant paradise nestled in the southeast of the central continent, totally unaffiliated with the Runkindel clan, the Zipfel clan, or any global empire. Despite having a modest local population, Taken is a thriving, picturesque tourist haven, offering jaw-dropping ocean views from literally every single corner of the bustling streets. Soaking in the vibrant atmosphere, Jin suggests they head straight toward the city center to secure a decent inn. Out of nowhere, the black cat sitting casually on his shoulder poofs back into human form, as Murakan arrogantly demands that Jin avoid picking another trashy, run-down dump like last time. Jin loses his temper, scolding the reckless dragon for the billionth time to stop shifting forms in the middle of a public street. Murakan snorts, arguing that oblivious humans never pay attention to others anyway. Right on cue, a cute little girl appears out of nowhere, gasping in total awe that the little black cat just transformed into a tall dude dressed in black. The little girl's jaw drops as she begs the stylish stranger to teach her that mind-blowing pet trick, clutching what looks hilariously like a stuffed dragonite doll in her arms. Jin and his crew sweat bullets, frantically shifting into crisis mode. They desperately try to gaslight the child, claiming her eyes are playing tricks on her, and asking how a normal stray cat could ever transform into a grown human. But the smart little girl is having none of it. She firmly plants her feet, declaring that her name is Yuria. She is not dumb, and she knows exactly what she saw with her own 2 eyes. That fuzzy black cat transformed right into that shady dude. Caught entirely red-handed in public, Jin glares daggers at the smug shadow dragon, fully realizing that their quiet, low-profile entrance into Tikan has completely derailed before they even manage to unpack their luggage. The little girl crosses her small arms, glaring up and asking why on earth this strange old mister is lying directly to her face. Murakan instantly takes massive personal offense, fiercely barking back that he is neither a dirty liar nor some washed-up old mister. But Yuria stubbornly doubles down, loudly insisting that he is undeniably both a shameless liar and an old geezer. Jin lets out an exhausted sigh, reminding the stubborn toddler that he just bribed her with a delicious high-quality sweet lollipop, asking why she cannot simply play along with them and pretend she saw absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Yuria adorably pouts, firmly firing back that a true gentleman should never instruct an innocent child to tell wicked lies to people. Seeing the total dead end, Gilly nervously steps in to defuse the chaos, asking what they should do next, and suggesting they escort the lost child straight over to the local city guards before her parents panic. However, she worries aloud that if bizarre urban legends about a shape-shifting black cat start circulating wildly through the streets of Taken, the omniscient Zipfel clan might pick up their trail and crash the entire party. Murakan just chuckles, telling his precious little strawberry pie to completely relax, asking who in their right mind would ever take the wild bedtime story of a hyperactive toddler seriously. Gilly shoots him a sharp death glare, coldly snapping that they would not even be stuck in this ridiculous mess if he had just listened to the young master's warnings for once in his lazy life. As they finally approach the local guard outpost, Yuria suddenly scowls with deep irritation, complaining that she absolutely despises the city guards. Gilly grows concerned, asking what is wrong, and the little girl grumbles that those annoying guards constantly bother and complicate daily life for her mother. Gilly gets an immediate bad feeling in her gut, nervously wondering if these guards are corrupt thugs running a violent extortion racket against innocent local citizens. But Jin dryly suggests there is an equal chance that the girl's mother is simply an active underground criminal. Deciding to walk in and verify the chaotic situation for themselves, the trio steps through the outpost gates, where a stationed guard immediately gasps the moment his wide eyes land on Yuria. The panicked guard frantically shouts across the entire barracks to notify the chief right away, enthusiastically announcing that little Yuria has safely arrived back home. Gilly asks in total disbelief if the guard genuinely knows this lost child, and the smiling man happily confirms that Yuria is the beloved, highly treasured daughter of their supreme boss. Before anyone can process the shock, the chief bursts through the office door with a loud, aggressive string of colorful curses. Jin takes one good look at the terrifying woman and instantly deduces that being the head of the city guard is definitely not her only gig in this island town. Standing before them is a colossal, muscular powerhouse of a woman sporting battle-hardened scars, huge arms, and an intimidating scowl that could freeze water solid. Yet, the split second she spots Yuria, that menacing warlord aura completely evaporates into thin air. The massive woman sprints forward with a radiant, ear-to-ear smile, scooping the little girl into a gigantic, bone-crushing bear hug. The fierce mother gently scolds her daughter for wandering off on her own again, but Yuria sulks, complaining that her busy mother never makes enough time to play with her anymore. Softening up entirely, the commander tenderly apologizes, enthusiastically promising to play all day long the very second her exhausting work shift officially ends. As mother and daughter share an overwhelmingly wholesome family moment, our trio stands completely frozen in place, totally paralyzed by the sheer emotional whiplash of the entire scene. Clearing her throat, the boss admits that because practically every resident in Tikan recognizes Yuria, she got a little too careless with daily security, Apologizing for the delayed introduction, she formally announces herself as Elisa Betzer, the Supreme Chief of Defense of Tikan. Jin smoothly introduces himself under the fake tourist alias Jean Grey, claiming he merely traveled to Tikan for some harmless vacation sightseeing, relaxation, and casual island tourism. Extremely grateful for their help, Elisa insists on repaying the debt, asking if there is anything special they need in town. Jin simply asks for a solid high-end inn recommendation, but just as Elisa opens her mouth, Yuria tiptoes up and whispers a juicy little secret into her mother's ear. Hearing the news, Elisa's expression shifts. She immediately calls for paper and ink, penning a personalized letter of introduction stamped with her official chief insignia. Handing the parchment over, she explains that every prestigious luxury establishment in Tikan will roll out the absolute red carpet if he presents this official seal. Jin bows respectfully, stating it was nothing and that he should be the one expressing gratitude. After the trio departs, Elisa kneels down, quietly asking her daughter if a black cat truly morphed into that tall man in black. Yuria innocently nods, explaining that since they refused to admit it, she decided to let them off the hook. Elisa smiles and praises her daughter, remarking that everyone carries a secret or two. However, beneath her calm smile, Elisa grows dead serious. Polymorphing at will between beasts and humans is a legendary racial ability exclusive to divine dragons. Meanwhile, checking into their top-tier luxury suite, Gilly is practically glowing with joy, raving that the royal treatment is unmatched, and noting that the only place with service this refined was the high-class estates of Hofster. Mirakan faceplants straight onto the massive, plush mattress, happily yelling that the bed is comfortable as hell and that this is how a proper 5-star inn should feel. Gilly credits the sheer authority of Elisa's letter, while Mirakan predicts their journey in Tikan will be smooth sailing given their insane luck so far. Soaking in the cozy vacation vibe, Gilly shyly asks Jin if she can taste one of those famous Tikan lollipops he shared with Yuria earlier. Jin chuckles warmly, telling her she never needs to ask permission for sweets and to help herself anytime. As Gilly happily skips away with a sweet treat, Mirakan stretches his arms with a relaxed grin, remarking how wonderfully refreshing this whole vibe feels, almost as if they are genuinely living out a peaceful, stress-free fantasy vacation. Mirakan stretches out comfortably, remarking that this lovely island genuinely feels like a relaxing vacation trip, before curiously turning to the young master and asking how he actually plans to track down the elusive 7-colored peacock. After all, the premier intelligence syndicate of the underworld is hardly the type of organization to leave an open public calling card. Jin reveals his strategic game plan, explaining that he intends to locate a specific key figure first. In his past life, sitting at the absolute core of the 7-colored peacock was a legendary swordsman known throughout the continent as Kashmir, the Ghost Blade. Gilly immediately chimes in with respect, noting that Kashmir's martial reputation is so extraordinarily renowned that even the prestigious Runkindel clan previously offered him an elite position as an instructor for their beginner cadets. That dazzling public prestige, however, is merely the tip of the iceberg. Jin vividly remembers that 10 years into the future, Kashmir completely shocks the entire world by revealing his true royal lineage as a deposed prince of the Vermont Empire. Leveraging the colossal web of secret intelligence gathered through the 7-colored peacock, Kashmir successfully forces the Vermont Empire, the Zipfel clan, and the great Runkindel clan to formally recognize his absolute sovereignty, officially crowned as the first supreme governor of the free city of Tikan. Gilly praises Kashmir as an extraordinarily dangerous mastermind, possessing both god-tier swordsmanship and the terrifying patience to conceal his identity while plotting in the shadows for decades. Jin ponders how to build a mutually beneficial alliance with such an enigmatic powerhouse, but their deep strategy session is violently cut short by frantic footsteps echoing rapidly up the wooden stairs. Gilly rushes back into the suite, warning that something is terribly wrong. The entire luxury inn has been completely emptied out. Every single guest and staff member has vanished without making a sound. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches out and lands directly on Gilly's shoulder from behind, politely asking if he may step inside. Seeing a strange man casually lay his dirty hands on his beloved strawberry pie, Murakan's brain completely snaps with unhinged draconic fury. Murakan's primal instincts violently take over. The dragon lunges across the room in a blur, digging his razor-sharp claws directly into the stone wall and crushing the solid rock into fine dust with his bare fingers. Jin's heart skips a beat as he recognizes the uninvited visitor as Kashmir the Ghost Blade, screaming desperately for Murakan to halt before he commits a bloody murder on the spot. If Kashmir did not clench every muscle in his body right then, he was sweating absolute bullets. Towering over the intruder in a terrifying, half-transformed draconic state, Murakan growls with glowing fangs and pure bloodlust, demanding to know if the man really wanted to find out who they are. The terrifying creature before him leaves the veteran swordsman completely paralyzed with dread. Jin immediately takes control of the standoff, sharply asking why Kashmir has cornered them when they arrived purely as peaceful tourists and caused zero trouble in Tikan. Furthermore, Jin senses the heavy presence of numerous armed operatives surrounding the building, warning that if a chaotic brawl breaks out in such a cramped room, everyone will get hurt, especially Gilly. The mere mention of Gilly's safety instantly snaps the dragon out of his frenzy, causing Murakhan to power down his form. Scooping Gilly protectively into his arms, the dragon glares daggers at the intruder, furiously demanding to know if Kashmir has any clue who he is dealing with. With Kashmir frozen in shock, Murakhan mauls even harder, barking about the man's rude tone and asking if strutting around with a sword strapped to his waist makes him think he can disrespect higher beings. Jin breathes a sigh of relief seeing Murakhan finally hold back, as Kashmir stammers that he meant no harm. Murakhan cuts him off, roaring that breaking in uninvited is plenty disrespectful, demanding an answer to who he is. When Kashmir admits he has no idea, Jin steps between them, commanding Murakhan to stand down. Jin addresses the master directly as Kashmir the Ghost Blade, stating he knows his reputation extensively, prompting a stunned Kashmir to ask how this boy knows his identity. With absolute composure, the young protagonist introduces himself with his real name, Jin Runkandel. The entire room instantly freezes in pure disbelief, completely stunned that a direct heir to the most prestigious sword clan on the continent would drop his legendary family name so casually. Sensing that Kashmir carries an endless mountain of urgent questions, Jin suggests moving to a far more private space where they can speak freely without curious ears listening in. Once the four of them are completely alone behind securely closed doors, Jin politely thanks Kashmir for dismissing his armed troops, noting that the gesture demonstrates a great deal of mutual trust. Kashmir lets out a heavy sigh, confessing that mobilizing his elite armed unit was actually a colossal mistake in hindsight. He originally brought them after receiving an urgent tip about a suspicious dragon sighting in town, only to realize that surrounding an ancient mythical beast only pissed the monster off even more. Kashmir admits that terrifying draconic pressure could never belong to a mere mortal human. Had Jin not stepped in and commanded the beast to stand down, every single operative in that inn would have been turned into bloody paste. Kashmir then turns his sharp gaze toward Gilly, confirming he immediately recognized her as Gilly McRooney. He vividly remembers meeting her years ago before his royal exile from the Vermont Imperial Palace, clearly recalling the awe-inspiring martial prestige and raw authority she commanded across the royal training grounds. Yet now, he cannot sense a single trace of her former aura, making him question how an elite noble knight ended up traveling with these two anomalies. Returning his attention to Jin, Kashmir acknowledges that the boy is telling the absolute truth about his lineage, but presses him on an even bigger mystery. Why is a Runkandel sword heir roaming around partnered with a divine dragon? Since ancient antiquity, divine dragons exclusively form sacred contracts with god-chosen magicians like the rival Zipful clan, never pure martial swordsmen. When Jin confirms his family has zero knowledge of this dragon companion, Kashmir points out the astronomical stakes. If word gets out, the Runkandel clan will tear the entire continent apart to execute him for ultimate treason. Jin simply brushes off the terrifying threat with a confident smirk, stating that spilling a life-or-death secret is a calculated move, since the real priority is understanding why Kashmir rushed over to confront a dragon in the first place. Deeply appreciating Jin's raw candor, Kashmir decides to match his honesty by laying his own deepest family secret on the table. He brings up his beloved little daughter, Yuria, whom the crew ran into earlier on the bustling streets. The sole reason Kashmir mobilized his forces was because Yuria insisted with complete certainty that she watched a black cat magically transform into a grown man. Jin raises an eyebrow with a hint of sarcasm, asking if an elite intelligence broker genuinely mobilized an armed strike team based on the wild bedtime imagination of a toddler. Kashmir firmly shakes his head, revealing that his daughter is no ordinary toddler, she is the living, divine contractor of Asmiel. Jin's eyes widen in genuine shock, asking if he is referring to the legendary god of sight. Kashmir proudly confirms it, stating that the chosen vessel of Asmiel possesses supreme divine perception, meaning it is biologically impossible for her to mistake what her eyes witnessed. Jin gravely warns him that countless apex powerhouses across the world would slaughter entire nations just to kidnap Asmiel's contractor, asking if Kashmir is truly comfortable sharing such a catastrophic secret so easily. However, Murakhan cuts in with a sharp draconic critique, sensing that something is fundamentally wrong here. If the child is a genuine contractor, where on earth is her guardian dragon? Murakhan points out that he did not sense a single trace of draconic energy near the girl earlier. Asmiel's guardian dragons are notoriously overprotective of their young contractors, making it absurdly suspicious for a chosen child to wander around totally unprotected. Jin agrees that the entire situation smells fishy, prompting Kashmir to solemnly admit the boy hit the bullseye. Yuria's guardian dragon mysteriously vanished into thin air exactly 1 year ago. Kashmir suspects the Zipful clan, or the Vermont Empire, orchestrated the covert kidnapping, though he has zero concrete evidence to prove it. Murakun scoffs aggressively, calling the kidnapping theory absolute nonsense because no guardian dragon is pathetic enough to get quietly captured, especially not for an entire year. But as the thought lingers, the shadow dragon's expression turns deadly serious upon realizing Yuria is merely 5 years old. Murakun drops a devastating truth bomb. Without a guardian dragon nearby at such a tender age to anchor her soul, Asmiel's contractor will rapidly lose her sanity or end up permanently bedridden for the rest of her miserable life. Kashmir gasps in absolute horror, trembling as he begs the dragon to explain what he means. Murakun commands the panicked father to listen closely, explaining that Asmiel's contractors are cursed with the terrifying ability to perceive the future. While ordinary humans are completely ignorant of this celestial mechanic, peering through the chaotic streams of time inflicts a catastrophic psychological burden that only a dragon's mental fortitude can stabilize. Right now, little Yuria is far too young and fragile to differentiate between present reality and future visions. Right now, the child is so young and innocent that she cannot distinguish between mere dreams and waking reality, which is the only reason catastrophic symptoms have not fully destroyed her yet. However, if she keeps peering into the future without a guardian dragon to shield her fragile soul, within 1 or 2 short years her divine eyes will spiral completely out of control. Jin demands that Murakun explain the exact cosmic mechanics, asking if viewing destiny unchecked will truly leave the innocent girl permanently bedridden. Murakun reveals the terrifying spiritual law behind the power, the absolute principle of causality. Anyone blessed with the forbidden sight of the future is bound by cosmic decree to let events unfold exactly as foreseen. The very second a mortal attempts to alter that destiny, the merciless divine retribution of Asmiel begins. If a contractor foresees the tragic death of someone close, they are strictly forbidden from doing anything to prevent it. Contractors who recklessly interfere with the natural flow of causality will be thoroughly obliterated by divine backlash. From the very moment she awakened, Kashmir's daughter has been living in a completely different dimension of reality compared to ordinary mortals. Reading the sheer dread and despair written across Kashmir's pale face, Murakun knows his harsh diagnosis is spot on. The shadow dragon bluntly states there is zero alternative. Kashmir must track down that missing guardian dragon and return it to the little girl's side immediately before her psyche shatters. Overwhelmed by helplessness, the proud martial artist drops straight to his knees before the ancient dragon, completely casting aside his royal pride. Kashmir confesses that while public records never mention it, he is the true supreme leader behind the 7-colored Peacock Information Network. He possesses supreme confidence in his syndicate's investigative prowess across the entire continent, yet despite exhausting every elite spy for an entire year, he failed to uncover even a single trace of his daughter's guardian dragon. Hearing this confession, Murakun nods grimly, realizing that running into Yuria the split second they arrived in Tiken was no coincidence. Asmiel himself is orchestrating fate, desperately pleading for them to rescue his young contractor. Desperate to save his precious daughter, Kashmir begins passionately begging the ancient beast for aid, but Murakun immediately cuts him off with a cheeky smirk. The shadow dragon makes it abundantly clear that begging him is entirely pointless because he does not do charity work for random strangers. Pointing straight toward the young boy standing casually behind him, Murakun tells the fallen prince that if he wants salvation, he must petition his supreme leader instead, asking Jin what he intends to do. Jin steps forward with absolute composure, extending a firm hand to help the kneeling master back onto his feet. Jin urges Kashmir to compose himself and remain rational, emphasizing that even though their relationship is brand new, an innocent child's life is at stake, meaning they will track down Yuria's guardian dragon together as allies. Overcome with deep emotion, Kashmir vows with unwavering loyalty that he will never forget the young master's extraordinary benevolence for as long as he lives. However, Jin keeps his inner thoughts strictly calculated. Even though their initial plans are falling into place far smoother than expected, Jin knows this rescue mission is terrifyingly perilous. If the legendary 7-colored peacock failed to locate a massive mythical beast after an entire year of frantic searching, the dragon's true whereabouts must be locked away in the classified vaults of either the Zipfel clan or the Runkendel family. Murakun breaks the heavy silence, asking Jin if the free city of Tiken is secretly allied with the Zipfel magicians. Jin confirms that Tiken is an independent territory, totally unaffiliated with any continental superpower. Hearing that, Murakun turns back to Kashmir with a mischievous grin, testing whether his underground intelligence network is truly as god-tier as advertised. Murakun asks if they track detailed dossiers on living dragons, to which Kashmir confidently replies that they know exactly which continents host the largest draconic populations. Murakun beams with excitement, commanding the master to spill everything they know regarding dragons located inside the Vermont Empire. Jin's eyes widen in sheer alarm, realizing the shadow dragon is resorting to an extreme last resort, because in the draconic realm, dragons always track down their own kin. And that wraps up today's crazy turn of events, guys. What on earth is going to happen next? If you want to find out the second the next chapter drops, smash that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and drop a like so the algorithm delivers the next upload straight to your feed. Thank you all for watching, stay awesome, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out.